Heaven Officials Blessing Chapter 93 to Chapter 110. All of a sudden, Xiaolian's eyes widened. In his life, he had never been treated like this by anyone. Firstly, no one dared to. Secondly, no one could. However, this person was like a ghost and appeared too quickly. He didn't have time to defend himself before he fell into such a situation. For a moment, he was flustered. He wanted to push the other person away. However, he choked on a few mouthfuls of saliva. Gulp, gulp. Crystal bead-like bubbles emerged from his mouth. This was a big taboo underwater. Thus, the other person hugged his waist even tighter. The two of them were even closer. Xiaolian's randomly pushing hand was firmly pressed against his chest. He couldn't move. His lips were also firmly sealed. The kiss was even deeper. A gentle and cold stream of air slowly flowed over. While Xiaolian was at a loss and resigned to his fate, he saw the man's face clearly. It was Huaqing. The moment he discovered it was Huaqing, he ceased to struggle, and his mind was filled with a multitude of disordered and disorderly thoughts. For example, so it was Huaqing. No wonder it was so cold. Ghosts didn't need to breathe, yet they could still transfer qi to him. But couldn't ghosts sink into the water? At this moment, Huaqing suddenly opened his eyes. The moment he met the black eye that was so close to him, Xiaolian stiffened again. Xiaolian stiffened again. He struggled all of a sudden, fluttering about like a clumsy and unfortunate duck that was drowning. However, this bit of struggle was easily resolved by Huaqing. He held Xiaolian's waist and quickly floated upwards. Not long after, the two of them suddenly broke out of the water. The bottom of the water was cold, and the air was also cold. However, at this moment, Xiaolian's entire body was boiling hot. As soon as he surfaced, he wanted to turn his head away. However, the black smoke that was glaring at him like a tiger still shrouded the surface of the water. As soon as someone came out, it immediately locked onto him. Xiaolian had just turned his head when Huaqing grabbed the back of his head and pulled it back. Their lips hadn't even separated for a moment before they were tightly pressed together again. Xiaolian's lips were kissed until they were both painful and numb. He almost lost consciousness. If it was someone else, he would have already stabbed them with his sword. However, this person was Huaqing. He didn't know what to do and was forced to the point where tears were about to flow out. At this moment, looking past Huaqing's face, he saw thousands of silver butterflies breaking out of the water beside the two of them. With a sharp whistling sound, the rain of butterflies shot out from the surface of the water like densely packed steel bullets. The butterfly wings reflected a cold, blade-like light. In an instant, the child spirit shrieked again and again. The black smoke dispersed as it fled in all directions. However, the butterfly formation covered the sky and covered the earth, locking it in the center. It couldn't break through no matter how it tried. Huaqing, on the other hand, didn't even raise his eyes. He hugged Xiaolian and dove back into the water. After a while, their lips finally parted. As soon as they separated, Xiaolian spat out another string of bubbles, while Huaqing threw out a die with one hand. The die was actually able to spin very quickly in the water, creating a violent current before finally coming to a stop. A moment later, the two of them resurfaced. This time, the shore was not far away. Huaqing swam over with Xiaolian. He didn't know where this shore came from, but there were lights and voices, and it seemed to be very far away. On the surface of the water behind him, the butterfly formation soared into the sky with the black smoke, flying towards the faint light. Only the child spirit's mournful cry was left behind, "Mother." The two of them landed on the shore and sat down heavily on the ground. Facing each other like this, Xiaolian finally saw Huaqing's appearance. In reality, the two of them hadn't seen each other for only a few days, but Xiaolian felt as if they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Every time they met, Huaqing looked different. This time, he seemed to be a year or two older than the last time they met. His face was originally handsome, but it was even more dazzling when he came out of the water. His hair was extremely black, and his skin was extremely white. On the right side of his face, a strand of hair was tied into a small braid, and a red line was carefully braided. This was the first time Xiaolian discovered that there was a small beauty point on his forehead. It made his face look even more exquisite and beautiful. And the murderous aura coming from the one eye covered by the black mask diluted this exquisiteness, causing his good looks to reach an almost perfect balance. Huaqing frowned, as if he was enduring it. He lightly gasped a few times, and when he opened his mouth, his voice was clearly lower than before. He said, "Your Highness, I." From the tip of his hair to his body, Xiaolian's entire body was dripping with water. His lips were red and swollen, and his eyes were empty. After a long while, he finally stuttered, I. After saying "I" countless times, he suddenly burst out with a baffling sentence, "I'm a little hungry." Hearing this, Huaqing was startled. Xiaolian still hadn't recovered from his shock, so he muddle-headedly said, "No. I'm a little sleepy." He turned over, his back facing Huaqing. Landing on his hands and knees, he slowly fumbled around, as if he was looking for something. Behind him, Huaqing asked, "What are you looking for?" Xiaolian subconsciously didn't dare to look at him. Incoherently, he said, "I'm looking for something. I'm looking for my bamboo hat." "Where's my bamboo hat?" If it was someone else who saw this scene, they would definitely scream out, "It's over, I've become stupid." In reality, Xiaolian had never experienced this kind of thing before. For a moment, he was too stimulated and lost control. Xiaolian used his hands and knees to walk a few steps with his back facing Huaqing. He muttered, I can't find it. I have to go. I have to go home to eat. I have to collect my junk." Huaqing said, "I'm sorry." Sensing Huaqing's voice coming from behind him, Xiaolian suddenly jumped up and shouted, "I have to go." His shout sounded as if he was shouting for help. Huaqing said, "You can't." Xiaolian hurriedly wanted to run, but before he could run a few steps, his feet slanted and he fell back to the ground. When he turned around to look, he saw that the ground was covered in blood. The needle that had been stuck in the sole of his foot had already completely pierced in. Huaqing grabbed onto his ankle. His tone changed as he asked, "What's wrong with you?" Xiaolian hurriedly pulled his foot back and said, "It's nothing, it's nothing. I don't feel any pain. It's okay." Huaqing was slightly angry as he said, "How can you not feel pain?" As he said this, his hand moved, actually wanting to remove Xiaolian's boot. This scared Xiaolian so much that he kept crawling forward. As he crawled, he shouted, "No, no, no, no." As he crawled forward, Huaqing pulled him back, not letting him crawl. The mess here finally alerted the other people on the shore. With a burst of gongs and drums, wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves, a large group of unknown people surrounded them and shouted, "How dare you? Who are you? Don't you know what this place is? Are you tired of living or do you want to die again? My God, isn't this the master of the city?" The group of ghosts immediately shouted in unison, "Greetings, master of the city." Xiaolian screamed in his heart, wishing he could cover his face with his hands. This was actually the ghost city. Among the group of ghosts, there were quite a few that he had hurriedly glanced at last. Xiaolian even saw a familiar pig head. The two of them were dripping wet and surrounded by countless ghosts. Huaqing was still grabbing onto one of his ankles, refusing to let go. This extremely impactful scene finally made him slightly more clear-headed. Unexpectedly, when the group of ghosts clearly saw that one of them was Huaqing, they became even more excited and shouted, "Master of the city! Do you want to rape me? Do you need help? We will help you hold him down." Huaqing said, "Scram." The group of ghosts hurriedly scram. But even if they were watching from afar and didn't dare to look closer, Xiaolian still wanted to pass out and be done with it. Because Huaqing had already stood up, bent down and lightly picked him up, then walked calmly towards the shore. Xiaolian was still wearing women's clothing, so he could only say that it was fortunate that the pillow was no longer in his stomach. Otherwise, this scene would have been even more terrifying. However, this horror finally made him completely sober. He struggled a few times in the crook of Huaqing's arm, but couldn't break free. He coughed lightly and said, "Sanlang, I'm sorry. I was a little out of control just now, I've made a fool of myself." What happened just now was too much of a blow to him. Let's just say that it was a blow, since it was his first time. However, it wasn't just because it was his first time. In the past few hundred years, it wasn't that there weren't gorgeous naked female ghosts who seduced him, but Xiaolian had never been so embarrassing. Why did it turn out like this? He could only think that it must be because the imperial advisor only taught him how to guard against women, but not against men. He had no experience, so he was caught unprepared. Thinking back on his series of reactions just now, Xiaolian blushed slightly and felt that he was a little too extreme. He thought that San Lang had good intentions, but he was scared to this extent. To the person who helped him, it really wasn't very polite. But he heard Hua Qing say, "It's nothing, I was acting recklessly. I offended Big Brother, San Lang should apologize." Seeing that he didn't take it to heart, Xiaolian secretly let out a sigh of relief and said, "At that time, the situation was urgent, you were just helping. It wasn't a big deal." "Oh right." He still remembered what he was originally doing, and said, "San Lang, why did you suddenly appear again? What about Tong Ling?" Hua Qing's tone was unquestionable, "Treat the injury first." As they spoke, the two had already arrived in front of a luxurious building. Xiaolian looked up and saw the words "Blissful Workshop" written on the building. He was very surprised. Could the burnt Blissful Workshop have been repaired so quickly? Furthermore, it looked exactly the same as before. But he had a guilty conscience, so he was too embarrassed to ask. Hua Qing carried him inside and onto the black jade couch. Xiaolian sat on the couch, while he half knelt on the couch, holding up Xiaolian's injured foot, and examined the blood-stained little hole underneath. This position made Xiaolian very uneasy, and he said, "You can't." He also wanted to get down, but Hua Qing pushed him back down. His hands were steady and fast as he took off his boots and socks. Xiaolian said, "I." Before he finished speaking, he only felt Hua Qing exert a slight force, a sharp pain suddenly climbed up, and he couldn't help but shrink back. Although Hua Qing's movements were already extremely restrained, and this little bit of pain was nothing to him, but for some reason, in front of Hua Qing, he seemed to be unable to hide the pain. Perhaps it was because Hua Qing had told him first, it made him want to deliberately hold it in. Instead, he didn't succeed. Sensing Xiaolian's retreat, Hua Qing immediately tightened his grip on his ankle. He said in a low voice, "I'm fine. I'll be fine soon. Don't be afraid." Xiaolian shook his head. On the other side, Hua Qing's movements were even lighter, his hands were extremely fast. When he raised his hand again, he had already taken out a small needle. He said, "All right, it's fine now." Xiaolian focused his eyes, the tip of the needle flickered with a vicious light. Hua Qing's 5 fingers slightly closed, then he crushed it into a wisp of black gas that dissipated into the air. Seeing this, Xiaolian temporarily put aside his uneasiness. He said with rapt attention, "What a heavy resentment. A normal fetus spirit wouldn't have such strong magical power." Hua Qing stood up and said, "Yes. Therefore, it must not be a normal fetus spirit that passed away." At this moment, a masked man bowed his head and came in holding a clay pot with both hands. He handed it to Hua Qing. Xiaolian subconsciously observed if this person was wearing a curse on his wrist. This time, his sleeves were tightly bound. Hua Qing took it and held the clay pot with one hand. He glanced at it and turned around to hand it to Xiaolian, who was sitting on the black jade chair. Before Xiaolian could get close, he heard a muffled cry of a child coming from inside. There seemed to be something crazily bumping into it, causing the clay pot to shake slightly. It was almost unable to stand, and he became even more vigilant. He took the clay pot and slightly lifted a corner of the seal of the clay pot. With just a glance inside, a chill instantly ran down his spine. Inside was a lump of something that looked like an embryo. Although its hands and feet had grown out, it was weak and powerless. That head was hidden in the darkness. The whole thing looked like a lump of deformed internal organs. This was its true body. Xiaolian immediately resealed the jar and said, "So that's how it is." He had once heard that some people would look for pregnant women who were not yet full term, cut out the child in the womb of the pregnant woman, and make it into a little ghost to cast some spells. The ghost would be used to harm people, protect themselves, or protect the house. From the looks of it, this fetus spirit was a product of that kind of sorcery, and its mother was very likely to have been a believer of Xiaolian. Otherwise, she wouldn't have placed Xiaolian's amulet in the clothes of her unborn child. After muttering to himself for a moment, Xiaolian said, "You were the one who caught this fetus spirit. San Lang, do you mind if I take it and investigate it? This is the second time it has appeared in front of me. I don't know if it's a coincidence or if it's related." Huaqing said, "If you want to take it, just take it. Even if I don't appear, you can catch it by yourself." Xiaolian smiled and said, "Be that as it may, San Lang catching it is much easier than me catching it." He had said it casually, but he heard Huaqing say, "Is that so? If I hadn't been there, how would you have caught it? Swallow it into your stomach, and then swallow the sword?" Xiaolian had actually guessed correctly. Huaqing's expression didn't show any displeasure, but Xiaolian inexplicably felt that he was a bit angry. His intuition told him that if he answered incorrectly, Huaqing would become even angrier. Xiaolian didn't know how to respond when he suddenly felt his stomach contract. He couldn't help but say, "I'm a bit hungry." Xiaolian only reacted after he said it. He was too embarrassed to look at Huaqing's expression and could only honestly explain, "This time, I'm really hungry." After a long while, Huaqing finally let out a pft and laughed. With this laugh, it was as if the haze in front of Xiaolian's eyes had dispersed, and he immediately let out a sigh of relief. Huaqing half smiled and half sighed. He nodded and said, "All right." Originally, Huaqing wanted him to stay at the Extreme Happiness Workshop to set up a banquet. However, when Xiaolian heard the word banquet, he knew that it would inevitably be extravagant. Thus, he took the initiative to suggest going out for a walk and finding something to eat. Huaqing agreed. The Extreme Happiness Workshop was very warm. Not long after the two people entered, their wet clothes dried up. However, Xiaolian's female clothing was exceptionally eye-catching, so he still borrowed a set of clothes from Huaqing and changed into a clean set of white clothes. Afterwards, the two of them walked out. Even after walking for a long distance, they could still hear the cries of the fetus. It kept calling out "mother," showing how tenacious it was. However, the ghost city was originally filled with the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves, so it wasn't strange at all that the sound of crying was drowned out. The main street of the ghost city was still bustling with activity. Both sides of the street were filled with stalls selling specialty snacks. Although the ghosts were still the same, their attitudes were vastly different from the last time Xiaolian came. Huaqing walked side by side with him. Those bosses who looked extremely fantastical all welcomed them with smiles on their faces. They scrambled to be the first to greet the two of them, practically bowing and nodding their heads. This made Xiaolian inexplicably think of a phrase, "The fox assumes the tiger's might." Aside from paying respect to Huaqing with their gazes, there were also several thousand pairs of eyes that cast even more scorching gazes at Xiaolian. It was as if they were scrutinizing and guessing what kind of person could walk side by side with the master of the ghost city. This made Xiaolian wonder if he had made the wrong decision. Despite being in the middle of the turbid flow of demons and ghosts and being the center of attention of tens of thousands of people, Huaqing was still used to it. He asked, "What do you want to eat?" Xiaolian finally saw a stall that wasn't selling anything strange. He wanted to settle this quickly, so he said, "I'll go with this one." However, Huaqing said, "This one won't do." Curious, Xiaolian asked, "Why not?" Huaqing didn't say anything and gestured for him to look inside the stall. Xiaolian looked. When the stall owner saw that they had stopped here, he excitedly rubbed his hands together, as if he was waiting for their arrival. He was so nervous that he used all his strength to fiercely wipe the tables and chairs. However, the thing he used to wipe the tables and chairs was his tongue. Although the pots and pans that had been licked by that wide and long tongue had sparkling and translucent water droplets hanging off them, reflecting a luster as if they were brand new, Xiaolian still decisively gave up on this store and hurriedly left. After walking a few steps, he saw a chicken soup shop that was decorated very cleanly and refreshingly. The sign in front of the door read, "Home Retirement Free-Range Chicken, Slow Fire Old Fine Soup. Freshly made and sold, guaranteed to be clean." He stopped and said, "Ah, there's chicken soup. How about drinking a bowl?" Huaqing then said, "This one won't do either." Xiaolian understood and said, "Is there a problem with the plate or the chicken?" Huaqing brought him into the shop and pulled open a curtain, indicating for Xiaolian to look inside. Xiaolian curiously stuck his head in to look and was immediately speechless. He saw a large pot placed behind the kitchen. A large fire was lit under the pot, and steam was rising from the top of the pot. Inside the pot, a man with a large red comb on his head was happily taking a bath in the boiling water. Beside the large pot, there were also many buckets filled with salt, pepper, herbs, and other seasonings. A customer in the front hall shouted, "Boss, be a little more salty. The taste is too bland." As the man took a bath, he grabbed a large handful of seasonings and rubbed them on his body. Then, he wiped his back with a towel, adding more seasonings. Finally, he let out a loud and clear cry, "Oh, oh, oh." Xiaolian put down the curtain and silently left. After walking a big round, the two finally found a shop that had a sign that said "Authentic Human World Delicacies." Although Xiaolian felt that this authentic was questionable, for example, as far as he knew, chefs in the human world would not use meat from large demonic beasts that were hard to hunt to make skewers. But relatively speaking, this shop was already the most normal one. The moment the two sat down, the group of ghosts that had been following them for a long time surrounded them and eagerly offered up additional dishes for the meal. The pig butcher carried a white human leg on his shoulder and slapped it loudly. He said in a rough voice, "City Lord. Do you want fresh thigh meat? It's just arrived." The group of ghosts scolded, "Go go go. Do you think City Lord's friends will eat that thing? Do you think it's a green ghost? You might still be able to eat it if we cut off your thigh. The smell of blood is so strong, don't disgust people." The pig actually raised a hoof and said, "If City Lord and City Lord's friends think highly of it, this leg is nothing. Just cut it off. I'm telling you, this daddy's thigh meat is definitely chewy." Xiaolian couldn't help but lower his head to eat his porridge. Huaqing ignored them. The group of ghosts, filled with hot blood, all walked in front of Xiaolian and said, "This is a local specialty snack, brain juice. We've carefully selected the best demon brains, all of them cultivated for more than 50 years. You smell the smell of fragrance. This duck blood is very good, squeak. Look squeak, I just cut it from my own body squeak. Have a taste squeak. Our family's fruits are authentic. Fresh fruits from graves. We don't pick fruits that don't grow on the bodies of dead people. We're honest with young and old." Pile after pile, Xiaolian had a feast for his eyes. He kept thanking them. It wasn't good to brush off this kind of surging enthusiasm, but some of the specialty snacks were really hard to look at. In the midst of his fluster, he saw Huaqing supporting his chin with one hand and looking at him with a smile. Xiaolian looked left and right, then lightly coughed and said in a low voice, "San Lang." Only then did Huaqing say, "Brother, don't pay attention to them. They're just going crazy when people come." Some ghosts immediately said, "Master Ching, you can't say that. We're not going crazy when people come. If Master Ching is our grandfather, then what is Master Ching's older brother? He's our uncle. That's right, if uncle comes, of course he'll go crazy." Xiaolian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought to himself, what kind of nonsense is this? What a mess. Huaqing also shouted, "Stop talking nonsense. Shut up." The group of ghosts hurriedly said, "Yes. Master Ching, you're right. Shut up. It's not uncle." Unexpectedly, at this moment, a few female ghosts who had been giggling finally couldn't help but blurt out, "Hey. You, aren't you the Taoist brother who told Lonnie that he couldn't get it up?" Xiaolian almost spat out the mouthful of porridge on the spot. The group of ghosts seemed to have discovered an earth-shattering secret. They exploded, "Oh my God. It's true. It's him, it's him, it's him. Lonnie told everyone about it." Many of the more astute ghosts went to cover the mouths of the noisy ghosts. However, Huaqing must have heard them. Xiaolian looked up and saw Huaqing raising an eyebrow. He was looking at him with an indecipherable gaze, as if he was thinking about the meaning of the word impotent. That was originally an excuse that Xiaolian had made up when he was harassed by the female ghosts. At that time, he was also surrounded and laughed at by the group of ghosts, but he was able to face it calmly. Now that it was in front of Huaqing, he couldn't take it anymore. He was so embarrassed that he wanted to choke on the porridge and faint. he said, Hua Qing seemed to be waiting patiently for him to continue speaking. But what could he say about this? Was he supposed to seriously explain that he wasn't impotent? Xiaolian could only say, I'm full. He was indeed full. After saying that, he got up and hurried out of the stall. The group of ghosts behind him were holding a pile of specially prepared snacks. They kept howling, sir. Do you still want to eat? Hua Qing also chased after them. He took a moment to turn around and said, scram. The group of ghosts hurriedly scram again. Xiaolian randomly walked in front of them for a while. Seeing that there were no more ghosts following him, he slowed down and waited for Hua Qing. After a while, Hua Qing walked up with his hands behind his back. With a deadpan expression, he said, I didn't know Big Brother had such a hidden illness. Xiaolian immediately said, I didn't. Then, he helplessly said, San Lang. Hua Qing nodded and said, okay. San Lang understands. I won't say it again. He pretended to be very obedient, but it was very obvious that he was faking it. Xiaolian said, you really don't have any sincerity. Hua Qing smiled and said, I swear, no matter what, you won't be able to find someone more sincere than me. Hearing this familiar reply, Xiaolian also smiled. This question, he actually had a vague answer in his heart. However, Hua Qing's reaction was very different from what he had expected. After a moment of silence, Hua Qing suddenly said, I'm sorry. Xiaolian was puzzled, what? He had originally thought that if the Thousand Lantern Temple wasn't a mistake, then it was most likely related to it, only Hua Qing was the only one. But regardless of whether his guess was right or wrong, Hua Qing had no reason to apologize. Hua Qing didn't answer, he only gestured for him to walk forward with him, and Xiaolian followed him. The two of them walked for a while, turning a corner, suddenly, their line of sight suddenly opened up. A temple flowing with spiritual light quietly appeared in front of Xiaolian's eyes. In an instant, his breathing froze. In all directions, there was the scenery of the ghost domain crisscrossed by jet black and crimson. And in this encirclement, that temple was magnificent and magnificent, with thousands of lamps shining brightly. Like a fairyland. Such a temple based on light and glory was located in a ghost city where dragons and snakes mixed together and demons danced chaotically. So out of place. Yet, it was so shocking. The moment it entered one's eyes, it would leave an indelible deep impression in one's mind. After a long while, Xiaolian finally said, this is. The two of them stood in front of this temple, both looking up. Hua Qing also raised his head slightly and said, a few days ago, the Mid-Autumn Festival arrived. I thought that brother would probably have to participate in their annual boring game in the Heavenly Court, so I made this place to find some fun and relieve your boredom when you attend the banquet. His way of relieving boredom was truly shocking. In order to find some fun for Xiaolian, he made a temple and even lit up 3,000 eternal lamps for praying for blessings. Hua Qing lowered his head slightly, straightened his cuffs, and said, I originally didn't want to tell you, because I was the one who arranged it on my own. I built Big Brother's monastery in this mess of a place. I hope Big Brother doesn't take offense. Xiaolian immediately shook his head. Hua Qing actually felt that he had caused trouble for him, so he didn't want him to know. He simply didn't know what to say. At this point, saying thank you would be too powerless. Therefore, Xiaolian calmed his mind, took a deep breath, and concentrated on admiring this Thousand Lanterns monastery. After a moment, he tilted his head and said, this monastery is marvelous and magnificent, the workmanship surpassing that of God. It can't be completed in a few days. Did San Lang just build it recently? Hua Qing laughed, of course not. Big Brother, you're right. This place was built a long time ago, but because it couldn't be put to use, it's always been hidden. I've never let anyone in. But I have to thank Big Brother for finally finding a use for it. Now it can see the light of day. Hearing this, Xiaolian actually heaved a sigh of relief. Since it was built a long time ago, but it had never been put to use, it must have been used for something else in the beginning. Now, it was conveniently used. Otherwise, if Hua City had specially built a temple for him, he would be even more uneasy. Of course, with Huasidi's temperament, it was also very possible that it was built purely for fun. Although Xiaolian was extremely curious as to why Huasidi had originally built this building that was worlds apart from the ghost city, he still restrained his urge to ask. Asking too much wasn't a good habit. Who knew when he would ask something he shouldn't? Huaqing said, "Let's go in and take a look." Xiaolian cheerfully said, "Of course." Shoulder to shoulder, the two slowly walked into the palace, strolling on the jade-paved ground. Looking around, they found that the inside of the monastery was spacious and bright. However, there were no statues of deities, nor were there any praying mats for believers to kneel on. Huaqing said, "It was built in a hurry. There are many careless and inconsiderate areas. Big brother, please forgive me." Xiaolian smiled, "Not at all. I think it's very good, very good. It's good that there aren't any statues or praying mats. It would be best if there were never any. However, why isn't there even a signboard?" This question wasn't one of reproach. It was just that there were a few places inside the monastery that had the words Thousand Lanterns Monastery meticulously carved on the ground. However, the signboard that supported the entrance wasn't hung. Naturally, it wasn't because it was built in a hurry, so he asked out of curiosity. Huaqing smiled and said, "There's no other way. I don't have anyone here who knows how to write. Just look at that group of people just now. It's already pretty good if they can read. Big brother, do you have any calligraphers you like? I'll go find someone to write this signboard for you. Or, I think the best way is for Big Brother to write one yourself and hang it in this Thousand Lanterns Monastery. That would be wonderful." As he spoke, he pointed at the altar in the main hall. That jade table was extremely long and wide. On it, there were some offerings and an incense tripod arranged in an orderly manner. There were also brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. The two walked forward. Xiaolian said, "Then how about I ask San Lang to help me write it?" Hearing this, Huaqing's eyes slightly widened. It seemed he hadn't expected Xiaolian to say this. He said, "Me?" Xiaolian said, "Yes." Huaqing pointed at himself and said, "You really want me to write it?" Xiaolian sensed something and asked, "San Lang, do you have any difficulties?" Huaqing raised an eyebrow and said, "I don't have any difficulties, it's just..." Seeing that Xiaolian had been waiting for him to answer, he put his hands behind his back and seemed a little helpless as he said, "All right. It's just that my writing isn't good." This was really strange. Xiaolian really couldn't imagine what Huaqing couldn't do well. He smiled and said, "Oh? Is that so? Write one for me to see?" Huaqing asked again, "You really want me to write it?" Xiaolian took out a few pieces of white paper and neatly spread them out on the jade table. He carefully smoothed them with his own hands and picked out a purple writing brush that fit his eyes. He handed it to Huaqing and said, "Come." Seeing that he had prepared everything, Huaqing said, "All right. But, you're not allowed to laugh." Xiaolian nodded. "That's only natural." And so, Huaqing took the brush and began to write with a serious expression. Xiaolian watched from the side. The more he watched, the more his expression changed. He really wanted to hold back, but he couldn't. As Huaqing scribbled on the paper, his tone carried a little warning and a little joking as he said, "Big brother." Xiaolian immediately turned serious and said, "It's my fault." He didn't want to either, but what could he do? Huaqing's calligraphy was really too funny. Even the craziest cursive that Xiaolian had ever seen wasn't half as wild as this one. In this wildness, there was an evil aura that assaulted one's face. Perhaps it would blow so hard that the eyes of the calligraphers would roll back and they would faint. Xiaolian spent a long time trying to decipher the words vast ocean, water, Mount Wu and cloud. He guessed that Huaqing must have written, "Those who have seen the vast ocean cannot be water, those who have not seen Mount Wu are not clouds." Thinking of Huaqing, as the overlord of the world of spirits and souls, who was so fearful of gods and ghosts, finally revealed this kind of expression on a certain matter, and it was something like calligraphy, Xianxia held back his laughter until his stomach twitched. He picked up Huaqing's work with both hands and pretended to be calm. He said, It's very unique and self-contained. It has wind." Huaqing put down his brush and his posture was quite proper. He squinted his eyes and laughed, "Are you crazy?" Xiaolian pretended not to hear him and commented seriously, "Actually, it's not difficult to write well. What's difficult is to write your own wind. If it's just good looking, but it's so good looking that it's all the same, then it's still inferior. San Lang's path is very good, he has the style of a great master, his spirit swallows the mountains and rivers." There were 8 more words at the end, the mountains and rivers are shattered, the soldiers are in chaos and the horses are in turmoil. There was no other way, coming up with words to praise someone was also very tiring. As Huaqing listened, his eyebrows rose even higher. He doubtfully asked, "Really?" Xiaolian said, "When have I ever lied to San Lang?" Huaqing leisurely added a few new strands of incense to the small golden tripod beside him. Amidst the faint fragrance of the smoke, he pretended to be careless as he said, "I really want to write well. It's just that I don't have anyone to teach me, so I don't know what the knack is." He had asked the right person this time. Xiaolian muttered to himself, "There's actually no knack, it's just that." After thinking about it, he still felt that just talking wasn't enough. He moved closer and picked up his brush. He wrote 2 lines next to the poem Huaqing had written on the paper in one go. After scrutinizing it for a moment, he smiled and sighed, "I'm ashamed. I haven't had the opportunity to write for many years, so I'm not as good as I was in the past." Huaqing stared at the 4 lines of words that were as different as heaven and earth. They had completely different styles, especially the last 2 lines that Xiaolian had added, taking a glance at a cluster of flowers, "I am too lazy to look back. Half destined to cultivate the Tao, half destined to be a monarch." He linked the lines together and read them a few times, his gaze lingering on them. After a while, he raised his head and asked, "Seeking advice?" Xiaolian replied, "I don't dare to give advice." Thus, he began to teach Huaqing the essentials of learning calligraphy. Without holding anything back, he taught him everything he knew about calligraphy when he was young. Xiaolian spoke seriously, and Huaqing listened attentively. In the main hall, Xiaolian spoke slowly and softly. The scene and voice were both very soft. After a while, Xiaolian said, "Why don't you try again?" Huaqing made an O sound and took the brush. Then, he seemed to seriously write a few words. Xiaolian stood beside him and watched. He crossed his arms, tilted his head, and said, "It's a bit interesting." However, he still felt that there was something wrong with Huaqing's brush. After frowning and observing for a moment, he suddenly realized what was wrong. Huaqing didn't hold the brush correctly. Even the way he held the brush was messy. Of course it was wrong. Xiaolian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He stood a bit closer, and without thinking, he reached out his hand to correct Huaqing. He said, "The way you hold the brush is wrong. You have to do it like this." Only when he reached out his hand did he suddenly feel that something might be wrong. The 2 of them weren't a master and a young disciple. Teaching Huaqing hand in hand like this was unavoidably too intimate. However, since he had already made his move, there was absolutely no reason for him to rashly take it back. Thus, after hesitating for a moment, he still didn't take it back. He thought about it again. Last time at the ghost gambling house, didn't Huaqing also teach him how to shake the dice step by step like this? Although Xiaolian felt that he didn't learn anything at that time, and even vaguely felt like he had been deceived afterward, this time, he sincerely wanted to teach Huaqing a few things. Thus, Xiaolian's warm palm felt at ease and pressed against the back of Huaqing's ice-cold hand. Gently holding it, he guided the movements of Huaqing's brush as he softly said, "Like this." Sensing that Huaqing's hand was holding the brush in a frenzy, Xiaolian slightly exerted some force to correct it. Not long after, he felt that his hand's movements were even more frenzied and out of control, so he could only hold the brush even tighter. The 2 people's combined efforts to write were crooked and unsightly. The more Xiaolian wrote, the more he felt that something was wrong. He couldn't help but say, "This." Huaqing seemed to have succeeded in his mischief and let out a low laugh. Xiaolian helplessly said, "San Lang, don't be like this. Learn well and write well." Huaqing said, "Oh." One look and it was obvious that he was pretending to be serious. Xiaolian shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Although Huaqing's hand was cold, when he held it in his hand, it inexplicably felt like he was holding a soldering iron. He didn't dare to use any more force. At this moment, the corner of Xiaolian's eyes suddenly swept to the edge of the altar and froze. Xiaolian was slightly stunned. The distant memory seemed to be a dusty picture, slightly brushing away the dust, but it was still unclear. He let go of his hand and picked up the flower, concentrating without saying a word. Huaqing also put down his brush and slowly ground the ink. "What's wrong?" Xiaolian smiled. "Nothing. It's just that this kind of flower has a refreshing fragrance. I've always liked it." Offering flowers in temples wasn't uncommon. However, they would usually offer big bouquets of red and purple flowers, or artificial flowers that would never wither. He paused. Xiaolian said, "Could it be that blood rain searching for flowers? Is it this kind of flower?" Huaqing smiled. "Brother, you really have a godlike foresight." Amidst their laughter, the two of them finally completed a piece of calligraphy. It was still the same 4 lines of poetry. Huaqing picked it up and admired it for a moment. He seemed very satisfied. Not bad. Frame it." Hearing him say not bad, Xiaolian choked. Hearing him say frame it, Xiaolian choked again. "You're not thinking of hanging it on the wall, are you?" If his deceased teachers saw a piece of calligraphy with Xiaolian's participation like this, they would probably be so angry that they would come back to life. However, Huaqing smiled and said, "No. No, I'll keep it for myself. I won't let anyone see it." At this moment, the two of them suddenly heard a faint cry from outside. "Fire! Fire! Extreme Happiness Square is on fire." It was extremely quiet inside the Thousand Lanterns Monastery. However, the two of them had extraordinary senses. They quickly looked at each other when they heard the sound. Xiaolian blurted out, "Extreme Happiness Square again?" Once the words left his mouth, he felt that the word again was a bit funny. Huaqing calmly put away the calligraphy and said, "Don't worry. Brother, sit here. I'll be back soon." How could Xiaolian sit here peacefully? He said, "I'll go with you." He hurriedly followed. He was puzzled. Why did the Extreme Happiness Square catch on fire every time he came? The title of God of Plagues was confirmed again. Although this time it had nothing to do with him, he was almost used to feeling guilty. The two of them rushed back to the blissful workshop. The entire street was covered in thick smoke, and the little ghosts and monsters were noisily running back and forth with buckets of water to extinguish the fire. When they saw Huaqing and Xiaolian, they all said, "City Lord, you don't have to worry. The fire isn't big. It's already out." Huaqing didn't say anything, but Xiaolian heaved a sigh of relief. He warmly said, "That's great. Thank you for your hard work." The little ghosts didn't expect to be thanked, not to mention that it was from the city lord's friend. They were overjoyed and said, "It's not hard at all. It's no big deal." Of course. Only then did Xiaolian realize that it was slightly inappropriate for him to say that it was hard, because he wasn't the owner of this place. However, since Huaqing didn't say anything about it, there shouldn't be any harm for him to say it. Feeling ashamed of himself, he didn't care about it anymore. The two of them entered the blissful workshop to take a look at the place where the fire started. As expected, it was only a small area, and it was an inconspicuous little house in a corner. No wonder the fire was put out so quickly. However, after confirming this, Xiaolian became vigilant. He said to Huaqing, the arsonist wasn't ignorant and bold enough to play a prank, nor did he really want to burn anything. It's more like he wanted to divert everyone's attention and attract everyone's attention. However, at this critical juncture, what was he trying to divert attention from? Suddenly, Xiaolian reacted. That's the fetus spirit. Previously, when they left the blissful workshop, the fetus spirit was still crying for a long time. Its cries were ear-piercing, and it even called for its mother from time to time. But now, the sound had disappeared. They went to a side hall outside the blissful palace to investigate. When the two of them came out, Huaqing casually placed the earthen jar containing the fetus spirit on a table. The earthen jar was still there, but when Xiaolian went up to pick it up, he felt that the weight wasn't right. It was too light. When he opened it again, there was indeed nothing inside. It was sealed, so it was impossible for the thing trapped inside the jar to open it by itself. Xiaolian immediately said, the fetus spirit was released by someone. However, Huaqing didn't panic in the slightest. He said, it was stolen by someone. That thing passed through the butterfly array once, so its vitality is greatly injured. It can't run far on its own. Xiaolian said, then it's easy to handle. San Lang, do you have any guards in the blissful workshop monitoring the people going in and out? Let's see if we can find any suspicious people. However, Huaqing said, we don't. Xiaolian blinked his eyes. You don't? Huaqing said, yeah. We never did. No wonder he didn't see a single guard when he tried to do something sneaky in the blissful workshop. Xiaolian even wondered if it was because the ambush was too deep that he didn't discover it. He didn't expect that there really wasn't anyone. Slightly stunned, he asked, are you that confident in the blissful workshop? Huaqing said, Gidge, have you noticed the door in the blissful workshop? After thinking for a bit, Xiaolian said, I haven't. Could it be that there's something special about it? Huaqing said, that's right. He pointed at the door of the side hall and said, if the owner of this place didn't take away the person who was originally inside without permission, or something that doesn't belong to them, even if it's just one item, then they wouldn't be able to open the door and would be trapped in that room. Xiaolian recalled the last time he came to the blissful workshop. At that time, he seemed to have been using his die to open the way. When he finally left, it was the Windmaster who raised a gale and lifted the roof. Only then was he able to avoid leaving through the door. These were all relatively violent scenes. The more Xiaolian thought about it, the more he felt he shouldn't think about it. Pausing, he then asked, then if San Lang stole a transcendent artifact from me and brought it to the blissful workshop, as the original owner of the transcendent artifact, wouldn't I be able to take it away? Huaqing raised his eyebrows and said, of course I wouldn't be able to take it away. Once it's in my hands, it's mine. However, Gidge, don't wrongly accuse me. I won't steal your transcendent artifact. Xiaolian coughed lightly and said, that's only natural. Of course I know that. That's why I said it was a hypothetical situation. Furthermore, I don't have any transcendent artifact for others to steal. Huaqing stopped joking and laughed before continuing, therefore, it's impossible to steal something from me without being discovered. Of course, I wouldn't need any guards. Xiaolian's first reaction was that the person who stole the embryo spirit hadn't left through the door, but had used some other method. However, when he looked around, the roof of this side palace hall was fine. The ground was fine, and the walls were also fine. There wasn't a single trace of any damage. Xiaolian couldn't help but form an even stranger conjecture. Could it be that the person who stole the embryo spirit hadn't left and was still in this side palace hall? Although there wasn't any place to hide in this side palace hall, there were many ways to hide oneself. Perhaps that person was currently nearby, quietly observing their every move. Xiaolian focused his gaze on his surroundings, paying attention to whether or not there was any abnormal distortion in the air. However, regardless of whether it was his eyes or his intuition, both were telling him that there wasn't a third person or ghost in this place. Perhaps his train of thought was wrong and he needed to think in a different direction. At this time, Huaqing smiled and said, Gidge, you don't need to worry. I naturally have a way to find the person who stole the embryo spirit. He actually had a card up his sleeve. Xiaolian turned towards him and pondered for a moment. Then, he suddenly became enlightened. The two of them waited quietly. After a while, the noise gradually drew closer. A large group of demons and ghosts rushed over and gathered outside the side palace hall. They all said, City Lord, what instructions do you have for us? There were at least 1,000 of them. If it weren't for the fact that the Extreme Happiness Square's house and courtyard were large enough, they probably wouldn't have been able to fit them all. The person who brought them here was the masked man. He said to Huaqing, City Lord, everyone who appeared on this street today should be here. The ghost city has also been locked, so no one can leave. It was still the voice of the young man from last time. Xiaolian couldn't help but glance at him again. The group of ghosts said, City Lord, have you caught the person who set the fire? I heard they even stole something. If it's not because they're tired of living, then they want to die again. How daring, ah. Not only did they set the fire, but they also stole. They dared to touch the Tai Sui's head. How could the city lord let them off? Although the group of ghosts wasn't talking about him, Xiaolian was someone who burned down the Extreme Happiness Square's house, stole someone, and was let off by Hua Qing. He felt like he had been hit by countless arrows. He coughed lightly, feeling even more apologetic. He stole a glance at Hua Qing and coincidentally met Hua Qing's gaze. Hua Qing also glanced at him, then quickly averted his gaze. Following that, Hua Qing calmly said, "The person who stole the fetus spirit, step forward. Don't waste my time." The group of ghosts was shocked. They all said, "Among us? I thought it was an outsider. Who is it? Hurry up and step forward." After a while, the uproar gradually subsided, but no one stepped forward. Hua Qing said, "Very good, you're really brave. Men on the left, women on the right. Separate into two groups." Although the group of ghosts was puzzled, they didn't dare to disobey Hua Qing's words. They immediately did as he said and split into two groups. The male ghosts crowded on the left, speaking in a gruff voice. The female ghosts were all on the right, almost all of them graceful and charming. Hua Qing and Xiaolian glanced at each other before walking straight to the right. He walked through the group of female ghosts, glancing at flowers from horseback. He practically swept his eyes over 10 of them. After a few steps, when he passed by a female ghost, his footsteps slightly paused. This female ghost was wearing a long dress, and her face was smeared with a thick layer of white powder. It was frighteningly white, making it almost impossible to see her original appearance. However, this overly gorgeous and exaggerated makeup made her look slightly familiar. Xiaolian said, "Miss Lonnie?" This female ghost was stunned, as if she was the one who had seen a ghost. Sure enough, it was the female ghost Lonnie who had pestered Xiaolian on the streets of the ghost city, quarreled with the pig butcher, and even ridiculed him for his impotence. After her astonishment, she put her hands on her hips, raised her head, and said, "What? You're the one who said you can't get it up. It's not like I've wronged you. Don't tell me that I want Master Chim to teach me a lesson before I take my revenge." Although the female ghosts and demonesses around her were a bit nervous, when they heard her say this, they still giggled. Hua Qing also walked over. Although she couldn't see his expression, that female ghost Lonnie was still a bit afraid of him. She didn't dare to be too rash with her posture. Xiaolian warmly said, "That kind of joke, it's fine if you say it however you want. However, that fetus spirit has harmed countless people and is extremely bloodthirsty. We can't let it go, so please return it first." Even though Lonnie was smeared with an extremely thick layer of powder, it could still be seen that her face had become even paler. She retreated again and again. However, she was currently in the middle of a group of female ghosts. After retreating a few steps, she would be grabbed by the female ghosts around her, putting an end to any possibility of escape. She could only shout, "I don't know what you're talking about." "What fetus spirit?" Xiaolian said, "Please return it." Lan Chong said, "Return what? I didn't. You said that I stole something from the master of the city's house, but everyone knows that you can't take things from the master of the city's house. Even if you take something, you won't be able to leave." The group of ghosts all agreed that that's right, they all knew that. The pig butcher also shouted. Lonnie then said, "The fire at the Extreme Happiness Workshop happened not too long ago. I've been on this street the entire time, so if I stole something, I definitely wouldn't have had the time to hide it, right?" As she spoke, she spread out her hands to show that her hands were empty. She even pulled up her skirt to show that she didn't hide anything. However, Xiaolian said, "Miss, the last time I saw you, you were also wearing very little in the cold wind. Today's weather is nice and sunny, so why are you wearing a long skirt? Did you suddenly want to change your clothes, or are you trying to hide something?" When they heard him mention it, the group of ghosts realized that normally, Lonnie always wore revealing clothes. Xiaolian saying that she was wearing very little was already a very polite way of saying it. On the streets, she was practically bare-chested. Today, however, she was wearing a long skirt that completely covered her waist and legs. It was indeed strange. Furthermore, when Hua Qing had brought Xiaolian to The ghost city and the group of ghosts had been making a ruckus. They hadn't seen Lonnie, who usually loved to shout obscenities on the streets and proclaim, "It's him who can't get it up, it's not me who can't." Xiaolian slowly said, "You didn't take anything that doesn't belong to you. You only took away a part of your body. That fetus spirit is currently in your belly." Since the person who stole the fetus spirit didn't use any other method to leave, nor did he stay in the side hall, then there was only one possibility left: this person had openly and honorably left through the main entrance. If this fetus spirit had already been born, then it would be a child, an independent person. However, this fetus spirit had been forcibly removed from its mother's body before it reached full term. Therefore, if its mother had stuffed it back into her belly, then it would naturally be considered as her own thing. No, it should be said that the fetus spirit was basically a piece of flesh on her body, a part of her. After all, the blood of mother and son was thicker than water. In this kind of situation, they were one body. That female ghost would naturally be able to walk out of the extreme paradise's main entrance unscathed and honorably. Therefore, the person who stole the fetus spirit was definitely a female ghost, the fetus spirit's birth mother. If they quickly sealed off the ghost city and found all the female ghosts that appeared on the streets before and after the fire, then they would definitely be able to catch the culprit. Thinking about it, the moment Huaqing entered the side hall, he had already thought about it. Xiaolian said, "Miss?" Lan Yi's face was deathly pale. She couldn't say a single word. Suddenly, something seemed to explode in her stomach. Her originally flat abdomen suddenly swelled into a huge ball, almost tearing her long skirt apart. Black smoke even overflowed from the seams of her clothes. The female ghosts loosened their hands and slightly spread out. Lonnie barely managed to hold her abdomen. Frightened, she said, "Stop messing around." It was actually the fetus spirit that was causing trouble in her stomach. Huaqing calmly said, "Gidge, step back." Xiaolian said, "It's nothing." Lan Yi's knee suddenly knelt on the ground. With a face full of pain, she said, "Be obedient. Be obedient. Be obedient. Be obedient, okay. Stop messing around." Xiaolian said, "Miss Lonnie, let it out first." Lonnie frantically shook her head. She said, "No. No, no. I will definitely keep him in my stomach and raise him properly. He will never go out and harm people again. City Lord, I beg you, don't take my son away. I've been looking for him for hundreds of years. Don't take my son away. Don't hand him over to those people in heaven." It seemed that the ghosts in the ghost city knew that Xiaolian was a person from heaven. Lonnie screamed. She hugged her stomach and rolled on the ground. It was as if her stomach was no longer a part of her body. It was like a living thing. Sometimes it shrunk and sometimes it expanded. Sometimes it moved up and down, left and right. The black smoke grew thicker. Presumably, this evil fetus spirit had returned to its mother's stomach to rest for a while. After recovering a bit of its vitality, it was about to cause mischief again. The female ghost scattered for a while before going up to press her down again. Thus, the demons and ghosts on the left shouted, "Look at us," and came up to press her down. The scene was incomparably chaotic. Xiaolian clenched his fists and said, "Miss Lonnie, the fetus in your stomach is far stronger than you. Moreover, it can hurt you, but you can't bear to hurt it. You can't do anything to it. Sooner or later, you will be sucked dry by it and break out of your body. Quickly let it out." If Lonnie didn't release the thing she hid in her stomach, sooner or later, she would be sucked dry and torn to pieces by this ferocious fetus spirit. Xiaolian would have no choice but to personally cut open her abdomen. Although it was better than watching her get torn to pieces by his own son, if he didn't have no other choice, he wouldn't do such a thing. Although it was better than watching her get torn to pieces by his own son, he wouldn't do such thing. However, this female ghost Lonnie was extremely stubborn. Even if she screamed in pain, she wouldn't let the fetus spirit out. This couldn't go on, so he would rather do it himself. He gritted his teeth and said, "Sorry for offending you." Unexpectedly, when he placed his hand on the hilt of the maiden heart sword, Huaqing immediately pressed him down and said in a low voice, "No need." At the same time, a burst of golden light suddenly burst out from Lan Yi's abdomen, causing a group of demons and ghosts nearby to cry out in unison. Xia Xiaolian du Xia spirit. Xiaolian took a closer look. After the golden light faded, the fetus spirit that was rushing out seemed to be locked by something. Lan Yi's abdomen also flattened out. Ee to the Lan. Right. Lan. Xia B. BB, I Lan. Xia. Lian. Fong. Even though its color had faded because it had been washed too many times, Xiaolian could still tell that this belt was something from the heaven realm. Many things in the heavenly realm were exquisite magic treasures. Therefore, when it was necessary, it showed its special ability to protect its owner in emergencies. Even if the embroidery was badly worn, Xiaolian was sure it was a golden belt that only a heavenly official could use. Looking at its rank, it was a heavenly official from heaven. In the heaven realm, gifting a golden belt was a very popular and elegant act. It had a special meaning. For a male heavenly official to give his belt to someone else, this action had an ambiguous meaning. It was easy to imagine. Things like belts couldn't be casually given away, and they weren't easy to lose. Xiaolian said, Mississippi. Could it be that your child? Xiaolian suddenly remembered. No matter if this was a devil's den or not, asking a woman about such a private matter in public wasn't a good idea. He quickly stopped himself. Lonnie immediately said, no. Xiaolian thought to himself, I haven't said anything yet. Why are you saying it's not? He asked, for the past 700 or 800 years, did you rely on this golden belt to survive? Hearing this, the female ghosts were flabbergasted. My God, Lonnie, how old are you? Didn't you say you were only 300 years old? That's not right. She also said she was 200 years old. She lied about her age. This fetus had a cultivation base of around 700 or 800 years. Then, its birth mother should also be around that age. However, this female ghost, Lonnie, didn't have such a strong evil aura. As an ordinary female ghost, the fact that she was able to stay in this world for so long was probably due to this golden belt. If the father of this fetus was a heavenly official, then it would be more reasonable for it to be so cruel. A heavenly official had an affair with a mortal woman. In the end, no one knew if he abandoned her or if he ignored her, but the woman suffered a tragedy. The fetus in her stomach was cut out while she was still alive. Now that both mother and child had turned into ghosts, the fetus could have killed countless people. No matter how he looked at it, the severity of this matter was no less than Xianxia's. Moreover, it seemed a bit familiar. Then, it would be easy to think of how to solve this matter. Xiaolian immediately turned around and said to Huaqing, San Lang, this girl. Without needing him to say anything, Huaqing said, do what you need to do. You don't need to ask me. Xiaolian softly said, N. After receiving permission, he turned to Lani. At this time, the group of ghosts asked, Lan Cheng, Lani, who is this child's father? So angry. Only caring about killing and not burying? Only caring about giving birth and not raising? Who is it? Should we go find him and settle the debt? Lan Cheng gritted her teeth and looked at Xiaolian. Who else could it be? She didn't say a name, but Xiaolian understood tacitly. He said, come back to the heavenly court with me. However, Lani immediately said, no. Of course, it was useless if she said no. Whether she could or not, Xiaolian would still take her away. Xiaolian straightened his face and said, this fetus spirit is extremely savage. Who knows how many people's blood has stained its hands? Now that things have reached this point, there are too many people involved. You won't be able to protect him. You must definitely go to the heavenly court to confront him and report this. If that heavenly official is an upright person, or if there is a misunderstanding between you two, then let the two of you go and acknowledge him. Then, you can deal with this. Child's matter. If that heavenly official has wronged you or made an even bigger mistake, then you must seek justice from him. No matter what, this fetus spirit is your son, and also his son. If his father doesn't care about this matter, then how can others care? These words made sense to the group of ghosts. Moreover, letting Lani bring her child to the heavenly realm to wreak havoc was exciting enough to hear. They were only afraid that the matter wouldn't be too big. The bigger the better. They all urged, "That's right, Lonnie, what are you afraid of? Let's go find him and settle the debt. If he dares to not acknowledge it, then we'll burn his temple." Xiaolian said to Hua Qing, "I'll go back to the heavenly court first and quickly report this matter." Although Lonnie resisted, she knew she couldn't stop Xiaolian. She stared blankly for a moment before suddenly bowing to Hua Qing and saying, "City Lord, many thanks for your great kindness in taking me in." Xiaolian was startled for a moment before she continued, "Lonnie setting fire to the Extreme Happiness Workshop was a last resort. I broke the rules of the Ghost City, so I'm sorry. I hope you won't take offense." She had always been bold and unrestrained, but when she opened her mouth this time, it was as if she had changed into a different person, causing many familiar demons and ghosts to be greatly shocked. However, Hua Qing's expression was the same as usual. He said to Xiaolian, "Gidge left in a hurry this time. I'll wait for you to come down, then I'll properly entertain you." Xiaolian nodded and brought Lonnie straight towards the heavenly realm. Walking on the streets of Xianjing, Xiaolian called out from the spiritual communication array, "Everyone. I'll have to trouble you to meet me at the Divine Martial Hall. There are matters we need to discuss." After he finished speaking, he withdrew from the array. He didn't stay for a moment longer and first brought Lonnie to the Divine Martial Hall. Because Lonnie had the body of a female ghost, she couldn't enter the Golden Hall. Xiaolian first waited with her outside the hall for a while. Only when Junwu arrived and personally gave his permission did Lan Chang enter. Not long after, all the heavenly officials in Xianjing arrived one after another. When they saw a female ghost with heavy makeup beside Xiaolian, who was completely incompatible with the celestial atmosphere of Xianjing, they were all dumbfounded. A black-robed heavenly official stepped into the hall. When he saw the scene in the center of the hall, he paused for a moment. It was Mu Qing. Lonnie also glanced at him and immediately lowered her head, her lips trembling. However, Mu Qing's expression was calm. He only faintly said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, who is this woman?" When she heard the words, "Your Highness the Crown Prince," Lan Yi's expression slightly changed. She looked at Xiaolian as if she remembered something, but she didn't dare to confirm it. At this time, the two feng shui masters also arrived. They were a pair of brothers who looked 60 to 70% similar. Each of them lightly waved a paper fan, and their white clothes fluttered in the wind. The scene was extremely beautiful. Shi Qingxian said as he waved his fan, "That's right, monastery head. Why did you also bring the female ghost here today?" Xiaolian asked in confusion, "Monastery head? What monastery head? Puchi Monastery?" Why did he suddenly call her that? Thinking about it again, it was most likely the Thousand Lanterns monastery head. He didn't know how to deal with it, so he could only pretend that he didn't hear it. Shi Qingxian was immensely proud of himself. He greeted everyone and then said, "Huh? Could it be that there's something in this female ghost sister's stomach? Why do I feel like..." As he said this, he went forward as if he wanted to touch it. Shi Wudu folded his fan and said, "Qingxian." Shi Qingxian immediately retracted his hand and explained, "I just felt a very bad evil aura and wanted to see if there was anything dangerous inside." Shi Wudu reprimanded, "You are a man and a heavenly official. This is still the Divine Martial Hall, how can you do such a disgraceful thing? You are also not allowed to change your appearance. It is still disgraceful for a female to do this kind of thing, change back for me." Ling Wen shook her head and tucked the document under her arm. She stepped forward and placed her hand on Lan Yi's abdomen. After pausing for a moment, she withdrew her hand and muttered, "What a fierce fetus spirit. Has it been a few hundred years?" Xiaolian said, "About 700 to 800 years. He explained how he met the fetus spirit twice, how the fetus spirit harmed a pregnant woman, and how it drew out this female ghost. He didn't mention the matter of Flower City and Ghost City, so Lonnie naturally wouldn't take the initiative to bring it up. In the end, Xiaolian said, "That's how it is. I don't know if that heavenly official is still alive or in office. Is there some misunderstanding? Does he know about this matter? That's why I brought this girl up here." Feng Xian frowned and said, "If there is no misunderstanding, and you know about this mother and son, yet you still ignored them for 700 to 800 years. That's too irresponsible." Pei Ming crossed his arms and leisurely said, "I agree with General Nanyang's words. This is too irresponsible. I don't know which immortal advisor left this behind. If he is still in office, it's better if you stand up yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt countless gazes boring into him. Above the divine martial hall, everyone was speechless. After a long while, Pei Ming finally said, "Does everyone have some misunderstanding about me?" Xianxia didn't even wave his fan and said, "I don't think there is any misunderstanding. It should be said that I understand you too well." Pei Ming immediately said, "There is absolutely no such thing." Everyone laughed dryly. Even Wudu and Ling Wen's gazes didn't seem to trust him. Pei Ming's head swelled up. Holding his forehead, he earnestly said, I've been on good terms with some women from the ghost realm, but this girl, I've never seen her before." If one listened to these words seriously, they could be trusted. How could it be that he himself didn't know which woman he had been on good terms with? Although Pei Ming was criticized for being fickle, he had never denied any of his relationships. Once he did it, he wouldn't deny it. In any case, it wasn't like he couldn't afford to play. For the women he had been on good terms with, unless they were like Xianxia who didn't want to be with him, they at least guaranteed that they wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. If this female ghost had really had a one-night stand with Pei Ming when she was alive, she wouldn't have fallen to the point where her belly was cut open and her child taken away, turning into a malicious spirit. Moreover, Pei Ming's standards for women were very high. The women he had hooked up with were all women with extraordinary looks and skills. He especially liked beauties without makeup. From what the other people in the hall could see, with Lan Yi's heavy makeup, it was impossible to see her true appearance. Her appearance, taste in makeup, and mannerisms were all far below Pei Ming's standards for choosing lovers. Therefore, when he said there was no such thing, everyone still faintly believed him in their hearts. However, it was only in their hearts and faintly. If they had the chance to see General Pei being general, why not? They could just watch him argue. Whether they believed him or not, didn't that depend on whether they were happy or not? Originally, Xiaolian also felt that there was an 80 to 90% chance that it was Pei Ming. After all, he had a lot of criminal records. However, looking at Pei Ming's expression, it didn't seem fake. Thus, he wavered. He remembered that Hua Qing seemed to have said that Pei Ming didn't play dirty, so there was no need to be afraid. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Before, Miss Lonnie vaguely asked who else could it be, so I took it for granted. However, since General Pei said this, perhaps there was some misunderstanding. It might not be the same person every time. Why don't we ask?" Unexpectedly, Lonnie suddenly said, "It's not him." Xiaolian was startled and turned around. Lonnie repeated herself and said, "It's not him." Ling Wen indifferently said, "What? So it wasn't him?" Wudu also very politely said, "It actually wasn't him?" Pei Ming said to Wudu and Ling Wen, "I already said it wasn't him. You too, you hit me when I'm down. Just wait for me." The crowd of heavenly officials was disappointed, but they immediately became even more excited. After all, Pei Ming was someone who had been caught up in rumors all year round. Even he wasn't fresh. But it wasn't him. In other words, it was very likely that it was another male heavenly official present or not. Perhaps a rising star was about to appear. How could he not be excited? Previously in the Ghost City, Lonnie had clearly hinted that it was Pei Ming, but now it was overruled. Xiaolian felt strange in his heart, but his expression didn't change. He said, "Who is it?" Lonnie fixed her gaze on him and said, "You." Xiaolian thought she hadn't finished speaking and asked, "What about me?" Even if Lonnie said, "The person who killed me was you," the effect of these words could not have been more shocking than a bolt from the blue. Xiaolian was stunned by her on the spot. He said, "Me?" Jun Wu, who was holding his forehead on the throne above, seemed to have slipped. The divine officials were silent for a moment before they immediately looked at him. Jun Wu's hand was straightened again, and he continued to hold his forehead in this deep posture. The divine officials looked at Xiaolian in unison. Was it finally coming? The third time he was demoted in front of everyone. Xiaolian felt his entire heart and earth tremble. He forcefully swallowed the sentence "I can't lift it" that was out of habit and was about to break through his teeth. This was just a casual excuse, it was not good to take it out at this time. Moreover, there was a joke in the heavenly court that was widely circulated in private about the attitude of the martial gods towards women. Feng Xian kept a distance when he saw women, Lang Qianqiu blushed when he saw women, Mu Qing refused to see ugly women, Pei Su was expressionless when he saw women and did not know what he was thinking, Quan Yizhen did not have women in his mind at all, Pei Ming's mind was full of women. If he shouted it out, he would probably be able to add him to this summary in the future. Xiaolian said sincerely, Miss Lonnie, calm down. There's no such thing. Lan Yi's eyes widened even bigger than copper bells, she said, yes. It's you, His Highness the Crown Prince of Xianlu country. Although the time of this woman's death was later than the time of his ascension, it could roughly match, however, whether or not Xiaolian had ever seen her, how could he not know? Amidst the whispers around him, Xiaolian restrained his expression and said seriously, Miss, although I am not a saint, but I also know that I am wholeheartedly. If I do not truly love someone, I will definitely not have any actions with this person. If I do, even if I sell my pots and pans to collect trash, even if he had to perform on the streets to support his family, he would rather not let this person suffer any grievances. This is the divine martial hall, don't speak carelessly. Xianxia also said, if the person who did this was really His Highness the Crown Prince, why would he take the initiative to bring this female ghost sister up to confront her? Why did this Miss Lonnie only recognize him now? Just thinking about it, I know something is wrong. Something was obviously wrong. However, when there was a good show to watch, people didn't care whether you were right or not. Everyone held back their attitudes. Another priest made a wild guess. Could it be like this? Could it be that His Royal Highness lost his memory, so he doesn't remember what he did? To be honest, I believe that he is bold enough to think that people won't recognize him after 800 years. Xiaolian was speechless. He reminded them, in order to prove one inconceivable thing, fabricating another even more inconceivable thing, isn't this line of thought a little dangerous? On the other side, Feng Xian seemed to want to say something, but as if he was unable to confirm something, he paused, and in the end did not say anything. Junwu coughed lightly and said, Xianlu, before this, how many golden belts did you have? Xiaolian held his forehead and said, that's too much. At least 10. Mu Qing said indifferently, more than 40. The color of each pattern is different. As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt that it was inappropriate and stopped talking. This was because people immediately remembered that Mu Qing was once Xiaolian's personal attendant, and was in charge of Xiaolian's daily life. That was why he knew these details like the back of his hand. All the priests thought, just the golden belts alone have more than 40. This His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, was really extravagant and pampered in the past. Not only the others, but Xiaolian also blushed with shame when he thought about it. At that time, he would change into a set of luxurious clothes every day, and the matching of the belts would also change according to the clothes he wore. How could it be like now, where he would change and wear 3 sets of clothes in a year, and these 3 sets of clothes were all exactly the same? Just by looking at him, one would think that he was so poor that he only had 1 set of clothes to wear. Junwu asked again, do you still remember where you put them? Xiaolian and Feng Xian both choked inwardly. Xiaolian rubbed his forehead and said, cough, I don't really remember. After all, they are things from 800 years ago. I don't know where they went. Not only was it because he had forgotten them, but the main reason was that he and Feng Xian often pawned things when they were short of money. After pawning so many things, they really didn't remember whether or not there was a belt. Although Feng Xian also didn't have the heart to discuss this topic, he still said, to be able to obtain this golden belt, it might not have been given to someone, but it could also have been picked up. Junwu also didn't seem to have any hope that Xiaolian would remember, so he said, Xianlu, I remember that the cultivation technique you cultivate requires you to maintain a virgin body. Otherwise, your mana will drop greatly. Xiaolian said, yes. Xianxia casually said, wow, when I saw His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, I felt that he definitely cultivated this kind of cultivation technique. Sure enough, it's like this. If it's like this, don't even talk about having a child, he probably hasn't even held hands with anyone before. Xiaolian was just about to blurt out a yes when a pale and slender hand suddenly appeared in his mind. Under the cover of a bright red wedding handkerchief, it was as cold as jade, and the third finger was tied with a thin red line. This yes was stuck in his throat, unable to come out. Right now, everyone in the hall was staring at him. With one look, he knew that this card meant no. However, never held hands, this line was too low. Even if he had held hands before, it wouldn't matter. Xianxia immediately changed his words and said, even if he had held hands before, he definitely hadn't kissed anyone before. Xiaolian wanted to say yes again, but this time, a string of crystal bead-like blisters suddenly rose in front of his eyes. The crystals scattered, and behind them was an extremely handsome face with its eyes closed. On the center of its forehead, there was a small beauty's tip that was extremely beautiful. This time, not only did he not manage to squeeze out a single word, his entire face turned completely red. All the heavenly officials in the hall instantly understood, and they all let out dry coughs. Xianxia started to regret. Using his fan to knock on his head, he quietly communicated with Xiaolian and said, Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince, I'm sorry. I just wanted to convince everyone that you really had a pure heart and few desires, that's all. I didn't expect that you weren't. Turns out you had this kind of experience, I couldn't tell. That sentence I didn't expect that you weren't shattered Xiaolian's strong will. He replied with difficulty, Don't say any more, that was an accident. Junwu clenched his hand into a fist and put it in front of his mouth. Coughing even harder, he said, That's very good. All these years, you haven't violated the rules, right? Xiaolian finally let out a sigh of relief and said, Yes. Junwu said, Then it's easy to handle. I have a sword here called Yanjin. It has a strange technique. When a child's blood flows on it, it won't leave a trace. The more it is washed, the brighter it becomes. Take a drop of blood, drip it, and you'll know. Although everyone knew about Junwu's hobby of collecting all kinds of rare and strange treasured swords for many years, all the heavenly officials still secretly said in their hearts, Why do you have so many messy swords? Why do you keep them? Xiaolian felt that this situation was really inexplicable, and he just wanted it to end quickly. Once Lingwen took out that gentle and graceful Yanjin sword, he immediately raised his hand and scraped the blade. Countless pairs of eyes stared at this side. Xianxia clapped his hands and said, All right. The case is solved. The drop of blood slid across the blade, and sure enough, it didn't leave a trace. With the irrefutable evidence, everyone could only disperse and say, so that's how it is. Who exactly is it? They actually all lacked interest and were slightly disappointed. Lingwen said politely, Miss, I'll have to trouble you to tell us honestly, which heavenly official is it? If the fetus in your stomach continues to be so restless, and your magic power is insufficient, I'm afraid only the father who is related to it by blood can gently enlighten it. Who knew that? Before she could finish, Lan Chong pointed at Lingwen and said, You. That person is you. Lingwen? Lingwen had probably just rushed over from the temple to participate in the meeting. At this moment, he was in his male appearance. Suddenly being pointed out by Lan Chong as the child's father, his face was filled with confusion and shock. All the heavenly officials choked at the same time. Pei Ming said, Jia Qing, have you finished approving the official documents? Go down and find a girl to give birth to your child, ha 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 ha. This was probably the so-called karma in one's lifetime. Lingwen shook his head and declined Shi Wudu's benevolent gesture of giving a red packet to his virtuous nephew. Regaining his composure, he said, I'm not done, I'm not free. After all this commotion, he had already suspected a few people. Naturally, no one would believe him anymore. Even Feng Xian couldn't stand it anymore and said unhappily, I understand. This female ghost is completely crazy. She's here to pester us endlessly and bite us randomly. She's here to cause trouble. Lan Chong laughed mischievously, looking more and more like a crazy woman in the human world. If this continued, who knew if the next person she would accuse would be themselves? All the heavenly officials also changed their tone and said, That's right, who knows if that golden belt was stolen by her? Logically speaking, I have more than one golden belt. I can't be sure how many there are, and I can't remember if I've kept them properly. Lan Chang, however, didn't let it go. She put her hands on her hips and said, "What, you want to clear your name now? Too late. No way. It's you, it's still you." From this stance, it seemed like she did not even look at him and just pointed at him randomly. Even Ming Yi, who was silently standing in the corner with her cheeks stuffed with something and looking indifferent and focused, was also forced to acknowledge her as her father. The hall was in chaos, everyone pushed and ran, pull her down, pull her down. Don't let her speak nonsense. This sister, the lady I like, is not like you, don't accuse me falsely. This is really improper. Junwoo waved his hand and a young heavenly official came in to take Lan Chang away. She was dragged out of the divine martial hall, still laughing shrilly along the way. All the heavenly officials in the hall returned to their original positions with lingering fear. They all had a headache. Originally, everyone thought that this matter had nothing to do with them and only wanted to watch the show. But now, they didn't know if a bucket of sh*t would suddenly be thrown at them. Who knows, the next time they saw their new drama, they might inexplicably have a female ghost lover with heavy makeup and a ghostly son who had killed countless people. Suddenly feeling a sense of crisis, they all waved their hands and said, "There's no way to investigate this matter. I think there's something wrong with her brain. There's no need to investigate, it's a waste of time. Just close it. It's also very likely that she was deliberately sent by the ghost realm to muddy the waters." Xiaolian disagreed and said, "On the way here, this lady Lan Chang was clearly very normal and clear-headed. How could she become like this when she came to the divine martial hall? I'm afraid it's not something that can be explained with just crazy." Thus, they were once again divided into two factions. After a round of debate, the conclusion was still watch again, watch again. After the meeting was over, Xiaolian said goodbye to Xianxia and verbally agreed to go play in a few days. Walking out of the divine martial hall, Xiaolian sighed in his heart. It's said that Lingwen Hall's efficiency is low, but there's nothing we can do about it. Every time we gather to discuss something, it's all over the place and the final result is still mediocre and mild. How can Lingwen Hall be swift and decisive? At this moment, he felt someone following behind him. Looking back, he was slightly startled to see it was Feng Xian. Before greeting him, Feng Xian quickly whispered, "Be careful of Mu Qing." Xiaolian also lowered his voice and said, "Mu Qing?" Feng Xian said. When he entered the hall, the female ghost's expression was strange. It seemed like she was a bit afraid of him. "I don't pry into other people's private affairs. In short, be on your guard." Finished speaking, he hurriedly walked away. Xiaolian stood in place and waited until he was far away before slowly walking away. Although it was hard to detect on the surface, Xiaolian had always been secretly paying attention to the subtle expressions of every heavenly official and Lan Chang's reaction. Naturally, he didn't miss Mu Qing. However, he believed that the father of this fetus spirit was unlikely to be Mu Qing. Xiaolian couldn't imagine that Mu Qing would do such a thing. In reality, Mu Qing was a person who wholeheartedly devoted himself to practicing martial arts, expanding his followers, and fighting for territory. Moreover, he and Mu Qing cultivated the same path, so he wouldn't be affected by women and ruin his cultivation. However, Mu Qing recognized Lan Chang. This shouldn't be wrong. There were too few clues. Shaking his head, Xiaolian descended the heavenly court. Although the fetus spirit had already been subdued and Lang Ying and Guzi had been placed in a rich merchant's home with food and water, so there was nothing to worry about, it wasn't good for him to leave for too long. If he didn't see Xiaolian's shadow for a long time, the rich merchant would most likely have some misgivings in his heart. Thus, the moment Xiaolian descended, he went straight to Puqi town. As soon as the rich merchant saw him, he tightly grasped both of his hands and excitedly said, "Taoist priest. An expert, an expert. Last night, you slept in my Lady Rue's room. Our door was locked, but when I opened it this morning, I couldn't believe it. You disappeared into thin air. Amazing, you're really too amazing. How is it? Did you catch that monster?" Xiaolian replied, "I caught it. Please rest assured, it's already fine. How are the two children I brought with me?" As if he had been granted amnesty, the rich merchant happily said, "They're very obedient, very obedient. They don't even eat much. Taoist priest, where is your Thousand Lanterns Monastery? I want to go donate money and fulfill my vow. From today onwards, I want to be a nominal disciple of your monastery. No one is allowed to fight with me. Xiaolian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, no matter what, he still managed to develop a believer. Furthermore, he was a very rich believer, so he was extremely gratified. He preached to this rich merchant, warning him that in the future, he shouldn't get involved with women too much, and that he should wholeheartedly love his wife and family. Finally, he told him to visit Puqi Monastery another day. Only then did he leave with Lang Ying and Guzi. The three of them returned to Puqi village. When they arrived in front of Puqi Monastery, Xiaolian placed the sign that said this monastery's dilapidated house asking for donations in a more conspicuous place. He secretly hoped that when the rich merchant arrived, he would see it at first glance and then push the door open to enter. Who knew, the moment he pushed the door open, he would feel that something was different in the room. Walking into the monastery, sure enough, it was very different. The floor of the room had been swept, the tables and chairs on the altar had also been wiped, the yang dust had also been swept away, and the dirty waste in the corners had also been cleaned up. It was as if the place had been visited by a conch girl. It was excessively clean. Because even Qi Rong had disappeared. As soon as he disappeared, the entire room seemed to have become spacious and bright. Even the air seemed to have become a bit fresher. Guzi, who was holding the meat patty that he had specially brought back from the town, poked his head out and did not see anyone. He anxiously asked, "Big brother, where's my father?" Xiaolian immediately turned around. Before he could walk out of the door, he felt a dangerous cold light coming at him. With a backhand, he pulled out his sword from her heart. With a clang, that cold light was immediately sent flying high into the air, landing dozens of feet away. His sword was as fast as lightning, and his sword was also as fast as lightning. His heart instantly returned to its place, and he lightly exhaled a breath of air. Immediately, he felt puzzled. Why didn't there be another move after that cold light? Looking at that cold light again, after it was sent flying by him, it crookedly stabbed into the ground far away. Looking at that curved silver light from afar, Xiaolian found it more and more familiar. He walked over with the two children, and as soon as he saw it, he quickly squatted down and said, Isn't this misfortune? What happened to you?" The scimitar trembled even more miserably. Xiaolian was a little flustered. He gently caressed the back of the blade. Sorry. I didn't see you clearly just now. I won't do it again." After a few strokes, evil fate narrowed his eyes and the trembling finally stopped. Xiaolian asked again, "Where's your master?" Suddenly, a voice came from behind, "Ignore it." Xiaolian turned around to look. He suddenly stood up. Surprised and happy, he said, "San Lang? Why are you here?" The young man behind him slowly walked over. It was Huaqing. He tied his black hair into a crooked ponytail. His upper body was dressed in white, and his red shirt was tied at his waist. His sleeves were rolled up. His pale but sturdy arms were revealed, as well as the tattoos on them. As he walked, the silver chains on his boots jingled. He was very casual, like a young man next door. But he was also very confident. He bit a small weed. He smiled at Xiaolian and said, "Brother." Xiaolian had originally planned to find Huaqing to thank him after settling the two children down. Who knew that he would actually come himself? Huaqing leisurely walked to his side. He pulled out the silver scimitar stuck in the ground with one hand and looked at it. Then, he put the scimitar on his shoulder and said, "Brother is busy here. There's no need to trouble you to make a trip, so I came myself." "You forgot this." He was actually carrying a bamboo hat on his back. He took it off and gave it to Xiaolian. Xiaolian had forgotten this at the rich merchant's house. He was startled and hurriedly said, "I forgot about it." "Thank you." After he finished speaking, he suddenly remembered that after something happened last night, he had said to Huaqing, "I'm looking for my bamboo hat. My bamboo hat is missing." That was nonsense said in a muddled state, but Huaqing actually went to help him find his bamboo hat. He suddenly felt embarrassed, afraid that Huaqing would use this as a joke. Fortunately, Huaqing didn't even mention it. He smiled and changed the topic. Brother picked up 2 more children? As he spoke, he carelessly rubbed Guzi's head, making his hair a mess. However, Guzi seemed to be very afraid of him and hid behind Xiaolian. Xiaolian said, "It's okay. This brother is a good person." Huaqing said, "No, no. I'm very bad." As he said that, he flipped his hand and a small silver butterfly appeared in his sleeve. It fluttered its wings and slowly flew in front of Guzi. Guzi's black eyes widened as he stared at the little silver butterfly for a while. Finally, he couldn't help but reach out to grab it. Because of this, his wariness towards the City of Flowers was greatly reduced. Then, Huaqing casually glanced at Lang Ying. His gaze was different from when he looked at Guzi. When he looked at Lang Ying, his gaze was cold and sharp, not friendly at all. Lang Ying lowered her head and anxiously shrunk behind Xiaolian. Xiaolian took the bamboo hat in his hand and said, "If you want to come, then come." "Why did you sweep through Puqi Monastery?" Huaqing said, "I'm just cleaning up the house." "Don't you feel refreshed after getting rid of all the rubbish?" Xiaolian remembered the missing Qi Rong and wondered if Huaqing had thrown him away like trash. At this moment, a blood-curdling scream was suddenly heard from behind the Puqi Monastery, the dog flower city that should go to hell and be slaughtered with 1,000 knives. "Murder, Huaqing is murdering people." Guzi shouted, "Father." He ran over with his 2 short legs. Xiaolian also hurriedly followed. There was a small stream behind Puqi Monastery. Normally, Xiaolian washed his clothes and washed his rice here. At this moment, Qi Rong was also soaking in the water. His body was still tightly bound to Ruoxi. He struggled to break his face out of the water and shouted with all his might, "I'm not going out, I'm not going out. I'm going to stay in this body until he dies. I won't give in." Huaqing spat out the wild grass and said, "Do you think you're some brave warrior?" "Trash." Xiaolian said helplessly. "I caught him on a mountain a few days ago. He attached himself to someone else's body and refused to come out no matter what. This person isn't dead yet. Forcibly stripping away his soul will destroy his body." "Really? San Lang, do you have any ideas?" Huaqing said, "Huh? Are you asking for a way to make him wish he was dead?" "There are plenty." These words were a threat. Qi Rong scolded, "You too? Really a broken pot with a rotten lid. Heart of a snake and scorpion. Gulyalu." Before he finished speaking, he sank back into the stream. Although when Xiaolian saw him, he thought of his mother's corpse that had turned into ashes, and felt anger and sorrow in his heart, this corporeal body belonged to someone else. He must protect it. Thus, he lifted him out of the stream and placed him at the entrance of Puqi Monastery. Qi Rong hadn't eaten anything for a day and night. He was so hungry that his heart was sticking to his back. Then, he was viciously tormented by Huaqing. He was weak and weak. Guzi fed him meat pancakes that were secretly brought back from a rich merchant. He wolfed them down, truly hateful and pitiful. Xiaolian shook his head and discovered that Qi Rong's limbs were stiff. It wasn't due to Ruoxi's binding. It was probably because Huaqing had used some sort of spell to fix his body in place. Thus, he said, "Ruoxi, come back." Ruoxi had tied Qi Rong up for several days and had long been aggrieved. With a swish, it slithered down and wrapped around Xiaolian's entire body like a white snake. Xiaolian opened the door. As he comforted it, he untied it from his body and said, all right. I'll give you a bath later. Don't feel bad. Go play on the side first." Ruoxi then dispiritedly swam over to the side. Huaqing also casually tossed Calamity Sword to the side. Calamity Sword found a dignified posture and landed on the ground. Ruoxi, who was facing the wall, suddenly discovered that there was a scimitar flashing with silver light leaning on the side. The eye on Calamity Sword's hilt also rolled over to this side, sizing up Ruoxi. Fang Xian, on the other hand, was lifeless and motionless. She didn't show any expression. These days, Xiaolian had been concentrating on studying culinary arts. He felt that he had gained quite a bit of experience, so his confidence had multiplied. He wholeheartedly wanted to show off his skills and properly entertain Huaqing. Thus, he asked him to stay for a meal. Naturally, Huaqing happily agreed. When he returned from town, Xiaolian had bought a large pile of vegetables. Now, they were all piled up on the altar. Picking up the kitchen knife, he struck the pot and chopping board with it. This altar could be used as a study table, but it could also be used as a kitchen counter. It could hold bowls and chopsticks, and it could also be used as a seat for children. It could be said that this table could be used for 100 purposes. Huaqing leaned against the wall and watched for a while. In the end, he couldn't stand it anymore and asked, "Do you need help?" Xiaolian was currently working in full swing, so he said, "No need. Ruoxi's help is enough." As he said this, he swung his hand and tossed over a few bundles of firewood that hadn't been chopped yet. Pa! Like the sudden attack of a cobra king, that white silk whipped at the firewood. The wood that was as thick as a calf was immediately chopped into thin pieces of firewood. After Ruoxi revealed this skill, he concave into an exceptionally exaggerated pose in front of Calamity Sword and Xianxia. It was as if he was showing off his strength and beauty. But not long after, Xiaolian placed another plate on the ground and tossed over a cabbage. Ruoxi was just about to receive it when Calamity Sword's eyes suddenly turned cold. He flew up and danced in the air, creating dazzling silver lights. Immediately, the sky was filled with vegetables. By the time he landed on the ground, that cabbage had already been chopped into a neat and fragmented plate. Xiaolian crouched down and picked up the plate to take a look. He praised, "You're really amazing. Your chopping is even better than Ruoxi's." In an instant, Ruoxi was plastered to the wall. It was as if he had retreated a few steps until he reached the edge of the wall. On the other hand, Calamity Sword frantically rolled his eyes, revealing a proud expression. It was as if he was already floating in the air. Amidst the knife and the silk, Xianxia remained unmoved. Xiaolian didn't pay any attention to the small battle between the transcendent artifacts. As he tossed 7 or 8 different side dishes into the pot at the same time, he turned his head and asked, "That's right, Sanlang, how long will you be here this time?" Huaqing had been paying attention to his movements the entire time. It seemed as if he wanted to remind him of something, but in the end, he held back and smiled. "It depends on the situation. There's nothing to do over there, so I'll play for a few more days. If I stay here, I hope Gidge doesn't mind." Xiaolian hurriedly said, "How could I? It's fine as long as you don't mind that my place is small." He talked about how the female ghost had come to Divine Martial Hall and blindly pointed at him in anger. However, he naturally concealed the matter of him being accused of dripping blood with Yanjin's chastity. But then he thought about Jun Wu saying that Huaqing had planted spies in the heaven realm. Could it be that he already knew? Fortunately, regardless of whether Huaqing knew or not, Xiaolian didn't show that he knew. Xiaolian said, "Sanlang, who do you think the father of this fetus spirit is?" Huaqing raised his head and faintly smiled. "It's hard to say. Perhaps she really picked up the golden belt from the streets." This kind of vague answer wasn't like Huaqing's usual style. Xiaolian found it a bit strange, but very quickly, the bubbling pot snatched away his attention. After the time it took for 2 incense sticks to burn, the pot was uncovered. In the past, Qi Rong only ate the offerings the villagers gave to Xiaolian. Although it was just some steamed buns, pickled vegetables, pancakes, eggs, sour wild fruits and so on, it was still something a human could eat. Once the pot was uncovered, the smell wafted out of Puqi Monastery. Outside the door, Xiaolian loudly cursed, "Goddamn Xiaolian. Black-hearted Shuelian. Why don't you just give me a quick stab? You pretentiously scooped me up, so it turns out that you wanted me to suffer this kind of torture. I've finally seen through you." Before he opened the pot, Xiaolian was originally full of confidence. After removing the lid, he once again began to doubt himself. After racking his brains, he ended up making this kind of pot of food. Huaqing was still standing at the side watching, not knowing what to do. Did he really want Huaqing to eat this kind of thing? Hearing Qi Rong's ghostly howls and screams, he became even more vexed. Hearing this, Huaqing crossed his arms and was about to walk out. Xiaolian raised his hand to stop him and said, "Forget it." He sighed and scooped a bowl of food from the pot. He then said to Huaqing, "Don't eat this pot. Wait for me for a moment." He went out and called Guzi and Langing to fetch water and leave the scene. Then, he carried the bowl of food and squatted down. With a pleasant expression, he said, "Cousin, it's time to eat." Qi was terrified and said, "What are you doing? What are you doing? What do you want to do?" "Xiaolian, I'm warning you, right now I'm a human life. You better think about it clearly. Whoever can eat this thing of yours will be able to transcend the shackles of the 3 realms and jump out of the 6 paths of reincarnation. There won't be any." Before he finished speaking, he saw Huaqing standing next to the pot. Huaqing himself picked up a spoon and scooped a bowl of food. Then, he sat at the altar and ate a mouthful. Unexpectedly, his expression didn't change and was as steady as Mount Tai. Xiaolian was instantly awed. A thought that he had never thought before flashed through his mind, worthy of being called absolute. Xiaolian brought the bowl closer to his face and calmly said, "It's fine if you don't want to eat. Come out." That was even more impossible. Qi clenched his teeth. However, Xiaolian pinched open his lower jaw with a caw sound and forced the food down his throat. In the next moment, a scream resounded through the sky above Puqi village. The bowl in Xiaolian's hand was empty. On the ground, Qi nose was already crooked and his eyes were slanted. Even his voice was hoarse like an old man with 1 foot in the grave. He moaned, "I hate." Xiaolian saw that Qi wasn't willing to come out even when he tried to stuff a bowl of food into his mouth. He didn't know whether his mood was happy or sad. Although he really wanted to force Qi out as soon as possible, since he didn't succeed, this seemed to prove that the food he made with all his heart wasn't that hard to swallow. It seemed to be something worth being happy about. When he turned around, he saw that Huaqing was also holding a bowl. He was slowly eating while looking over. That bowl was also almost empty. Xiaolian's eyes brightened and he stood up, saying, "Sanlang, you finished eating?" He originally felt that it wasn't done and felt embarrassed to give it to Huaqing. Who knew that Huaqing would eat it himself? Huaqing smiled and said, "That's right." Xiaolian cautiously asked, "What do you think of the taste?" Huaqing also drank the soup. He smiled and said, "Not bad. It's a bit thick. Next time, it can be a bit lighter." Xiaolian let out a sigh of relief and nodded. "All right, I'll remember. Thank you for your opinion." Xiaolian, who originally planned to show off his skills, on this night, his confidence experienced twists and turns. Huaqing had suggested that it would be better to let him cook, but how could Xiaolian have the nerve to let him fix his door, help him clean his house, and then help him cook? How could he ask a guest to do this? Moreover, what did he take the dignified desperate Ghost King for? Fortunately, he brought back a lot of stock from town, although most of it went into Xiaolian's pot last night. There were still some steamed buns, pancakes, vegetables, and fruits left. He could just make do with it and eat it. But after he finished eating, what should he do? On the second day, this problem was solved by itself. Early in the morning, the door of Puqi Monastery was knocked open by a group of village girls, bringing in a few large pots of porridge and a cooked chicken. All the village girls were shy and timid. Who did they come for? It was obvious. Xiaolian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Looking good could really make a living. The roasted chicken was divided among the 2 children. Xiaolian only drank a little porridge. Huaqing didn't touch anything. He said, "Brother is really popular here." Xiaolian laughed, "Don't make fun of me, Sanlang. Everyone clearly has an ulterior motive." After that bowl, Qi struggled outside the monastery for an entire night. He wailed incessantly, "I'd rather be caught by Lang Qianxiu and be hacked into pieces than be poisoned by you here. Cousin Crown Prince, I was wrong, I beg you to give me the antidote." Moreover, he seemed to see many illusions. Guzi was simply frightened. Early in the morning, Qi was dispirited and listless. His face was already green. Now, he lowered his head and gulped down the porridge in Guzi's hands. Finally, he caught his breath and said in a hoarse voice, "Bullshit. What popular? Who's coming for him? With his shabby appearance. Also, dog Huaqing, don't be too proud. You can only attract these village girls from the countryside. Isn't it because you're dressed so rich that they eagerly stick to you?" If you were dressed like a beggar, I don't believe they would still look at you. Xiaolian thought, these words weren't right. Even if watching dressed like a beggar, Xiaolian believed that he could ask for a mountain of gold just by begging. But he didn't say anything and just slowly busied himself. After a while, a smell drifted out, and Qi Rong cried out again, what are you doing now? What is this? Xiaolian warmly said, that pot of 100 years good broth. I'm heating it up. Hearing this, Huaqing immediately clapped his hands and said, good name, good name. Qi Rong said, King gave this thing a name? Stop. Qi Rong didn't really need to feed it to Qi Rong. Just by heating it up a little, Qi Rong's horrifying memories would be evoked. He didn't dare to speak again. After finishing this meal, Lang Ying silently put away the bowls and chopsticks, as if she wanted to take them to wash. Xiaolian said, no need. You can go play on the side. I'll do it. He might not be able to cook, but he could still wash the dishes. Huaqing watched as Lang Ying brought Guzi out to play and said, let me do it. Xiaolian declined, you don't need to, just sit. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly heard Qi Rong, who had eaten and drunk his fill and had nothing to do, whistle twice. His voice was full of oil and gas as he said, yo, little girl, what are you staring at this uncle for? Are you having a crush on me? This ghost had just said that he didn't like this rural village girl, but now he was flirting with her, and in such a cliché way. Xiaolian shook his head, thinking to himself that he should just drag him inside so that he wouldn't scare people outside. Unexpectedly, before he could open the door, the villagers outside exclaimed, what a peerless beauty. Why would such a beautiful girl come to our village? I've never seen such a beautiful girl in my life, and there's even two of them at once. Immediately after, a series of knocking sounds came from outside the door. It was actually knocking on the door of Puqi Monastery. Xiaolian was puzzled, peerless beauty? There are two more? Why would two peerless beauties come knocking on my door? Could it be that the rich businessman brought his new wife here to fulfill his vow? Thinking of this possibility, he hurriedly took out the monastery's dilapidated house seeking donations sign and prepared to put it out. At this moment, he heard a girl say coldly, what is that thing at the door? It's so irritating. Immediately after, another girl said in a puzzled voice, could it be that it's raised to guard the door? It can't be. There's no need to pick such a low-grade spiritual beast, right? Although these two voices were female, Xiaolian had heard of them before. Wind Master Xianxia and Earth Master Yi. He originally wanted to push the door open and go out, but he suddenly turned back and saw Huaqing, who was slowly cleaning up the bowls and chopsticks by the altar. He stopped what he was doing and cautiously looked out through the crack of the door. He saw two tall and slender girls standing outside the door. One was a white-clothed female with red lips and white teeth. Her figure was elegant and graceful. She swung her horsetail whisk and her eyes shone brightly. The other was a girl in black. Her skin was snow-white, her brows beautiful and sharp, but her complexion was extremely pale. She stood with her hands behind her back and looked elsewhere. The white-clothed female was full of smiles, cupping her hands in greeting and said, haha, thank you everyone, thank you everyone. No need to praise, don't be too high profile. I'm very troubled by you guys acting like this. That's enough, thank you. Haha. Xiaolian. A large group of villagers surrounded him to look at the beauties. After looking at the beauties, they began to point at Qi Rong. Qi Rong was unhappy and shouted, what are you looking at? I like lying on the ground. Get lost. What's there to look at? The villagers saw that this person's actions were strange and his face was fierce and green. They were so scared that they scattered. Shi Qingxian said to Qi Rong, this, green young master, may I ask if His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is in the temple now? Hearing this person call Xiaolian His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, Qi Rong instantly lost interest in the two beauties in front of him and spat. Pfft. So it's a dog official from the heavenly court. I'm not a dog that guards the door for him. Listen carefully, I am. Before he finished speaking, he saw Mingyi walk over with his head down. Then, there was a scream and a series of bangs. From Xiaolian's position, he couldn't see what Mingyi was doing. He could only see Shi Qingxian flinging his horsetail whisk and saying, Brother Ming, this kind of violence isn't too good. Mingyi said indifferently, what's there to be afraid of? He already said that it's not a domesticated spiritual beast. In order to prevent Qi Rong from being beaten to death, Xiaolian could only open the door and raise his hand to stop him. Sir, show mercy. You can't hit him, he's a human. Seeing Xiaolian open the door, Mingyi lifted the hem of his black clothes and moved his boots away from Qi Rong's back. Xianxia came up and cupped his hands. Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince, I came a few days earlier. What's wrong with this person? He can't even hide his ghostly aura, does he think we're blind? Sigh, let's go in first. This time, I have something important to ask for your help. As he spoke, he was about to walk around Qi Rong who was on the ground and enter the door. Hua Qing was still in the house. How could Xiaolian dare to let them in just like that? He hurriedly said, wait. However, it was already too late. Puqi Temple was only the size of a palm, there was no place to hide at all. The two of them immediately saw Desperate Ghost King who was standing behind Xiaolian and washing the dishes. 8 eyes met, and Hua Qing grinned, revealing a little white teeth. His smile was awe-inspiring, but there was no smile in his eyes. In an instant, Mingyi's pupils suddenly shrank and she retreated 3 feet. Xianxia threw out the Wind Master fan and took a stance, extremely vigilant, blood rain probing flower. Outside the door, Qi Rong, whose face was covered in dirt, was furious. I'm still Green Lantern Knight Tour. How come you guys can't recognize me after beating me up for a long time? You can tell it's him just by looking at him? Mingyi had once infiltrated the Ghost City and worked undercover under Hua Qing for several years. Not long ago, he was caught by Hua Qing and locked in the maze dungeon to be beaten up. Now that he had met his enemy, his eyes were exceptionally red. The small Puqi temple was filled with the smell of poison both inside and outside. Hua Qing threw away the rag in his hand and narrowed his eyes. Master Geomaster is still quite lively. Mingyi also said coldly, His Excellency Ghost King is also as idle as before. After putting on an act and greeting him, Hua Qing's tone and expression turned cold. He warned, leave. I don't care what important matter you guys have, don't come near here again. Although he was very afraid of Hua Qing, his imposing manner was actually not willing to back down. Mingyi replied in a deep voice, coming here was not my original intention. Seeing that the smell of poison was about to become the smell of gunpowder, Xiaolian said at the side, This, Master Wind, what should we do? Xianxia tapped his forehead with his fan and said, I also didn't expect the blood rain probing flower to be coincidentally here with you. Didn't you guys just meet not long ago? How did you guys get together again so quickly? No matter what, it's best not to use force if possible. Violence is not good. If a fight breaks out, let's stop it. Xiaolian said, I generally agree. Qi Rong was looking forward to these two groups of people fighting, so he had been listening attentively. At this moment, he suddenly said, Oh, so you're that bitch Master Wind? Xiaolian and Xianxia both turned to look at him. Qi Rong scolded Xianxia like this in his own cave, and he actually dared to scold him like this in front of him. It was unknown whether he was courageous or lacking in wisdom. Xianxia had always lived like a prince. It was probably the first time he heard someone scold him like this. He blinked his eyes and said to Xiaolian with an inexplicable expression, Your Highness the Crown Prince, please wait a moment. After saying that, he went out of the monastery and closed the door. Only to hear Qi Rong scream again outside the door, followed by a series of bangs. In a flash, Xianxia opened the door and came in. He had already changed into a man's appearance and said, All right. Where were we just now? I'm also hungry. I think it's better for everyone to sit down and eat something first. If there's anything, we can discuss it. There's nothing that can't be solved at the dining table. Although Xiaolian didn't want them to fight in Puqi Monastery, Hua Qing seemed to be extremely angry about the matter of Mingyi being a spy. He didn't know what the inside story was. It seemed unlikely for them to sit down and eat peacefully. However, Hua Qing actually didn't express any objections. After confronting each other for a while, the coldness on his face gradually dissipated and he continued to wash the dishes. After washing the dishes, he walked to the pot and scooped a bowl of century-old soup. Seeing him take the initiative to withdraw his troops and stop the battle in time, the few of them all breathed a sigh of relief. The next step was to immediately change the topic and liven up the atmosphere. Thus, Xianxia said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, what's in that pot? It seems to be still hot." Xiaolian said, "Oh, that's what I made." That pot had been cooked for so long, and the smell had already dissipated a lot. Although the color was unimaginable, the shape had been cooked until it disappeared. It looked much, much better than last night. When Xianxia heard this, he became excited. "Is that so? I've never eaten something personally made by a heavenly official. Come, let us try it." As he said that, he also took 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks and scooped 2 bowls. To tell the truth, Xiaolian originally wanted to stop him. However, because of Hua Cheng's repeated affirmation, it had planted a seed of confidence in him. In addition, when he reheated the soup this morning, he had mixed it according to Hua Cheng's suggestion last night. Thus, he had the thought of maybe I saved it. After hesitating for a moment, he still didn't say anything. He secretly looked at Xianxia with anticipation as he handed one of the bowls to Mingyi and said, "Come, brother Ming, your share." Mingyi glanced at the bowl and reluctantly moved his face away. This was a bit rude. Xianxia was furious. He handed it over again and said unwillingly, "Come eat. Didn't you say you were hungry on the way here?" Hua Cheng leisurely scooped up a spoonful, blew on it, and sent it to his mouth. After swallowing it, he smiled at Xiaolian and said, "It's indeed a bit light today, but the taste is just right." Xiaolian also smiled and said, "Is that so? I added more water today." Hua Cheng took another bite and said with a smile, "Brother is considerate." Xiaolian asked, "How is it?" Mingyi made a paw sound. Face down. He collapsed on the altar and seemed to have lost consciousness. On the other side, Xianxia was silent and 2 streams of tears flowed down his face. Xiaolian hesitantly asked, "Sirs, in the end, how is it? Can you pull yourself together and use your words to comment?" Xianxia came back to his senses. She wiped her tears. She grabbed his hand and shook it hard. "Your Highness the Crown Prince." Xiaolian held him back. "What?" Xianxia was tongue-tied and speechless. After a long while, with snot and tears streaming down his face, he pushed Mingyi, saying, "Ming Xiong. Ming Xiong. Brother Ming, what's wrong? Come on, wake up." Mingyi lay motionless on the table. Xianxia had always been unable to tolerate others not responding to him. The more he pushed, the more ruthless he became. Finally, he grabbed the other party and started shaking him. Xiaolian couldn't stand it anymore. He couldn't help but remind, "Wind Master, why don't you put down the broom first? Let's talk it out." Xianxia pinched the broom and turned around, shouting, "Ah? Your Highness, what did you say? I can't hear you clearly." Xiaolian helplessly shouted into his ear, "Wind Master. The one in your hands is not the Geomaster. Lord Geomaster is here." At this moment, Mingyi suddenly sat up. He actually returned to his male appearance in an instant. His face was ashen, and he immediately said, "I have an inner demon. Please help me get rid of it." Xiaolian was shocked that a single spoonful of soup could cause an inner demon. He stammered, "I don't think so." Xianxia pointed at Mingyi and said with his eyes wide open, "Wait, you. What kind of monster are you? How dare you play tricks in front of this Wind Master? Where's Brother Ming? Quick, I'll cover you. We'll take him down together." While saying that, he grabbed the broom with one hand and brandished the Wind Master's fan with the other. With a swing of his fan, the entire roof would definitely fly away. Xiaolian hurriedly went up to him and hugged him, saying, you can't. Sirs, wake up, will you? Ha, he. Outside the door, Ji Rong pounded the ground and laughed heartily, scolding, "Serves you right. Corrupt officials. Ascend to the heavens. Delightful. That's great." The 2 heavenly officials in the room swayed left and right, moaning incessantly. Hua Cheng crossed his arms and leaned against the wall. Xiaolian looked at him, then looked at the Wind Master and Earth Master who were hugging their heads and curling up on the ground. In a low voice, Xiaolian said, "Did I add too little water? Why is his reaction even bigger than Qi Rong's?" Huaqing raised his eyebrows. "I think it's pretty good." It was probably a problem with their taste. It happens all the time. Xiaolian had never thought about what Qi Rong usually ate, and what the heavenly officials usually ate. In comparison, the divine officials felt a greater disparity and stimulation, so their reactions were naturally more intense. Of course, he didn't even consider whether there would be anything else in the pot after it passed through Huaqing's hands. Feeling depressed and guilty, he gave Xianxia and Mingyi 7 to 8 bowls of water each before the two heavenly officials slowly woke up. Although his face was still green and his eyes were blank like Qi Rong's, at least his mind was clear and his speech was also clear. The only small problem was that Xianxia still couldn't stop his tears from flowing. He would bite his tongue from time to time when he spoke, but it wasn't a big deal. After 2 hours of chaos, the four of them finally sat down neatly around the altar. Mingyi was still lying face down on the table, motionless like a corpse. Xiaolian sternly said, "Wind Master, you said just now that you have something very important to ask me for help. What is it?" The haggard Xianxia threw a soundproofing spell on the door to ensure that the people outside couldn't hear. Only then did he say in a hoarse voice, "It's like this. Cough, cough, cough. Your Highness the Crown Prince, you have lived in seclusion in the city and cultivated in the human world for 800 years. You have walked a lot and seen a lot. You should have met a lot of demons and ghosts, right?" Xiaolian crossed his arms and said, "I have met some." Xianxia said, "Then I want to ask you, have you ever met a vernacular immortal?" Xiaolian was startled and said, "Crying at a wedding banquet, vernacular immortal?" Xianxia lowered his voice and said, "Yes." All of a sudden, Xiaolian felt his hair stand on end, and a gust of cold air rushed up his back. At the same time, there seemed to be someone beside his ear, sneering softly while humming an extremely strange tune. The warm and bright little Puqi temple, which was originally leaking in through the windows and holes, had unknowingly dimmed, as if it was shrouded in a huge shadow. And Xiaolian's limbs were getting colder and colder, as cold as iron. Xiaolian couldn't help but wrap his clothes tightly. He felt that it was necessary to be straightforward and said, "I want to ask, who is laughing? Who is singing? Who is blowing cold air behind my back? Who made the room so dark?" Xianxia wiped his tears and said, "Oh, it's all me. It's just a little spell I cast. Don't mind it, it's just to make the atmosphere a little more lively." The other 3 people at the side of the altar were speechless. After a long while, Xiaolian held his forehead and said helplessly, "Wind Master, why don't you stop blowing this cold wind? In this weather, everyone doesn't wear much." And in fact, the atmosphere was originally not bad. Once you added the cold wind and matched the music, it's all gone. Xianxia said, "Ah? Is that so?" So he waved his hand and removed the cold wind that was pouring on the backs of the 4 of them, and said, "But the room is still so dark. I'll light a candle, it'll feel better." As he said that, he really took out a candle and lit it up. The faint light of the flame shone on 2 snow-white faces and 2 white faces with a hint of green. It was indeed very atmosphere, very feeling. If Qi Rong, who was outside the room, saw it, he would be scared to the point of screaming like a ghost. The other 3 people didn't want to say anything. Huaqing leaned back, and Mingyi remained stiff. Xiaolian rubbed the space between his eyebrows and said, "Let's continue, where were we?" "Vernacular immortal. You should have said it earlier." "Once you said vernacular immortal, I didn't even realize what it was." Xianxia was shocked and said, "Your Highness Crown Prince, you're really bold, it's not good to call it that." Although vernacular immortal was called immortal, everyone called it immortal just for the sake of giving it some face. They were afraid that if they called it too bad, if it found out, it would teach them a lesson. Actually, everyone wished they could call it vernacular immortal vernacular monster, the worse it sounded, the better. Because it was really despicable. That's right, ordinary demons and ghosts were at most scary, but it was despicable. Because it liked to suddenly appear when someone was happy and pour a bucket of cold water on them. Imagine, a couple of newlyweds got married, and there was such a thing that appeared at their wedding banquet, drank their wedding wine, and suddenly said, "It won't be long before you guys separate." Or perhaps, when someone's master was promoted, it would suddenly appear and say in the midst of everyone's congratulations, "In a few years, you'll be in prison." If it pestered a person, it would follow them like a shadow, tightly binding them, and constantly send out a completely opposite curse when that person's joyous occasion came. One could imagine how despicable it was. Especially for those people who had a bad omen. If they encountered this thing, they would be extremely vexed. No one wanted to be pestered by this thing, but if they encountered it, they could only blame it on their bad luck. Because up until now, no one had figured out how it chose people to attack. It seemed that Xianxia was very afraid of this thing. Xiaolian didn't mind and said, "It's fine. There's nothing to be afraid of." To be precise, this thing was afraid of him. Xianxia became spirited and said, "It seems that your Highness Crown Prince has encountered it before? Is it possible for this thing to be completely obliterated?" After muttering to himself for a moment, Xiaolian said, "Many years ago, I did encounter 2 of them. After that, they didn't appear again. I don't know if they were completely obliterated, but with my experience, it shouldn't be too difficult to deal with them." Xianxia was overjoyed and said, "2? You dealt with both of them? Then I really found the right person. What's the situation?" Xiaolian told him. The first one was like this: many years ago, Xiaolian passed by a small town where a rich businessman sent his daughter to study in the imperial city. Because he felt that his daughter had lived up to his expectations, he announced it with great fanfare and was overjoyed. Who knew that extreme joy turned to sorrow? At the farewell banquet, a voice suddenly shouted, "Your daughter will overturn her carriage on the road and fall to her death in the cliff." That rich businessman flew into a rage on the spot and wanted to grab the person who spoke. However, after that person finished speaking, that person drilled under the table and unexpectedly disappeared into thin air. This time everyone was afraid. Coincidentally, that day, Xiaolian had received some junk from this family and was preparing to bring it back. When he heard about this matter, he knew that he had attracted something, so he told that rich businessman not to worry. He told that rich businessman to hire more than 20 guards. Including himself, they carefully escorted that young lady to the imperial city and guarded her side for a while. A month later, that young lady won first place in a beauty competition. Her chance had come. That night, everyone held a banquet to celebrate the young lady in a restaurant in the imperial city. Sure enough, there was another voice in the crowd that said, "In the future, you will be." As soon as he heard this, Xiaolian immediately grabbed the thing hidden in the crowd and grabbed its throat, not letting it say those words. Then he used a talisman to lock its body and beat it violently. Then he ordered someone to get a carriage and had it run wildly up and down the cliff. When it reached a corner, he cut off the reins and let the carriage fall down the cliff with it, fulfilling the curse it had given to the people around it. The other 3 people asked, "That's it?" Xiaolian replied, "That's it. Dealing with trash." Alright, the vernacular immortal. There are 3 ways to deal with the vernacular immortal. First, don't let it speak. Before it opens its mouth, strangle it. This can be guarded against for a while, but it can't be guarded against forever. Second, if it opens its mouth, don't let the person it curses hear it. Anyone who hears someone cursing them when they are in a good mood will inevitably feel a trace of fear. And this thing feeds on fear and takes pleasure in it. The more afraid you are, the happier it will be. And if you are truly frightened to the point that your mind becomes absent-minded and, like it said, mess up what you are doing, its power will advance by leaps and bounds. But unless you are deaf, you will hear it one day. In fact, even a deaf person might not be able to avoid it. Because in order to escape from this thing, some people pierced their ears, but it was still useless. On the other hand, if you ignore it no matter how it curses you or how it splashes cold water on you, it can't do anything to you. Therefore, the most effective method is the third method: let yourself have many happy events. Don't put it in your eyes at all. It doesn't matter if it says anything or doesn't say anything. Let yourself become stronger and stronger. Don't follow the tragic future it has predetermined for you. In this way, in the end, it won't be able to obtain any pleasure from you and will most likely leave with its tail between its legs. Of course, there is also the possibility that it is only temporarily hiding, waiting for the next opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Although this third method was the most effective, it was also the most difficult to accomplish. After all, who in this world could truly have a heart like a stubborn stone, without a single ripple? The more Xianxia listened, the tighter his brows furrowed. He asked, "What about the second time? Did you also solve it like this the second time?" Xiaolian replied, "The second time, for others, might not be of any use. After all, the situation is special." "How special?" "It was also many years ago. Xiaolian met a vernacular immortal. That time, he had just built a small thatched cottage with his own strength. Just as he was standing below admiring the new house, a small voice suddenly said from the corner, 'Your house will collapse in 2 months. Xianxia asked, "What will you do?" Xiaolian said, "Nothing." I said, "In 2 months? It can still stand for 7 days, that would be strange." Huaqing smiled slightly, then the smile faded. The vernacular immortal hid in the dark, waiting to suck Xiaolian's fear, irritation, and uneasiness. However, it sucked in air for a long time. When Xiaolian washed up and slept in the new house, he did not suck anything. Although Xiaolian did not see its true body, he could also feel. It was probably very angry. A few days later, a bolt of lightning struck down at night. The entire house was scorched. The vernacular immortal was quite happy. It probably felt that being scorched was the same as collapsing, its curse had come true. This time, Xiaolian should be afraid. However, it did not. It still did not suck anything that could fill its stomach. Of course, it was unwilling, so it followed Xiaolian's side, waiting for the next happy event to arrive. Who knew that this wait would last for more than half a year? In this half a year, there was not a single happy event on Xiaolian. If it was an ordinary person, they would have given up. However, the vernacular immortal had another characteristic, which was that he loved to stick to death. Once he set his eyes on a person, he would follow him to the death, so he also starved for more than half a year. Finally, the opportunity finally came. One day, Xiaolian earned a large sum of money from collecting junk and made a small windfall. The vernacular immortal was overjoyed. After holding it in for so long, he immediately used all his skills and burst out a long string of wonderful life of Xiaolian eating, drinking, gambling, and getting sick and owing a huge debt after he became rich. He kept cursing. Xiaolian listened with relish as he counted the money. After listening, he still washed up and went to sleep. The vernacular immortal still did not suck anything. That night, Xiaolian's pile of junk caught fire. After the fire was extinguished, Xiaolian, whose face was covered in black ash, sighed to the vernacular immortal, "What a pity. Everything was burned up, not a single coin was left. I haven't experienced any of the drunken dreams or golden floating world that you mentioned last night. I think what you said was quite interesting. Why don't you say it again?" This happened 3 or 4 times. In the end, Xiaolian even took the initiative to ask it if it had anything to say. "Do you want to say a few words?" The vernacular immortal couldn't take it anymore and ran away. To the immortals, Xiaolian was a plague that was extremely unfriendly. Either he didn't have a happy event and waited for years, or he was used to all bad luck and didn't have any fear or uneasiness. Moreover, his luck was so bad that it was beyond the imagination of the immortals. Therefore, their curses didn't hurt Xiaolian at all. They were simply blessings or daydreams. In short, from then on, Xiaolian was cut off from being an immortal. He even suspected that the vernacular immortal had bragged about how evil he was to his own clan after he escaped. Hearing this, Xianxia could not help but burst out laughing. Huaqing said calmly, "Is it very funny?" Xianxia also knew that it was inappropriate. He immediately became serious and said solemnly, "I'm sorry, Your Highness." Xiaolian smiled and said, "It's fine. Anyway, I think it's quite interesting." He concluded, the vernacular immortal absorbs magical power from people's hearts of fear, and then uses this magical power to promote the prophecy to come true, and then makes a new prophecy. This cycle repeats until a person is completely defeated and his heart is like dead ashes. Therefore, the less determined one is, the more they will suffer, and the more they have, the more they are afraid of losing. After a pause, he reminded, is there a believer of the Wind Master who received this kind of prayer and asked you for help? You are the Wind God, this thing is not under your jurisdiction. If you receive it, you can hand it over to the martial god. Xianxia said, it's not the believer who met it, I met it myself. This time, Xiaolian was even more curious, you met it yourself? Vernacular immortals generally don't dare to provoke the heavenly officials. Even if they do, with the dignity of the heavenly officials, they don't need to be afraid of them. Xianxia sighed and said, if I met it after I ascended, naturally it's nothing to worry about, but, this is a long story. It was said that hundreds of years ago, when the two feng shui masters were still human, they were born in a rich merchant family. Xianxia was the second son. When he was born, the whole family was happy. Because of this, the son was given the nickname Xian. He gave out porridge and did good deeds. At that time, there was a fortune teller who ate porridge and saw the baby in the swaddling clothes. He asked about the baby's birth date and 8 characters and said these words, after eating your family's porridge, I have something to say. This son of yours, although his fate is good, it's hard to explain in a few words. If you want to save him, you have to be as low-key as possible. Don't let him develop a flamboyant temperament since he was young. Don't let him be in the limelight. Remember to keep a low profile and get rich, so that he can live a peaceful life. Absolutely don't give him a happy event, it will attract bad things. These words were too unpleasant to hear, it was almost the same as talking about immortals. The Shi family was also a merchant family, they especially valued these things. On the spot, they cast aside their pride and chased the fortune teller away. Naturally, they did not take his words to heart. A few days later, they held a banquet for Xianxia. They were decorated with lanterns and colored banners, gongs and drums sounded. However, at the banquet, just as everyone was drinking happily and singing to the second young master of the Shi family who was in the swaddling clothes, a voice suddenly came from underground, singing, no good beginning, no good ending. This voice really came from underground, and it drowned out the voices of everyone else present. Everyone was stunned. The banquet dispersed in a panic. That night, Xianxia, who was still a baby, had a fever and cried non-stop. He could not stop no matter what he did, and he continued to complain. His whole family was scared out of their wits. The Shi family remembered the fortune teller who was chased away not long ago because of his strange words. They hurriedly looked everywhere and invited him back. The fortune teller said, I told you not to be flamboyant, you just didn't listen. This child has bumped into a true immortal, he will have endless troubles in this life. This high fever was nothing, and it would subside soon. However, this is just a greeting gift from it. The thing that he bumped into was naturally the vernacular immortal. However, this was not an ordinary vernacular immortal that could be easily chased away. This was the oldest and most powerful vernacular immortal. How high was it? Even without a wedding banquet, it could still cry at a funeral. Hence, it was called the vernacular true immortal. This true immortal could be said to not do business for 3 years, but once it did, it would eat for 3 years. It had a sharp eye, and the people it entangled were all legendary figures with ups and downs. Some people won it, but they also fought with it for their entire lives, providing it with many ingredients. Some people lost to it and became a part of its source of power. After thousands of years of accumulation, it had a deep foundation. Today, it had already rested for more than 100 years. Counting the days, it should be time for it to come out. This time, it was definitely going to eat a big mouthful. Coincidentally, the birth of Xianxia at this time was to its liking, so it was decided by this true immortal. Although the little baby wouldn't understand its prophecy, the baby would eventually grow up, and one day it would be able to understand, one day it would know fear. Moreover, this fear that was buried from a young age would be deeply rooted in its heart, unable to be erased. Luckily, this kind of spirit often had a one-track mind, the way it thought about things was very strange, different from ordinary people. Hence, the fortune teller thought of a way to trick it. First, let the Shi family send Xianxia out, pretend to send him away, then change his son's appearance, pretend to be a baby girl and send him back, saying that he was an adopted daughter from outside, let the whole family call this young master Miss, and raise him as a girl since young. As long as that vernacular true immortal couldn't find the baby boy, after a long time, he might not remember who he had picked back then. Hence, Xianxia grew up to 10 years old safely. Within 10 years, the rich and powerful family gradually declined. Second master's parents passed away, and the family fought against each other for property. Wudu was annoyed, so when he was 16 years old, he left home with Xianxia, who was a few years younger than him. The two brothers depended on each other. Wudu was the first to go up the mountain to cultivate, leaving his younger brother in the small town at the foot of the mountain. He cultivated until late every day, and only went down the mountain in the evening. There was no food on the mountain, so he could only go home to eat at night. One night, Wudu was so engrossed in sparring with someone that he forgot the time. Xianxia waited for a long time, but his brother didn't come back. He was worried that he had no food to eat, so he decided to send food up the mountain. At that time, Xianxia was still a child, he didn't know how to walk the mountain road, and it was dark at night. He carried the food box and walked for a long time, waiting for the toilet. In a hurry, he took off his skirt at the side of the mountain road. At this time, a black shadow came from afar on the mountain road, and asked, "Is that Xian'er in front?" When Xianxia heard someone calling his pet name, he thought that it was someone his brother had called to pick him up, so he quickly put down his skirt and replied, "It's me." The strange voice asked again, "Your date of birth, is it a certain year, a certain month, a certain day, a certain time?" Xianxia was even more curious. He was curious as to why he suddenly asked about his date of birth, and he was curious as to why this person said it exactly, so he also replied, "That's right." "How do you know? Who are you? Do you know my brother?" The voice did not answer, and finally said, "Come over, let me see your face clearly." This was a commanding tone. At this point, Xianxia finally felt that something was wrong. Hugging the box of food, he ran away at top speed. As he ran, he heard the howling wind and wild laughter behind him. It was actually that thing chasing closely behind him, and it shouted, "You're about to fall." Xianxia was scared out of his wits. When he said the word fall, he indeed fell, breaking the box of food, and the food spilled all over the ground. Just as that thing was about to pounce on him, Wudu arrived. Seeing that the person came, the vernacular true immortal disappeared. Wudu carried his brother, whose face was covered in blood and rice, and the two brothers were extremely shocked. It still found out. After being hidden for so many years, the vernacular true immortal tasted the first sweetness, and from then on, it started to appear regularly, and each time it appeared, it became more and more elusive. This thing's Tao was too powerful, and the Shi family had already collapsed. The Taoists and venerable masters that Wudu could invite were helpless, and they also did not have the strength to spend 1,000,000 merit points to directly transmit their voice to the heavens. Although it did not want Xianxia's life, the two brothers knew that this thing was just waiting to fatten up before killing it. Right now, it was just giving you a few light slaps to remind you to be afraid of it, and one day, it would come back with a big one. This was like a hunter, not giving his prey a satisfying shot, but instead, he had to brush past his body and shoot a few arrows, causing the prey to be extremely afraid, and then he would eat it. It was like a death by 1,000 cuts. Luckily, the situation finally turned for the better. After cultivating hard for a few years, Wudu ascended. Once he ascended, he immediately brought Xianxia to the central celestial heavens, and smashed him with heavenly materials and earthly treasures. A few years later, Xianxia also successfully ascended. From then on, that vernacular true immortal disappeared without a trace. Xianxia naturally thought that it had finally given up, and retreated in the face of difficulties. However, this seemed to be just as wishful thinking. A few days ago, he found a large group of friends to drink. When he was drunk, he suddenly heard a fierce voice in his ear, "You will never see your brother again." That voice was extremely familiar. From the time he was 10 years old until the day he ascended, he would hear this voice once or twice a year. The fear of it had long been engraved in his bones, and it was practically a clap of thunder in his ear. Xianxia instantly sobered up. He was so scared that he ran that very night to Pei Ming's territory. Only when he saw with his own eyes that Shi Wudu was having a good time with Ling Wen and the others did he calm down. Afterwards, he wondered if that voice was a hallucination. After all, this thing had planted too deep a shadow in him since he was young, and it wasn't like he had never experienced it before. However, after thinking about it again and again, he was still a little worried. Thus, he pulled Mingyi along, and while he was at it, he came to find Xiaolian to ask. Unexpectedly, he bumped into Huaqing at Puqi Monastery. Enemies really were bound to meet on a narrow road. After listening, Xiaolian said, if that's the case, then the one you met and the one I met are on a completely different level. After thinking for a moment, he asked Huaqing, San Lang, have you seen that vernacular true immortal with your own eyes? Huaqing played with a pair of chopsticks in his hand and said, I've never seen it with my own eyes. However, I've seen it with someone I know. As for who this person I know was, although Xiaolian was curious, he didn't ask too much. He only said, how high is its cultivation? Is it really powerful? Huaqing threw away his chopsticks and slowly said, very high. Hearing this, Xianxia and Mingyi's expressions became even more solemn. Huaqing then said, it's different from ordinary small fries, it's indeed difficult to deal with. Although he said it was difficult to deal with, his expression was still the same as usual, as if he was just being polite. However, to be able to get such an evaluation from Huaqing, it was extremely not easy. Xiaolian said, Lord Wind, it seems like the problem isn't small. Why didn't you tell Lord Navy about this? Xianxia waved his hand and said, no. You know, my brother is about to cross his tribulation again. What if he goes to fight that vernacular true immortal at this critical juncture and gets distracted? I have to keep this matter a secret, I can't let others know. I also didn't tell any of the heavenly officials who were good friends with my brother. Xianxia said seriously, I want to try. I want to see if I can solve that thing by myself. No matter what, Your Highness the Crown Prince is more experienced. Are you free? If not, don't force yourself. Previously, Xianxia had helped Xiaolian a lot. Now that he needed help and needed his help, Xiaolian couldn't say that he had something to do at this time. But Huaqing was a guest from afar. He hadn't even played here for a few days. He left. Who would greet Huaqing? Although he didn't greet him very well. While he was still thinking, Huaqing supported his chin with one hand. He smiled and said, Brother, do you want to see that white speech true immortal? If you don't mind, can you give me a ride? After all, it's a rare monster. I haven't seen it with my own eyes. Xiaolian said in his heart, I'm ashamed. San Lang understands me. He was very grateful for his consideration. He nodded. Xianxia didn't say anything. He naturally knew that Huaqing wasn't here to help him. But at least Huaqing wouldn't cause trouble. It didn't matter to him whether he came or not. Xiaolian said again, but that white speech true immortal is elusive. I don't know when and where it will appear again. Xianxia said, I don't know either. I plan to go to the best restaurant in the imperial city to book a banquet. I'll drink for 80 to 100 days, set off firecrackers and sing opera every day. It will eventually come out. Xiaolian said, this is also a way. However, even if it comes out, we might not be able to catch it. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Has the Wind Master investigated who its prey were in the past? How is their style? Let's see if there are any patterns to follow. Xianxia said, my brother has naturally investigated this a long time ago. As he said this, he took out a scroll from his sleeve and unfolded it. Xiaolian moved closer to take a look and couldn't help but say, amazing, amazing. Good fellow. This thing was really too lazy to bait a small fish. Almost all the names on the scroll were famous and influential figures in the human world, and all of them had met a miserable end. Every one of them ended up collapsing and killing themselves. There were those who were defeated like a landslide, those who cut their own throats with their swords to end their lives, those who lost thousands of family fortunes in one day, those who lost 3 feet of white silk, those who sought fame and fortune but could not get it, those who were tossed and turned, forever lost. These people weren't defeated by the true immortals, but by the fear of losing in their hearts. However, there was no emperor on the list. True emperors were protected by the aura of the Son of Heaven, making it hard for evil spirits to invade their bodies. Actually, generally speaking, people with the potential to ascend would also be born with a layer of spiritual energy covering their bodies, causing these ghosts to retreat. Therefore, Xiaolian faintly felt that Xianxia being entangled by that thing was not that simple. Maybe someone had secretly done something to deliberately target him. If that was really the case, this person was definitely not simple. However, Xianxia was still a baby when he was targeted, so how did he provoke such an incredible character? At this time, Huaqing said, "Brother, can you lend it to me to take a look?" Xiaolian handed the scroll over to him and said, "Look." Huaqing scanned the scroll roughly and asked, "Who wrote this scroll?" Xianxia said, "My brother." What happened? Huaqing threw the scroll on the table and said, "It's nothing much. Ridiculously wrong. I suggest that your brother refine it." Xianxia was about to make a decision when he heard this, blood rain on flowers. Xiaolian pulled him back and said apologetically, "Lord Windmaster, please sit down, sit down." "Forget it, Sanlang has always spoken like this, he didn't do it on purpose." Xianxia sat down and doubted himself, "Always spoken like this?" Xiaolian turned to Huaqing and asked, "Sanlang, what you said was ridiculously wrong, where did you go wrong?" Huaqing also leaned over to him, and the two of them sat much closer. Huaqing pointed to a few names and said, "These few, they're wrong." Xiaolian looked at them seriously. Those few were all hegemons who had committed a lot of crimes. He said, "How did you know?" Huaqing said, "Because I killed these few." Xiaolian said, "Aren't these all suicides?" Huaqing said, "Before I made my move, I sent someone to greet them first, and they ended their own lives. I don't know if this counts as me killing them." He didn't know if this counted as him killing them, but it could probably be considered very honest. Xianxia coughed a few times uncomfortably. His lips moved slightly as he said, "Ghosts, can you not honestly describe how you killed people in front of the heavenly officials? Ghosts, can you not openly discuss this kind of problem with the heavenly officials in front of other heavenly officials?" Huaqing pointed to a few more names and said, "These few, they're also wrong." Xiaolian said, "Who killed them?" Huaqing said, "Blackwater killed them." Xiaolian was startled and said, "That Blackwater Xian ghost, isn't he always very low-key?" Huaqing said, "That doesn't mean he won't kill people." Immediately, he said to Xianxia, "The scroll that Zunxiong gave you is full of mistakes." He didn't even bother to check it. Instead, it's very suspicious. It's just a pile of rags. So I suggest you tear it up and rewrite it. Xianxia snatched back the scroll and said, "My brother wouldn't do that." Although his words were weak and feeble, his tone was very firm. Wudu shouldn't be careless about his younger brother's matter. Then, there was another possibility. Xiaolian asked, "Every profession has its own specialization. In the process of investigating, Lord Shui sure should have also borrowed the power of others. May I ask who the person who organized the scroll was?" After hesitating for a moment, Xianxia said, "Ling Wen." Xiaolian rubbed the space between his eyebrows and didn't say anything. Although the Lingwen Palace was always scolded by the heavenly officials of the other palaces for being inefficient, they wouldn't make so many mistakes. It was simply a perfunctory draft. The relationship between the malignant tumors seemed to be quite good, at least on the surface. As for what twists and turns there were, outsiders probably wouldn't be able to figure it out. Huaqing leaned back and continued, "How do you distinguish between the real and the fake? Let me tell you another thing. Once a true immortal sets his eyes on a prey, he will cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Not only will his prey collapse and die, but the prey's relatives and friends will also be affected. Therefore, those above that only one of them died, while their relatives and friends are still alive and well, are all wrong." Hearing this, Xianxuan's face paled for a moment. Immediately after, he pulled himself together and laughed dryly at Ming Yi. "Then wouldn't Brother Ming also be in danger? You're my best friend." Ming Yi sat a little further away from him. His face was filled with the words, "Can I not want you, my best friend?" With this move, he sat closer to Xiaolian. Huaqing's gaze swept over him, his gaze like a knife. Seeing that Xianxia didn't forget to joke at this time, Xiaolian couldn't help but laugh. However, he could also faintly see the uneasiness of the Wind Master. It would be better to say that it was precisely because of the uneasiness that he had to restrain himself by doubling his excitement. Xianxia opened his Wind Master fan, fanning 5 to 6 times faster than usual. His black hair was messy in the strong wind as he said, "Then let's go now. We'll go to the most gorgeous building to indulge ourselves in luxury. I want to see if it still dares to come out with so many of us. We have a lot of people, ha 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 ha." Xiaolian said, "Wind Master, please calm down first. Wait for me for a moment, there are still some small matters in my monastery that need to be dealt with properly." He didn't know how many days this trip would take. With 2 children, 2 mouths, and a dead ghost attached to a living person's body, he couldn't just ignore it. He wanted to find a reliable family in the village to help take care of this place, but Huaqing knew every one of his considerations like the back of his hand. He said, "If brother must go, then don't worry about it. I have people. After you leave, there will naturally be someone to take care of this place." Xiaolian let out a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you, San Lang. It's still better to have someone look after this place." Huaqing also laughed and said, "That's right. Someone needs to keep an eye on it." The two of them clearly didn't have the same meaning when they said look and stare. However, no one pursued the matter. Mingyi moved away the altar and drew 1,000-mile shrinking array on the ground. Xianxia fanned faster and faster until the afterimage of the fan could no longer be seen. He said, "That's right, Your Highness the Crown Prince, I forgot to ask just now. Who exactly was that person at the door? Did I provoke him?" The moment he opened his mouth, he said those words. Unexpectedly, he only casually asked this question at the end. If Qi-Rong heard this, his angina would break out again. Xiaolian thought that it was indeed not the words of a human. He put away Ruaxia and Fang Xian, who were leaning in the corner, and said, "Didn't he already introduce himself?" Xianxia said, "What? Was that really Qing Gui? With that kind of conduct? 100 rumors are not as good as seeing, 100 rumors are not as good as seeing." Xiaolian rubbed the space between his eyebrows and briefly explained the situation. He repeatedly warned him to keep it a secret, especially not to let Lang Qianqiu know. In a few sentences, Mingyi also finished drawing 1,000-mile shrinking array with a few strokes. Last time, Nanfeng drew for a long time and was also very rough. However, Xianxia was the complete opposite. His drawing speed was extremely fast, but it wasn't sloppy at all. 1 stroke to the end. The circle he drew with his bare hands was even neater than one drawn with a ruler. The words were also neat and tidy like engravings. Xiaolian couldn't help but secretly marvel. When the array was completed, Mingyi said, "Let's go." Xianxia took a deep breath and blew out the candle. Huaqing walked at the very front and was the first to push open the door. The small door creaked open. The outside was also pitch black. It seemed to be connected to an old house that had been abandoned for many years. The air was full of a musty and dusty smell. Xiaolian followed behind Huaqing. He softly thanked Huaqing, who took the initiative to open the path in front. Then it was Xianxia, and finally Mingyi. After he came out, he closed the door behind him. Just as the door was about to close, a voice suddenly came from behind the door in the darkness. "The place you are going will become a nightmare you never want to remember again." As soon as he heard this voice, Xiaolian kicked out. The door was destroyed by him on the spot. However, after the array was used, it had already lost its effectiveness. Behind the door wasn't Puqi Monastery, but a pile of scrap metal. Xiaolian coughed violently. He was a little glad that he didn't break the door Huaqing made. He covered his face with his sleeves and said, "Was that the white speech true immortal just now?" Xianxia gripped his horsetail whisk and fan tightly and said, "It's its voice." Will it always be by my side?" Xiaolian waved away the dust and denied, "It won't. There were 3 heavenly officials and a ghost king in the house just now. If there was something following you, how could we not notice it? It must have just arrived." Mingyi also said, "Calm down." Xianxia said, "Calm down. I'm very calm. I've calmed down a long time ago." However, Huaqing said leisurely in front, it's important to be calm, but it's not certain that you'll be fine. Does anyone know where this is? Xiaolian looked around and also said, aren't we going to the best restaurant in the Imperial City? No matter how he looked at it, this abandoned old house didn't look like the restaurant that Xianxia was talking about. The four of them walked around for a while and touched the door. It was actually locked by a few big locks. Xiaolian kicked it again, broke the lock, and opened the door. After opening the door, what appeared in front of the four of them wasn't a mountain of knives or a sea of fire, nor was it a mysterious evil scene. Instead, it was an ordinary, dull little town. Huaqing raised his eyebrows and said, the Imperial City shouldn't look like this. Xiaolian also felt the same way. The bearing of the Imperial City couldn't be compared to this small town. He turned around and said, Lord Geomaster, did you draw the wrong array? However, Mingyi said, I didn't draw it wrong. The original connection was not here. Xianxia said, it flashed in and tampered with the formation after we left the Puqi temple? Then, he overturned it, no. It can't be like that. Xiaolian also said, impossible. We had already pushed open the door and came out, even if it flashed in and tampered with it, we should have arrived at the original location because the formation had already been activated, so it would be useless to change it. Therefore, it could only make a move for a moment. It was also the short moment when Mingyi finished drawing the formation and Xianxia blew out the candles that the entire Puqi temple fell into darkness. However, this contradicted what Xiaolian had said just now. Xianxia said, but in the room just now, there were clearly only the four of us. In a small Puqi temple, 3 priests, a ghost king, if there was something along the way, how could they not know? And if one of them took advantage of the darkness to do something, the most likely, who could it be? Xianxia could not help but glance at Huaqing. Although he immediately stopped, Huaqing did not miss this glance and said with a smile, why are you looking at me? According to what I said, don't you think the Geomaster is more suspicious? Mingyi also glanced at him. Huaqing said, don't just guess who did it later. What if the formation he drew at the beginning was wrong? Mingyi did not refute, he did not express it. Xianxia could not bear to listen any longer and said, Lord Hua City, wait a moment. I know you guys have a grudge before, however, Brother Ming is really not such a person. This time, he was just temporarily pulled over to help me, there is no reason to do so. Huaqing said, there is not necessarily a reason to do something. Actually, Lord Windmaster, you are also very suspicious. Huh? Xianxia never thought that this would work. He pointed at himself. Who? Me? Huaqing said, yes. A thief calling to catch a thief is very strange. Why are you here? If you and your brother were really so afraid of the white words true immortal, why would you tidy up such a pile of rags? It is not impossible to say that the two of you colluded to set up a trap and deliberately led us here. Looking at his expression, it was obvious that he was just spouting nonsense without the slightest scruple. However, he did it in a way that made it seem as if everyone was worthy of suspicion. Xianxia was about to waver as he said, Am I that bored? Huaqing smiled and said, likewise. I'm not that bored. Whatever the other party used to hit him, he would use the exact same method to hit back. Xiaolian was thinking about something. He waved his hand and said, all right, all of you stop. The matter hasn't even been resolved yet and you're already suspecting your own people. Huaqing laughed heartily and stopped talking. His attitude was very clear. He was not going to help, nor was he going to cause trouble. He was purely here to play. There was no need to count on him, no need to be wary of him. After muttering to himself irresolutely for a moment, Xiaolian said, actually, there's another possibility. When the Geomaster inside the house finished drawing the formation, there was already someone outside the house who drew an even stronger formation on the door. At that time, in order to prevent Qi Rong, who was outside the house, from hearing their conversation, Xianxia cast an isolation spell, and the Puqi temple was sealed. Relatively speaking, it was not easy to be discovered if they did something outside the house. When two similar formations collided, the stronger one would win. This stronger did not only depend on the level of the person who set up the formation, but also depended on the materials used to draw the formation. At that time, Mingyi used aged cinnabar that Xiaolian picked up when he was collecting junk and didn't want. If someone used fresh blood to hold the line, it would naturally be better. Xianxia immediately accepted this possibility and said, outside the house? Could it be Qinggui? He's already like that, can he still cause trouble? Xiaolian said, it can't be. Hua Qing calmly said, he shouldn't even think about moving. For 7 days. However, he isn't the only one outside the house. These words seem to have a hidden meaning. Xiaolian said, in short, let's not make wild guesses first, lest we hurt each other's trust. After walking a few steps, he said, that monster's words are really strange. Why did he say that this place will become a nightmare that the Wind Master never wants to remember? Will we encounter anything in this place? Looking around, Xianxia slightly frowned and said, wait. This place seems to be. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly saw Mingyi's gaze turn cold. His palm struck out through the air towards the back of Xianxuan's head. Xiaolian shouted, Wind Master, be careful of your back. However, he saw Mingyi's palm split open a wide square object with a bang. That thing fell from the sky and smashed straight towards Xianxuan's head. He jumped a few feet away and patted his chest, saying, that was close, that was close. When he looked down again, his pupils suddenly shrank. Xiaolian went up to take a look and was also slightly shocked. That thing was actually a horizontal board with golden characters on a blue background. The 3 large words Feng Shui Hall were written on it. Splitting the horizontal board of a heavenly official in half was a huge taboo. Mingyi retracted his palm, his expression grave and stern. Xianxia was stunned for a moment, then immediately waved his sleeves and swept away the 2 halves of the board. He said in a low voice, keep it a secret, keep it a secret. Don't tell anyone. If my brother knew that his board was smashed, he would definitely go crazy. Xiaolian turned around and said, this is actually a Feng Shui hall? That's right, the dilapidated house that they came out of was a Feng Shui hall. The Navy Master was the god of wealth, there was no one who did not love wealth. The temple that he presided over had always been full of incense, but it was actually in such a dilapidated state. It was as unbelievable as a stack of silver notes being thrown on the street and no one picking them up. Xianxia rushed back into the hall. The temple was filled with cobwebs and dust, it was a desolate place where no one cared about it. After searching for a long time, he finally found 2 statues that were too horrible to look at in the pile of abandoned junk behind the house. The goddess statue of the Wind Master was missing arms and legs, while the god statue of the Navy Master was decapitated. Furthermore, it was not due to aging and natural damage, but it was smashed by someone with a sharp weapon. It was as if someone had vented their endless hatred on them. These 2 statues were carved very realistically, as if they were alive. They were in such a sorry state, lying in the dilapidated and gloomy ancient temple with a smile on their faces, it was extremely uncomfortable. Xianxia hugged a statue in each of his left and right hands and said, what kind of enmity is this? Even though Xiaolian also felt that this scene was full of malice, in order to stabilize Xianxuan's mind, he said warmly, Master Wind, calm down. If someone worships, then someone smashes. It's just common sense in the world, there's no need to care. It must have been deliberately set up for you by that thing in order to incite your fear and absorb magic power from it. Mingyi said concisely, can you do it or not? If you can't, then leave. Xianxia brushed away the dust on the faces of the 2 statues, gritted his teeth and grabbed the Wind Master fan tightly. He suddenly stood up and said, I can do it. I want to see what medicine it is selling in its gourd. The 4 of them left the dilapidated Feng Shui temple and walked around the small town. The town was very quiet and stable. It was neither prosperous nor backward, there was nothing unusual about it. It would be better to say that they were the most unusual ones. Compared to the crowd of mortals, this group of people's appearance and attire were too eye-catching. Therefore, not long after, they flashed into an alley and changed their attire. Xiaolian's original attire was very simple, so there was no need to change. The other 3 people changed completely from head to toe. On the other side, Xianxia was expressing his opinion on Mingyi's attire. On the other side, Hua Ching had changed into a refreshing black robe. His long hair was also tied up neatly and was adorned with a white jade. He was less lazy and more energetic, as if he was a handsome and talented junior disciple from a famous sect. He really forced the emperor to dress like a beggar and not look like a beggar. He was still very eye-catching. Looking at him, Xiaolian could not help but think of an old saying, a handsome man must be dressed in soap. He secretly thought that it was true. When he came back to his senses, Master Wind remembered something and said in a low voice, "San Lang, there is something I have always forgotten to ask you." Hua Qing adjusted his sleeves and said, "What is it?" Xiaolian clenched his hands into fists and put them in front of his mouth to cough lightly. He tried his best to ask casually, "What is your spiritual password?" If he wanted to communicate with another person at any time, he first had to get the other person's password. For example, to find Xianxia, he had to first recite the following 4 lines of doggerel in his heart: Master Wind is a heaven-sent genius, Master Wind is funny and unrestrained, Master Wind is kind and upright, Master Wind is 28 years old. Of course, for a normal heavenly official, their password would not be so difficult to say. It was still relatively normal. The spiritual password of a superior heavenly official would not be easily revealed to others unless they had a close relationship. As a desperate ghost king, Hua Qing was naturally the same. Although the two of them had not known each other for a long time, their relationship could be said to be quite good. It was a bit strange that they had not yet gotten each other's password. However, thinking about it, every time there was something, they would directly meet up. Whether they exchanged or not, it did not seem to matter. Xiaolian had never asked for any heavenly official's password because if there was anything, he could just directly shout into the spiritual communication array. If he wanted to find someone to talk to in private, he could use the array to talk to them. This was also the first time he took the initiative to ask someone for a password. He had no experience and was a bit worried that it would be rude. Seeing Hua Qing's gaze flicker, yet he did not move, Xiaolian felt a bit awkward and hurriedly said, "Is it inconvenient?" It's fine, it's fine. You don't need to worry about me. I was just casually asking. Because there was something I wanted to talk about in private later, I took the liberty to ask. I'll think of a way to quietly ask you." Hua Qing interrupted him and said, "It's not inconvenient. I'm very happy." Xiaolian was startled. "Ah?" Hua Qing sighed and said, "I'm very happy. Gidge finally asked me. Because you never mentioned it, I thought it was inconvenient and you didn't want to exchange passwords with others. That's why I never took the initiative to mention it. Now that Gidge finally asked, how could I say it was just casually asking?" Xiaolian let out a sigh of relief and his mood immediately brightened. Grasping Hua Qing's hand, he said, "So it turns out we both have the same concerns. Just now, I was wrong. That sentence was just something I said casually to apologize to San Lang. So, what's your password?" Hua Qing's eyes slightly brightened. Slightly leaning forward, he said, "My password." Gidge should listen carefully. "I'll only say it once." After he finished speaking, he whispered a sentence. When Xiaolian heard this, his eyes widened. "This? Is it really this? San Lang, are you sure?" Hua Qing was calm and composed as he said, "MHM. It's this. If you don't believe me, Gidge can try it now?" How could Xiaolian dare to try it? He said, then doesn't that mean every time someone comes looking for you, they have to silently say this sentence to you 3 times? Wouldn't that be very embarrassing?" Hua Qing giggled and said, "It's precisely because I don't want others to look for me that I deliberately said this sentence. I want them to know when to back off. However, if Gidge wants to look for me, I'll accompany you anytime." Xiaolian still felt a little unconvinced. In his heart, he said, "This is too bad." He hesitated. He wanted to use his psychic ability, but no matter what, he couldn't say that password. Even if he said it silently, it still wouldn't work. Seeing Xiaolian cover half his face and turn his head away, unable to make up his mind, Hua Qing finally laughed enough and said, okay. If Gidge doesn't dare to say it, I'll look for you. What's your password?" Xiaolian turned his head and said, "Just recite the Tao Te Ching 1,000 times." Hua Qing raised an eyebrow. After a while, Xiao Lian heard his voice in his ear. Just recite the Tao Te Ching 1,000 times, these 11 words, right? The two of them were clearly standing face to face, but they didn't say a word. They communicated with their eyes and used a voice that others couldn't hear to whisper to each other. It was quite interesting. Xiao Lian also used a psychic ability to reply, yes. You actually didn't fall for it. Hua Qing blinked and continued to reply, ha 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 ha, I almost fell for it. This is really too interesting. Xiao Lian also blinked and revealed a smile. It should be known that this password was something that he had seriously thought up 800 years ago. He thought it was very interesting, so he used it after ascending. However, many other heavenly officials didn't seem to find it interesting. Even after falling for it, they were speechless. Mu Qing directly said, Your Highness, this idea of yours is too cold. Forgive me for not being able to laugh. Although Feng Xian laughed until he was rolling on the ground and shouting himself hoarse, Feng Xian's sense of humor was very low and inexplicable. He laughed, but Xiao Lian didn't feel any sense of accomplishment. Since Hua Qing also laughed now, it probably meant that it was really a bit interesting. The original plan was to go to the most expensive restaurant in the imperial city to drink, but since they didn't go to Qinghuang City, it didn't matter where they drank. Thus, the group went to the largest restaurant in town and asked for a private room. After sitting for a while in boredom, the waiter brought the wine. Xiao Lian said, Excuse me to ask, what is this place? Although this question was very strange, it was the most direct and effective way. The waiter asked curiously, Honored guests, you actually didn't come because of the fame? This is Bogu Town. Xiao Lian said, Fame? What fame? The waiter gave a thumbs up and said, Our town's social fire. It's very famous in this area. Every year at this time, there are many outsiders who want to come and see this strange thing. Xianxia asked curiously, What social fire? Xiao Lian said, It's the entertainment that the people use to celebrate during festivals. There will be some acrobatics, local plays, and so on. You can watch it. It was a bit similar to the Xianlu country's Upper Yuan Sacrifice Tour. However, the Heaven Sacrifice Tour was a royal operation and was controlled by the government. On the other hand, social fire was the entertainment of the people. Xianxia said, But today isn't a festival, right? At most, it'll be cold dew tomorrow. Xiao Lian said, It doesn't necessarily have to be a specific festival. Sometimes, it's to commemorate someone and choose a special day to make a fuss and have some fun. At this time, a commotion came from the crowd on the street below the restaurant. Someone shouted, Get out of the way, get out of the way. Children and women, don't stand in front. Everyone move back, the troupe is coming. The four people looked downstairs. What they saw was incredible. Xiao Lian's eyes suddenly widened. They saw a long procession of people walking down the street. In the procession, everyone wore bright red makeup and all kinds of strange clothes. Moreover, there was a sharp weapon stuck in their foreheads. Xiao Lian suddenly stood up. Xianxia also stepped on the table, rolling up his sleeves as if he was about to rush down. However, Xiao Lian quickly pulled him back and said, It's okay, it's okay. Windmaster, calm down. Xianxia said, Is it okay if your eyeballs are squeezed out? Xiao Lian said, It's okay. It's really rare to see the Blood Society fire here. Xianxia quickly took his feet off the table and said, Blood Society fire? What's that? The two sat down again. Xiao Lian said, Different places have different schools of fire. The Blood Society fire is a special school. It's extremely rare. I've only heard of it. I've never seen it because its performance is bloody and strange. And the makeup technique is top secret. It's getting rarer and rarer now. Xianxia was stunned. Makeup technique? Are these all fake? This is too realistic. I thought it was made by some evil method. What he said was not an exaggeration. Xiao Lian also sighed, There are many capable people among the people. Looking at those wandering performers, not only did the sharp weapons on their foreheads penetrate 3 points. Some of them had their intestines pierced and their stomachs rotted, missing arms and legs. Some of them were crawling on the ground, crying. There were also a few people carrying a tall wooden frame. There was a woman hanging from a beam. Her neck was tied with a rope, as if she had hanged herself. 2 more people came, dragging a girl by her legs. The girl's clothes were torn to tatters. She was dragged face down, leaving a long trail of blood on the ground. It really looked like a scene from hell. It was clearly a performance by people, but it was much more terrifying than the ghost city, which was full of ghosts. Compared to this place, the ghost city was simply a bustling bazaar on earth. No one knew how that makeup was done. Even if Xiaolian had heard of this tradition, when he first saw it, he almost thought that it was a demon. Many women and children couldn't hold back their curiosity and wanted to squeeze in front of the crowd to see, but when they saw it, they were so scared that they screamed and retreated. Xianxia said, "Your Highness, didn't you say that the social fire is to celebrate? How can there be such a celebration? People are going to be scared away. The little girls will have nightmares. Will people really be happy to see this kind of performance?" Whether people would be happy to see this kind of performance, it was really hard to say. As a matter of fact, killing and seeing blood would indeed excite people. Regardless of whether there was fear or not, after the fear, many people would feel a trace of pleasure in their hearts. There seemed to be a name for this kind of blood society fire in the local dialect called stabbing happiness. Xiaolian's understanding of it was, stab someone to death with a knife, and you would feel happy in your heart. In the depths of people's hearts, there was a thirst for slaughter. But of course, Xiaolian wouldn't say so much. He just looked at it attentively for a while. In the majestic parade, there was a black-clothed, white-faced man. He was tall and skinny, holding a sharp weapon in his hand. He suddenly smashed towards the head of a gorgeously dressed performer. The knife immediately pierced into the other party's head, and he then used a long spear to lift the other party up and hang him in the air. It was extremely cruel and bloody, as if he had really killed someone on the spot. The crowd screamed in fear, and there was also a wave of applause. Xiaolian said, "I'm guessing that they're acting out a story. This black-clothed man should be the main character, and the people he killed should be the antagonist, the villains. The whole story wants to express punishing evil and promoting good." Speaking up to this point, Xiaolian's heart suddenly moved, and he said, "Master Feng, look carefully." Xianxia said, "I'm looking." Xiaolian said, "I'm letting you watch the story. Look at what kind of people they're acting out, and what kind of story they're telling. There must be a reason why that vernacular true immortal sent you here. It just happened to pick today, maybe it was to let you watch this blood society fire." The black-clothed man's eyebrows were tightly locked, and his expression was one of pain. He killed over 100 villains in the parade, and he himself was also stabbed by a messy mess of sharp weapons. In the end, he hugged several corpses with their skin and flesh split open, and white silk hung from their throats. He hung his head and didn't move, unexpectedly ending up in mutual destruction. One parade passed by, and the next parade continued to act, and so on. Xiaolian said, "Do you guys see what the story is?" Xianxia's eyebrows were tightly locked, and he said, "No. I don't feel like I understand it. I don't really understand. He's just killing people." Besides, Xiaolian, watching unhurriedly, said, "Presumably, it's not a story that everyone knows. Ask the locals, and see if it's from a local character's journal." Coincidentally, the waiter of the restaurant came up again to deliver food. He asked, "Honored guests, is it good? Is it exciting?" Xiaolian said, "It's good, it's exciting." "This waiter, may I ask, who is the person your town's blood society fire is acting out?" Sure enough, the waiter said, "About this, outsiders generally don't know, so they all have to ask. Our Bogu town's blood society fire is acting out the story of a local legend. According to legend, several hundred years ago, there was a scholar here with the surname He. This He Xing, although his family is very poor, he's very capable. Ever since he was young, he's been frighteningly smart. He learns everything quickly, and he's also famous for being a filial son. No matter what he does, there's nothing to say. Unfortunately, this person, he's very unlucky. Whatever good things happen to him, they don't last long. His fiancée was his childhood sweetheart, gentle and virtuous, but his wife and sister were snatched away by a rich family to become a concubine. One refused and was beaten to death, while the other couldn't stand the humiliation and committed suicide. He went to argue, but was framed for adultery and theft. He was thrown into prison without food and almost starved to death. His 70-year-old parents begged for mercy on his behalf and kowtowed for a whole night, but to no avail. They were locked up for 2 years before they were released. His mother had no one to take care of her, so she died of illness. His father was old and had to work hard to support the family, so he was on his last breath. He stopped studying and went to do business, but because he did too well, he was suppressed by other big businessmen. Every bit of money he earned was taken away, and he even owed a lot of debt. The waiter sighed and said, "Everyone, tell me, how can this person be so unlucky?" Xiaolian lightly coughed and sincerely said, "Yes. Other than him, how could there be anyone else who was so unlucky?" After the waiter finished sighing, he beamed with joy and said, "Later, this person went crazy and lost his temper. One night, just like today, the day before the cold dew, he brought a large number of weapons and hacked all the people who had harmed him to death. That killing was so bloody that flesh and blood splattered everywhere. It was delightful. Because those people he killed had been the common people of the village for a long time, everyone applauded and cheered. So later on, every day before the cold dew, the town would use a blood society fire to commemorate him, hoping that Lord Hixing would bless us and kill the evil people. They said it was to punish evil and promote good, but in the end, good and evil didn't have a good ending." The waiter left. Xiaolian saw Xianxia looking pensive and said, "Wind Master, do you have any thoughts?" Xianxia came back to his senses and said, "I seem to have some inexplicable thoughts, but it's still too inexplicable, I can't say why." "Your Highness, what about you?" Xiaolian said, "I'm thinking, could this Hixing be the predecessor of the vernacular true immortal?" While they were talking, the next line of traveling teams began to play out the story again. Xianxia looked down again and said, "Predecessor?" Xiaolian said, "Yes. The source of this kind of humanoid monster is often related to a person's particularly strong resentment or obsession. For example, I heard that Japan has a kind of monster called Hashihime, which is formed from the resentment of a woman. Rumor has it that it's because of the sorrow of a woman waiting for her husband to not return, and it's also because of the madness of a jealous woman. If we say that the formation of the vernacular true immortal originated from someone who was plagued by misfortune, then it's not impossible to hate an unfortunate fate, or envy towards a lucky person?" Mingyi said, "Check the local records." "I want the exact time." Xiaolian said, "Yes, I want to check." If he wanted to know whether this possibility was true or not, he had to check if this Hixing appeared hundreds of years ago. If he appeared later than the earliest records of the vernacular true immortal, then it wouldn't be true. Xianxia nodded his head. After thinking for a while, he still said, "There's one more small matter." At this moment, a voice suddenly came from below, laughing loudly, "Just you wait. Your closest relatives, your best friends, all of them will die without a burial place because of you." Hearing this, Xianxuan's expression suddenly changed. His left hand pressed on the table, and he lightly landed on the restaurant. That voice came from the crowd of people. Xiaolian shouted from upstairs, "Lord Windmaster, come back." Xianxia landed in the middle of a group of bloody zombies and said angrily, "Come out. Come out." However, the performers' expressions were wooden. They completely ignored him and continued to walk forward as if they were sleepwalking. Xianxia was led around in circles by the flow of people. He couldn't tell which person had a problem at all. When he saw one suspicious, he wanted to knock it down with his fan. When he saw another, he was even more suspicious. If he knocked the wrong person, then it would be a human life. Huaqing placed the untouched vegetables on his plate into a smiling face. He didn't even raise his head and said, "It's useless. It's very easy for an old monster with 1,000 years of cultivation to hide the fox's tail." In such a strange group of people, it was too easy to sneak in. Moreover, the form of the vernacular true immortals was originally very similar to humans, let alone the vernacular true immortals who had the highest cultivation among them. After a while, Mingyi also jumped down the stairs and brought Xianxia out. The group of people left the main street and walked towards the Feng Shui temple. Xianxuan's hand that was holding the fan was still trembling slightly. Compared to the fear at the beginning, it was now as if he was angry. He carried a wine pot out of the restaurant. After walking for a while, he took a big gulp and the blood in his eyes gradually dissipated. He said, "Brother Ming, it's better if you don't be my best friend for the time being. Wait until I kill this damn thing, then you can be back." However, Mingyi said rudely, "Who is that? I'm not one to begin with." Xianxia was furious. "Brother Ming, this is very boring. You can't just see that the situation is critical and immediately fall out with me?" They quarreled and pinched each other for a while. Xiaolian shook his head and took out two things from his sleeve. He said, "I think, Wind Master, you should still use this." Xianxian took it and said, "Earplugs?" Xiaolian nodded and said, "Although this method is stupid and can't cure the root cause, it's still effective for a while. As long as you can't hear it, that thing can't do anything to you. I've made a formation. The password to enter the formation is Heavenly Official Blessings, nothing taboo. Next, we'll talk to you in the formation first." Xianxian plugged his ears. Sure enough, he couldn't hear anything. The four of them entered the formation one after another. At this moment, Xiaolian suddenly heard Hua Cheng's voice whispering in his ear, "Brother, brother." Xiaolian looked up and only saw Hua Cheng blinking at him. He didn't open his mouth, but his voice still echoed in his ear, "Don't you have something to say to me? Since you didn't come to find me, I could only come to find you." Xiaolian smiled and replied, "Who told you to set the password like that?" Hua Cheng said, All right. It's my fault." Xianxian adjusted the position of his earplugs. Seeing that the two of them were clearly not saying a word, yet they were looking at each other and smiling, he wondered in the spirit communication formation, "Your Highness the Crown Prince and Blood Rain Tanhua, what are you two doing? Could it be that you exchanged passwords and are secretly talking about something?" Xiaolian coughed lightly and solemnly said in the formation, "There's no such thing." Hua Cheng slightly raised his eyebrows and transmitted his voice, "You're lying." Xiaolian's feet slipped. While pretending to be serious, he walked forward without looking sideways while replying, "Sam Lang, don't mess with me. I have something I want to ask you for help with." The two of them walked side by side, not looking at each other. Hua Cheng asked, "What is it?" Hearing this, Hua Cheng turned his head, his gaze fell on Xianxian and Mingyi who were still fighting behind him. He pointed at one of them and said, "Him?" Xiaolian nodded. Hua Cheng said, "How do you want to test it?" Xiaolian said, "Many years ago, I dealt with two white language immortals and was pestered by one for more than half a year. At that time, I tried to trick them, and also tried to find out one of their characteristics. This characteristic, some of them didn't even realize it, but as long as I put in a little effort, you'll be able to tell." He secretly passed on this technique. When Hua Cheng heard this, he said, "It's easy." And so on and so forth. After the two finished their discussion, they returned to that broken feng shui temple. It was slightly cold in autumn, the sky was slightly dark. Xianxian searched everywhere for the head of his brother, the water god statue, and glued it back. He straightened the two statues and placed them on the altar again. Xiaolian started a fire in the ruined temple hall. He picked up some broken wood and burned it. The four of them sat around the fire. Xianxian covered his ears, he drank a few pots of wine, he finally couldn't hold it in anymore and said, "We can't just sit here and wait for that thing, right? Is there any program that can liven things up?" He took the initiative to suggest it, which was exactly what Xiaolian wanted. However, Mingyi stirred the fire. "At this time, what other programs do you want to liven things up?" Xianxian said, "Yes. Doesn't that thing want me to be afraid? I'm not afraid. I'll play whatever I want. I'm even happier than usual. I'll celebrate the new year and anger it to death." Xiaolian said in the spirit communication array, "Why don't we play dice?" Xianxian frowned and said, "Dice again? Comparing size again? Your Highness the Crown Prince, are you addicted?" Xiaolian said, "How could I?" Xianxian said, "Forget it. Anyway, I don't have anything else on hand, so I'll play. But there are four of us. It's a bit messy when we play." Xiaolian said, "It won't be messy. It's like this. He opened his palm and there were two small and exquisite dice. Xiaolian said, the four of us will be divided into two groups. San Lang and I will form a team, and the two of you will form a team. We'll see who has better luck. 2 dice, 1 roll per group, 1 roll per person, and the result would be recorded. The team with more points wins. Furthermore, they can request the other team with less points to answer their questions or do one thing. Xianxia said, I have a question. Xiaolian said, please ask. Xianxia's legs trembled as he said, why? Of course, the two of you are in the same team, Your Highness? Have you considered our feelings before you divided yourselves into groups? Xiaolian coughed lightly and said, well, if you guys want to change groups, that's fine too. There is no difference. Xianxia inserted the horsetail whisk into his collar and said, forget it. Actually, I don't have any objections to this grouping. But since Bloodrain Tanhua is so lucky, wouldn't our team be at a disadvantage? Xiaolian smiled and said, you can't say that. Although San Lang's luck was extremely good in our group, my luck was extremely bad. Adding them together, one above and one below, wouldn't that make it even? Xianxia thought about it and felt that it made sense. He slapped his thigh and said, good. That's it. He turned his head and elbowed Ming Yi, saying, did you hear the rules, Brother Ming? Don't drag me down. Ming Yi glanced at him, and his cold voice sounded from the spirit communication array, forgive me for not accompanying you. Xianxia hurriedly pinched him back and said, it's fine if you drag me down. Forget it, come. You should accompany me, otherwise, it would be so miserable for me to be in a group alone. Thus, the four of them simply swore to abide by the rules of the game and began to play. In the first round, Xianxia threw a 5, Ming Yi threw a 4, Huaqing threw a 6, and Xiaolian threw a 1. Xianxia was overjoyed, ha 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 ha. Your Highness, your luck is really too bad. Ha 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 ha. Xiaolian rubbed the space between his eyebrows and said in a warm voice, although what you said is the truth, can you not say it in such a happy tone? Xianxia said, cough. Alright, then, if our group wins, this Windmaster will ask the two of you to do one thing. That, Your Highness, Bloodrain Tanhua. I order you to immediately help the other party take off their clothes. Xiaolian? Xiaolian said, Windmaster? Ming Yi turned around with a disgusted expression and held her forehead, as if she didn't want to see this kind of bad taste scene. Xianxia shouted, come. If you're willing to bet, you must accept your loss. A dignified god official and a dignified ghost king won't act shamelessly. Right? I'm already seated, please begin your performance. Xiaolian looked at Huaqing. Huaqing spread out his hands and mouthed silently, brother, it's not my fault. Xiaolian was helpless and could only say, how much? Xianxia was just playing around. Of course, he wouldn't really embarrass them. He shook his legs and said with a smile, it's enough to take off one piece. It'll be easier to continue after leaving a few pieces. He actually wanted to continue. Xiaolian hesitated and secretly transmitted his voice, San Lang. Huaqing's face didn't change, but his voice seriously comforted Xiaolian's ear, it's fine. Didn't we agree that we could let them win a few rounds? There will be times when they lose later. This was indeed what they had agreed on in advance. It was just that Xiaolian didn't expect Xianxia to play like this. He felt as if he had shot himself in the foot. He slowly untied Huaqing's belt. After a long time, he finally helped Huaqing take off his black shirt, revealing the snow-white undershirt inside. Huaqing also helped him take off his coat with a calm expression. His movements were gentle and slow, and he didn't touch Xiaolian's body. In fact, both of them had only taken off a coat. It didn't hurt or itch, and it was completely harmless. However, Xiaolian still felt that this matter was extremely strange. He sat up straight and said, again. In the second round, Xianxia threw a 3 and Ming Yi threw a 6. Huaqing still threw a 6, and Xiaolian still threw a 1. Xianxia pounded the ground and laughed loudly. Xiaolian looked towards Huaqing. The two of them had never stopped communicating. He transmitted his voice. San Lang. This was different from what they had agreed on. Hua Qing replied apologetically, sorry, I forgot just now. Brother, don't be angry, it's my fault this time. Xianxia shouted again and rolled up his sleeves, alright, this round, I order you. Xiaolian hurriedly said, hold on. We did it in the last round, and we took it off. This round, it's time to ask questions. Xianxia laughed and said, ask questions? Alright. Then, my first question, Blood Rain Tanhua, in your heart, what is the most painful thing in the world? Hua Qing's smile suddenly faded. At the same time, there was a slight silence in the Fengshui temple. Xianxia said, don't misunderstand, I don't mean anything special. I'm just really curious, to be able to become a ghost king like you, Blood Rain Tanhua, is there anything in this world that can make you feel pain? Maybe, it doesn't exist? Hua Qing asked, what do you think? Xianxia thought for a while and guessed, Bronze Cauldron Mountains Gu City? This was indeed the first answer that popped up when many people thought about this question. However, Hua Qing smiled and said, there's nothing to be afraid of. Xianxia asked curiously, isn't that so? Then what would it be? The corners of Hua Qing's mouth curled up, the arc quickly disappeared, and he said, I'll tell you what it is. He said softly, watching the person you love being trampled and humiliated with your own eyes, but you can't do anything about it. You understand that you are nothing and can't do anything. This is the most painful thing in the world. Hearing this, Xiaolian held his breath and focused. In the dilapidated Fengshui temple, no one answered. Xianxia could not say a word for a long time. After a long time, he said, oh. Mingyi's expression was still cold, he stirred the fire and said, continue. Xianxia scratched his head and waved his hand, I'm done asking. Brother Ming, you can do it. Thus, Mingyi raised his head slightly and stared at Xiaolian, saying, Your Highness. Xiaolian came back to his senses and said, Mingyi said, what is the thing you regret the most in your life? He did not expect that Mingyi, who was usually quiet, would ask such a blunt question. Xiaolian was stunned for a moment. Should I not have listened to the advice and insisted on going to the lower realm? Should I not have overestimated myself and went to Yong'an terrain? Should I not have wishful thinking and wanted to protect Xianlu? Or should I not have spared some people's lives? He knew that it was none of these. After a long time, Xiaolian said, the second ascension. The other 3 people in the temple looked at him and did not say anything. Xiaolian was lost in thought for a while. After a long time, he suddenly came back to his senses and said, what's wrong? Everyone, I'm done answering. Hua Qing said calmly, nothing. Continue. Third round, Xianxia 2, Mingyi 2, Hua Qing 6, Xiaolian 1. Seeing this, Xiaolian let out a huge sigh of relief. The heavenly official's blessing finally won. It was Xingshuan's turn to be punished, but he was eager to try, as if he was not afraid of anything, and said, come on. Anything. Xiaolian smiled and said, then, I'll do whatever I want. Lord Geomaster, please go first. He turned to Mingyi and said, Lord, you have to answer the questions I'm going to ask next. Do not lie. Mingyi did not speak. Xianxia waved his hand and said, don't worry, Brother Ming will not lie at all. Xiaolian smiled and said, okay. First question, who am I? Xianxia was stunned and said, Your Highness the Crown Prince, what kind of question is this? Aren't you? If you're not you, who else can you be? Hearing this, Mingyi slowly raised his head and looked Xiaolian in the eye. After a moment, he answered, the Crown Prince of Xianlu country, Xiaolian. Xiaolian nodded and said, second question, who is the person sitting next to me? After pausing for a moment, Mingyi answered again, the Master of Ghost City, Blood Rain Tanhua. Xiaolian said, then, the last question, who is the person sitting next to you? Xianxia was even more baffled, Your Highness, what are you guys playing at? Who am I? I'm the Wind Master? Xiaolian said, Lord Geomaster, please answer. This time, Mingyi didn't answer so quickly. After dealing with the vernacular immortals many times, Xiaolian discovered a wonderful rule about them. Once the vernacular immortals opened their mouths, within 3 sentences, there would definitely be at least one lie. This characteristic was like an ordinary person. No matter how strong and healthy their body was, they must drink water within 3 days. Otherwise, they would die from dehydration. It wouldn't change with the level of their ability. Unless they ascended and were no longer human. The thousandly shrink formation was drawn by Ming Yi, and the door was also the last one Ming Yi passed. If he wanted to do something, he would have the best chance. Xiaolian's first suspect was naturally him. However, at that time, Xianxia was clearly uneasy. If he immediately revealed his suspicions, it would undoubtedly cause Xianxia's mind to waver, causing the vernacular true immortal to be able to absorb even more negative emotions from his body and turn them into a source of mana. Therefore, at that time, Xiaolian quickly found another possibility. However, in fact, he didn't give up on the most direct possibility. Although the relationship between the Wind Master and the Geomaster was extremely good, if the Geomaster was the vernacular true immortal in disguise, the Wind Master would definitely be able to see through it. However, what if the vernacular true immortal had already quietly attached himself to Mingyi's body? Therefore, from the beginning, he wanted Huaqing to cooperate with him and beat around the bush to get Mingyi's words. Huaqing suggested that the two of them didn't interact much with Mingyi in the first place, so it would be unnatural for them to get information out of him. It would be better to first use the name of the game to create as many opportunities as possible for Mingyi to say a few more words. Then, they could see if they could find out the truth without being detected by the Wind Master and Earth Master. However, Mingyi always spoke very little. No matter how warm the atmosphere was, his words were like gold. Just now, during the game, Xiaolian had been paying attention to every word. Whenever he opened his mouth, most of it was ambiguous. It was impossible to determine whether he was lying or not. In the end, he could only use his trump card. He borrowed Huaqing's ability to secretly control the dice and make Mingyi lose. Then, he suddenly threw out 3 questions, making it difficult for him to get off. He had no choice but to answer on the spot. Because they were in the game, Xianxia wouldn't be able to react in time. He would still think that they were joking, so he wouldn't be taken advantage of by the vernacular true immortal to absorb his mana. As long as Mingyi answered incorrectly and gave himself away, Xiaolian would immediately subdue him. He already knew that for something like the vernacular true immortal, there would definitely be at least one lie in every 3 sentences. Now, Xiaolian asked 2 questions, and Mingyi's answers were both true. If he really wanted to get away with it, by making the wording a little ambiguous, or he could even pretend to be joking. However, Mingyi's answers to the first 2 questions were concise and comprehensive, without any tricks. The last one should be the same. Otherwise, that didn't seem like Mingyi. This also proved that something was amiss. Xiaolian and Mingyi looked at each other calmly. After a while, Mingyi finally spoke. He replied in a tone no different from the previous 2 sentences, one of the 5 masters. The younger brother of Navy Master Wudu Master Feng, Qingxian. Qingxian shook his head and said, "Sai, why didn't you say my best friend?" Mingyi looked at him. "Who is that?" Hearing this, Xiaolian breathed a sigh of relief. As mentioned earlier, although true immortals were called immortals, they were not true immortals after all. As long as it still belonged to the category of demons and ghosts, it was impossible to get rid of the characteristics of this race. 3 sentences were enough, and all 3 sentences were undoubtedly the truth. It seemed like there was no problem with Mingyi. Unless Wudu and Qingxian were not biological brothers. However, this shocking reversal left everyone speechless. It should not exist. Who knew that before he could completely relax, Mingyi would suddenly make a move? It went straight for his throat. Xiaolian and Huaqing went to intercept his hand at the same time. The 3 hands were like 3 bolts of lightning, dazzling Qingxian so much that he jumped up and said, "Brother Ming, what are you doing?" Mingyi stared at Xiaolian and said in a low voice, "You've asked 3 questions. In the previous round, I only asked 1. Xiaolian smiled faintly and said, "Lord Geomaster, please recall the rules carefully. I did not say that I could only ask 1 question per round." Mingyi said, "That's good. Let me add my question now. Who are you?" Xiaolian said, "Didn't you already answer this question yourself just now?" Mingyi said, "Perhaps I answered wrongly. Otherwise, the Crown Prince should explain why he suddenly designed this game and why he asked these three strange questions. Your Excellency Ghost King's manipulation technique is amazing. Using it on this kind of fun is a waste of a sledgehammer." Huaqing laughed, "What do you mean by that?" "You can use it however you like." One must know that Xiaolian and Huaqing found Mingyi suspicious, but Mingyi also found them suspicious. Xianxia did not know what they were arguing about, but he did not dare to take off his earplugs rashly. He could only say, "Stop, stop, stop. I order you all to stop immediately and tell me what happened. Otherwise, add me in." As he spoke, he also opened the Windmaster's fan. Mingyi pushed him away and said, "Move aside. Don't cause trouble." Just at this time, a sudden gust of cold wind blew past. The bonfire that the four of them were surrounding was blown up and down by this gust of cold wind, dancing chaotically. The fire shadows were chaotic, reflecting the faces of the male and female deities on the altar of the dilapidated temple. It looked like they were smiling yet not smiling, crying yet not crying. It was extremely strange. Mingyi grabbed Xianxia again and said vigilantly, "Something is coming." Xianxia had just been pushed to the ground by him and was unable to get up. Now that he was caught again, he said with stars in his eyes, "Brother Ming. Can you be nicer to me?" Mingyi said, "I'm not free." Xiaolian had been staring at the two deity statues and suddenly said, "Look at their eyes." The four of them looked back and saw that there were 4 bloodstains on the faces of the 2 smiling feng shui divine officials. There were actually tears of blood flowing from the eyes of the clay statues. Consecrating the light, erecting a statue of a deity that had received incense and worship, had a certain deterrent effect on demons, devils, and ghosts. Even if they did not retreat, they could not be destroyed or defiled by non-human things. That true immortal was indeed skilled. Xianxia was still here, but it made the Windmaster's statue bleed and cry in front of the Windmaster. More and more tears of blood flowed and fell to the ground. They slowly gathered into a twisted and complicated shape. Xianxia was puzzled. "What is that? Is it drawing a picture?" He could not understand what shape it was. He did not go near it, but changed directions and tried to figure it out. After a while, Xiaolian suddenly came to a realization, "This is not a picture, this is a reversed word." He immediately shouted, "Don't look. It's written for you to see." Mingyi struck out with his palm and with a boom, the blood stain on the ground and the 2 deity statues were smashed into pieces. Xianxia was dumbfounded. "Brother Ming. You, don't let my brother know, otherwise he won't forgive you." Destroying the statues of other divine officials was a great disrespect to that divine official. But today, Mingyi first chopped the horizontal board and then the statue. This was no different from going to a restaurant and smashing their signboard and giving them 2 big slaps on the face. If word of this got out and people found out, they would definitely not let it go. It was unknown whether or not there would be a reign of terror. At this moment, Xiaolian inadvertently turned his head and suddenly saw that the words on the horizontal board that they had smashed and placed aside in the day were not right. The horizontal board was clearly written with golden words on a blue background, Feng Shui Hall, but now it had turned into a blood-red distorted word, vaguely showing the half of the word dead. He quickly covered Xianxia's eyes and shouted in the spirit communication array, "Close your eyes." Xianxia said, "What's wrong now?" Xiaolian said, "Nothing, it's just that the words on your temple's plaque have changed. That thing knows that you can't hear it now, so it changed to writing." Xianxia said, "Dead. Then I can't hear or see now, wouldn't I be deaf and blind?" Xiaolian let go of his hand and said, "It's okay, calm down, we're here." Mingyi grabbed the back of Xianxia's collar and dragged him to the side. Xianxia still closed his eyes, put his palms together and said, "It's really reassuring." Just as he finished speaking, there was suddenly a burst of noise outside the dilapidated temple. Xiaolian's eyes blurred and in the next moment, a large group of people screamed and rushed in like a pitch-black tide. This group of people really came in all kinds of strange shapes and sizes. Some were beheaded, some were hung, some had their heads cut by a large knife, some had their stomachs cut open, there were all kinds of things. Although Xianxia couldn't hear or see, he felt that the footsteps around him were messy. In the chaos, he was pushed a few times. In the spirit communication array, he said in surprise, "What's going on? What's coming? Why are there suddenly so many people?" Xiaolian said, "It's not a big deal. It's a blood society night tour. We should just leave quickly." In some places, besides the day tours, there were also side activities at night. Not only did the swimmers want to enjoy this thrill of scaring people, many ordinary people also couldn't bear the itch in their hearts. Thus, they also imitated the makeup of the blood society and took advantage of the night to come out and scare people. Perhaps, right now, the four of them just happened to run into this wave of night tours. The makeup of this group of ordinary people was admittedly not as exquisite and lifelike as the orthodox swimmers in the daytime, but it was superior in that there were so many of them that it was too much for the eyes to take in. Moreover, it was dark and it was hard to see clearly, so it was also very frightening. Therefore, in towns with this kind of side activities, on the night of the Blood Society fire performance, the locals would close their doors and not go out. It wasn't easy for these night roamers who were wandering around outside to see people inside the dilapidated temple. They found their prey and were extremely excited. All of a sudden, more than 50 people rushed in, and the dilapidated temple instantly became incomparably crowded. The four of them were submerged in the chaotic dance of the demons. Xiaolian frequently turned his head back, but he could only see that Huaqing was still beside him, forever not more than 2 steps away from him. As for the other 2 people, they had already been rushed 7 to 8 steps away. He said, "Everyone, quickly get out." However, among these night roamers, some were purely messing around for fun, while some were ruffians or small businessmen. They specifically looked for foreign tourists who came from afar to see the Blood Society fire to squeeze a little money out of them. They blocked them and refused to let them go, pestering and making a ruckus. "2 young masters, give us some tips. We've worked so hard to dress up, if it's fun, give us some tips." "That's right, it's not easy for us brothers, we only do this once a year. If you don't give us some tips, be careful that the ghost master will come looking for us." As this matter had nothing to do with him, Huaqing looked on with folded arms. He was not worried at all. Hearing this, he laughed and said, "I'd like to see just what kind of ghost would dare come looking for me." At this moment, Xiaolian swept his gaze across the crowd and suddenly saw a pale-faced hanger ghost at the edge of the dilapidated temple. It was currently smiling slyly as it wrapped a hemp rope around a person's neck. Although it was noisy all around, everyone was drenched in blood, their noses and eyes slanted, and they were constantly pretending to kill each other, and "you die, I die." There would be people falling to the ground with strange cries from time to time. It was impossible to distinguish the real from the fake, but Xiaolian instinctively felt that there was something wrong with that person. With a wave of his hand, Ruoxi flew out and struck the hanger ghost's head. As expected, the hanger ghost let out a miserable cry and turned into a wisp of black smoke, burrowing into a crack in the ground. The bystanders had no time to pay attention, but Xiaolian saw it clearly. He said from within the spirit communication formation, "Everyone, be careful. Something's fishing in troubled waters." Compared to before, this feng shui temple now had a wisp of faintly discernible ghost qi. Naturally, it wasn't a true immortal, but a small fry that had snuck in from who knew where. Pretending to be a ghost all day long would eventually attract a real ghost. Appearing at this juncture was like adding snow to snow. There were too many people in this temple and it was too chaotic. Heads bumped into each other and feet stepped on each other. It was impossible to tell who the ghost qi was coming from. Xiaolian pulled Huaqing and rushed out of the feng shui temple. When he was about to ask Master Feng and the others how they were doing, he discovered that his transcendence energy was running out. He was unable to communicate with them. In a moment of desperation, he said to Huaqing, "San Lang, lend me a bit of transcendence energy. I'll return it to you later." Of course, this "I'll return it to you later" was just nonsense. He had never been able to return the transcendence energy he had borrowed before. Huaqing said, "All right." He reached out and grasped his hand. Xiaolian felt a faint wave of heat pass over him. Coincidentally, a few more bloody people came running out of the feng shui temple and chased after him. The last one had lost his internal organs as he ran. His face was covered in livor mortis, and there was a faint layer of ghost chi emanating from his body. Xiaolian subconsciously raised his hand and struck him through the air. He only heard a loud explosion. At the same time, an extremely dazzling white light lit up. Only after a while did Xiaolian react. The place where the disemboweled ghost had been hiding in the crowd was left with a pile of charcoal-like residue. As for the feng shui temple in front of him, the entire roof had been blown away. The noisy night roamers in the temple were all dumbstruck. They had long been stunned by that loud explosion and that white light. Xiaolian raised his head to look at the feng shui temple that had lost its roof. Then, he lowered his head to look at his own hand. Finally, he slowly turned his head back to look at Huaqing behind him. Huaqing smiled at him and said, "Is this enough?" Xiaolian said, "It's enough. Actually, really, a little is enough." Huaqing said, "It's a little. Do you want more? You can have as much as you want." Xiaolian hurriedly shook his head. Previously, he had also borrowed magic power from Xianxia, Nan Feng, and the others. They had also lent him very generously. However, Xiaolian had never experienced this kind of feeling, as if the blood in his entire body had turned into electricity and was currently flowing in his body. If the magic power he borrowed before was said to be frugal, eating one mouthful at a time, not daring to waste it, then right now, he felt that it wouldn't be a problem for him to eat one bowl and pour out 10 bowls. The magic power that Huaqing had transferred over was too strong. It filled his entire body, so much so that Xiaolian almost didn't dare to move carelessly. He was afraid that with a wave of his hand, something next to him would explode. Taking advantage of the temporary silence around him, he hurriedly said in the spirit communication array, "Master Feng, where are you? I left the temple and didn't see you." Xianxia said in the array, "Oh my God. Your Highness the Crown Prince, why did your voice suddenly become so loud?" "I also left the feng shui temple." Xiaolian slightly retracted his magic power and said, "I'm sorry, I couldn't control it." "How did you leave? Are you all right?" Xianxia's ears were blocked and his eyes were closed. Xianxia replied, "Hey, how else could I have left? Brother Ming pulled me out. Fortunately, I wasn't trampled to death by that group of people." Immediately after, Mingyi's voice also sounded in the spirit communication array. However, what he said caused the smile that had just bloomed on Xiaolian's face to freeze. He said, "It wasn't me." "It wasn't?" Xianxia did not say anything else. Xiaolian felt a sense of foreboding. "Lord Windmaster? What's wrong with you? Are you still there? What happened? Why aren't you talking?" If he had been taken away by the night roamers in the chaos, he would not have suddenly fallen silent. Could it be that he had already been killed? However, no matter how anxious he was, it was useless. He didn't even know where Master Feng was at the moment. The crowd finally quieted down. Mingyi finally escaped from the feng shui temple. There were rules in the heaven realm. He could not abuse his magic power on mortals and casually manifest his spirit. If he killed someone, it would be a demerit. This rule made it hard for the priests who followed the rules. Otherwise, with a wave of his hand, the group of people flew along with the roof. It took a while for the crowd to react, and they shouted, It's here. It really appeared. The demon is here." The crowd dispersed in an uproar. Xiaolian said, "Sergio Master. Why didn't you stop the Windmaster just now? Have you seen him? When did you get separated?" Mingyi said, "Just now there was a ghost in the crowd taking advantage of the chaos to attack people. He must have seen that someone's life was in danger. To divert his attention to save her. He had beaten the ghost but lost his friend." Xiaolian said, "Let's hurry up and split up to search. He shouldn't have gone far." Suddenly, Xianxia's voice sounded again from the spirit communication array. He laughed and said, "Ha ha 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 ha." Although the laughter was very abrupt, Xiaolian hurriedly said, "Esteemed Wind Master. What happened to you just now? You suddenly stopped talking. I thought something happened to you." Xianxian said, "Ha ha 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 ha, how is that possible? Is it that easy for a Wind Master to get into trouble? I was just joking to scare you guys. Ha 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 ha, Brother Ming, you bastard, you actually didn't hold me back. If I were to die, I would definitely come to find you. Ha 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 ha. Mingy said, don't, ha ha. Speak human language. Xiaolian already knew that the more nervous this person was, the more excited he would be, the more scared he would be. This isn't. Forgetting to pause, she interrupted him, you didn't say anything, did you? Is there any obvious change in his expression? Did you resist? Xianxia replied, I didn't say anything. His expression did not change. There was no resistance. Xiaolian thought, this is bad. He must have been scared silly. He softened his tone and said warmly, very good. Listen to me. Lord Windmaster, it's all right. Don't be afraid. Just stay the same and pretend that you didn't notice anything. If you have anything to say, just quietly say it to us through the spirit communication array. But don't let that thing find out that you already know what it is. Quietly spread out your spiritual light and form a layer of protection around your body. This will ensure that you won't fall or fall into a pit. If there's any attack, you'll be able to sense it. Xianxia wanted to cry but had no tears, oh. And then? Xiaolian said, then take a deep breath. That's it. Do it a few more times. Do you feel better? His voice was very gentle and comforting. Xianxia said, it seems to be a little better. Thank you, Your Highness. Xiaolian asked tentatively, then, what do you think will happen if you open your eyes and look at the thing that's pulling you? Would it be able to hold on? Xianxia said, he will probably die. It seemed that if Xianxia opened his eyes, his fear would reach its peak the moment he opened his eyes. He would become the best delicacy and nourishment for the true immortal. After that, he would probably lose his fighting strength. Moreover, if he opened his eyes and that thing happened to be staring at him, maybe the dignified Wind Master would start foaming at the mouth and fall like a star. Xiaolian said, then you should close your eyes. Mingy said, after it took you out of the Feng Shui temple, where did it go? Right now, what they needed the most was Xianxuan's position. Xianxia closed his eyes and couldn't see where it went, but he could estimate its position based on the general direction and the number of steps it took. Xianxia said, I don't know. Mingy, you don't even know this. Xianxia was furious, who would remember this kind of thing? And didn't I think it was you? At the side, Huaqing was watching from the sidelines. He was so bored that he changed back to his red clothes, then back to his black clothes, then back to his white clothes. Almost every time Xiaolian turned his head, his appearance would instantly change. The way he tied his hair, accessories, boots, and so on were all different. Sometimes he was playful, sometimes he was elegant, sometimes he was stern, and sometimes he was gorgeous. Xiaolian was dazzled. He turned his head frequently, unable to extricate himself. After realizing it, he suddenly blinked his eyes and stopped himself from blurting out, this outfit is not bad and looks good. He said, stay, stay. Now is not the time to argue. The more you argue, the more steps the Wind Master will take. The further he goes, the harder it will be to find him. Xianxia said in pain, I say, can you really not find me? It's only about 50 or 60 steps, definitely not more than 100 steps, and you're still walking so slowly. Not more than 100 steps? Mingy quickly rushed out and disappeared at the end of the street. But in a flash, he reappeared at the entrance of the Feng Shui temple and said, no. This is bad. Xiaolian said, 1,000 miles contraction. After that true immortal took advantage of the chaos to bring the Wind Master out of the Feng Shui temple, he probably immediately used the 1,000 miles contraction technique to send them elsewhere. Otherwise, he would have found them a long time ago. Once this technique was activated, who knew where they would be sent to? Finding the whereabouts of the Wind Master was no different from finding a needle in a haystack. Xiaolian immediately said, I'll go to the Heavenly Court Spirit Communication Array to inform them. Xianxia hurriedly said, wait. Crown Prince, don't go. You promised me to keep it a secret. My brother is about to transcend the third tribulation. The third tribulation is a big hurdle, we definitely can't fail at this step. Mingyi said, if you delay any longer, I'll let you transcend the tribulation now. Xianxia said angrily, I said no means no. How many eyes are staring at my brother? This thing is deliberately looking for this opportunity. It can forget about succeeding, don't even think about it. Even if I die and my bones rot, I will be dug out after my brother transcends the tribulation. After a while, Mingyi said, okay. Okay. Xiaolian keenly noticed that his tone was actually suppressing a wave of anger. This was an unprecedented intense emotion. He felt slightly uneasy and didn't want to let it develop into more trouble. He rushed to say, Lord Windmaster, has that thing been leading you? Xianxia said, yes. It's grabbing my arm. Xiaolian said, is there anything special about it? For example, a special demonic aura, or a special smell, touch, and so on. No. Nothing at all. What about the surrounding environment? For example, is the road under your feet rough or flat? Did you step on anything or kick anything? Xiaolian wanted to see if he could confirm the general area as soon as possible according to the surrounding environment. Xianxia said, the road is very strange. It's very soft and floating, as if it's on a cloud. Xiaolian said in his heart, you're so scared that your legs have gone soft. Xianxia's 5 senses had already been sealed, so it was very difficult for him to give any clues. He was afraid that it would be cut off here. Although Huaqing had been watching the show from the side in boredom, firstly, he himself came to watch the show and play. He was not related to Xianxia and was even someone from the ghost realm, so there was no reason for him to help the heavenly priest. Secondly, Xiaolian also didn't want to always trouble him to help. Thus, he calmed his mind and said, Lord Windmaster, I have a way to let you immediately get away from that thing. However, I need your permission. Xianxia immediately said, okay, I approve. However, Huaqing suddenly stopped and said, soul-shifting technique? What? Xiaolian said, that's right. It's the soul-shifting technique. The soul-shifting technique, as the name implied, was a kind of soul-changing technique. With my eyes, I see what you see. This kind of technique wasn't commonly used. Firstly, the burning of mana was extremely cruel. Secondly, very few people were willing to hand over the control of their most important body. Huaqing's expression froze and said, brother, be careful. Xianxia said, then what will you do if you face it? Xiaolian said, I'm not afraid of it, it doesn't matter. Mingyi said, change. Huaqing said, brother, think about it carefully. Suddenly, Xianxia said, it stopped. Hearing this, Xiaolian shouted in the spirit communication array, there's no time to hesitate, now. Xianxia clenched his teeth and said, please, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Xiaolian said, okay. As soon as he said that, he closed his eyes. His body suddenly became extremely light, so light that it was as if he was going to float up into the sky. Suddenly, he became extremely heavy, so heavy that it was as if he was going to fall into the ground. After the earth and sky spun for a while, he gradually felt real. He stabilized his body, but his eyes were still closed. Not a single sound could be heard in his ears. A hand was grabbing onto his arm, and it stood there motionless. Xiaolian suddenly opened his eyes. He took out the earplugs with one hand, and with a flip of his other hand, he turned the tables and grabbed that true immortal. He smiled and said, how are you? Xianxia closed his eyes for a long time, and the surroundings were pitch black again. Therefore, the moment Xiaolian opened his eyes and his body, he was unable to adapt to the darkness and could not see anything. However, the thing that was grabbing him had already become the thing he was grabbing. Ruaxia was not there, so Xiaolian specially used a locking hand, like a fine steel shackle to clamp that hand, making it unable to use magic to escape. Inside the spirit communication array, Xianxuan's voice said, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Are you okay? If you can't, why don't you change back first, or I'll just replace it myself. It seemed that Xianxia had also safely changed into his body. Xiaolian firmly locked that true immortal with one hand, and in the blink of an eye, he kicked more than 30 times and said, pretty good. It was just that he had just moved his soul, so he was slightly not used to it. After a while, when he got used to it, his attacks and kicks could be even more ferocious. Xianxia said, "Your Highness, I'll tell you the technique of my magic treasure. You can use whatever you want, don't stand on ceremony." Xiaolian did not have a sword by his side, and with a swoosh, he opened the Wind Master fan and said, "All right." Xianxia said again, "I'll also tell you the technique of transforming into a female form. My female form's magic power is stronger." Xiaolian rejected flatly, "No. There's no need for that." Huaqing said in a deep voice, "Brother, quickly look around and tell me what kind of place it is." Mingy said, "No, let's talk about what you're fighting with first." However, he could clearly see the outline of the branches and leaves around him. The face of the black shadow could not be seen clearly no matter how hard he tried. It was as if there was a ball of demonic wind and black mist circling around that thing. The Windmaster's Windmaster fan was a peerless magic treasure. It could blow away the demonic mist and clear the world. Xiaolian had obtained the spell taught by Xianxia. He opened the fan and flew. A gust of wind rose from the ground, causing the leaves in the surroundings to tremble violently. There were even a few weak saplings that were uprooted from the ground. Its power could not be said to be weak. Unfortunately, this gust of wind blew a little askew. It did not hit the target. Magic treasures were not so easy to control. After all, he was not the owner of the Windmaster fan. He naturally could not use it as easily as Xianxia. The angle and strength were not easy to grasp. If it was not strong, then it was weak. If it was not off, then it was the opposite. After realizing this, Xiaolian decisively gave up. He changed his strategy and closed the fan with a paw. He directly used it as a weapon. He began to wildly hit the vital points of the other party's body, and then with a schwa, a layer of spiritual light covered the edge of the fan, forcefully turning the paper fan into a bone-cutting steel knife. The sound of wind cutting whizzed, cold light flashed. Xianxia roughly guessed what was going on and broke down, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, are you mistaken? That is a magic weapon, and you actually use it as a weapon. What a waste of natural resources." This was a common problem of the martial god. Xiaolian took the time to calmly say, almost. Huaqing's tone became heavier, "Brother." Xiaolian knew what he was rushing for. As he fought, he quickly scanned his surroundings. There were beautiful mountains and clear waters, pavilions and pavilions. There was really nothing special about it, so he really could not determine where he was. That true immortal sensed his movements and roughly guessed his purpose. He suddenly said, "You are not Xianxia." Xiaolian's figure did not slow down, his mind racing. Under normal circumstances, it should not have thought of the soul transfer technique so quickly. Why did it immediately discover that I am not Xianxia? Sigh, forget it, continue fighting. He beat people without any humanity. That true immortal probably could not take it anymore and said, "Fall immediately." As expected, it directly began to prophesy to Xiaolian. However, Xiaolian acted as if he hadn't heard anything and continued to beat him even more fiercely. The vernacular true immortal said again, "You will be defeated." Xiaolian smiled and said, "We already lost 800 years ago, so what if we lose a few more times?" How much more could he lose? "Give up. Whatever you say to me is useless." Huaqing said, "Big brother, if you're unable to determine where you are, then you just have to use the Windmaster to create a hurricane and I'll know where you are." It just so happened that Xiaolian had thought of this method as well, and he said, "All right." He was just about to make a move when suddenly, the white language true immortal let out a sly laugh and said, "Someone is coming." Xiaolian inexplicably became vigilant. Sure enough, that thing said in a low voice, "Don't worry, the person who came to find you, you will definitely watch him die in front of you." Hearing this, Xiaolian couldn't smile anymore. His heart skipped a beat, and even his breathing stagnated. In the next moment, he actually cursed, "Shut up." In a split second, that white language true immortal suffered another 50 or so heavy kicks, each one landing on its head. It was kicked until it couldn't speak, but it still let out a deep sigh. That was a sigh of satisfaction, as if it had sucked on some holy delicacy, and it let out a cold laugh. In a moment of carelessness, Xiaolian had actually allowed it to suck the thing it wanted from his body. However, Xiaolian didn't have the mood to curse inwardly. It was only because that sentence just now really made his heart feel as if it had suddenly received a heavy blow. Even if he knew that it was impossible for Huaqing to do as this thing said and die in front of him, or to be exact, Huaqing had already died a long time ago, he still couldn't help but tremble with fear. He couldn't even bear to hear those words himself. Although the people inside the spirit communication array couldn't sense his abnormality, Huaqing seemed to have a telepathic connection and became vigilant. Big brother? Is it saying something to you? Xiaolian said, it's talking nonsense. No. It didn't say anything. Huaqing immediately understood and scolded, it's courting death. Tell me immediately, I'll go over right now. Xiaolian hurriedly said, no need, don't come over first. Absolutely don't come over. Huaqing said, tell me. Xianxia said, I'm sorry to disturb you. I say, you guys really secretly exchanged spiritual passwords, right? Your Highness the Crown Prince, didn't you notice? You made a wrong array. Only now did Xiaolian realize that ever since he had used the soul transfer technique, Huaqing's every word had been directed to him. However, due to the intensity of the battle and his slightly chaotic state of mind, he hadn't noticed this and had directly responded to Huaqing through the spirit communication array. This time, the matter of them privately communicating with each other could be considered to have been completely exposed. But right now, he couldn't care about being embarrassed. Xiaolian said, it's okay, give me half the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, I can deal with this thing. After he finished speaking, he plugged his ears again and attacked even more fiercely, fully concentrating on dealing with that white-spoken true immortal. However, he didn't know that on Bogotown's side, after Huaqing heard his words, he raised his hand and sent a palm strike, causing Mingi to sink 3 feet into the ground. Then, he said to Xianxia who was inside Xiaolian's body, change back. Xianxia had originally planned to immediately change back. Seeing this, he hurriedly said, Blood Rain Tanhua, what are you doing? I'll change now. Your Highness the Crown Prince is helping me. It's still reasonable for you to hit me, but why are you hitting Brother Ming? After he finished speaking, he remembered that this was Xiaolian's body. Of course, Huaqing wouldn't hit him. If he had to hit someone, then it could only be Mingi. On the other side, Xiaolian was fighting fiercely when he suddenly heard Xianxia shout in the spirit communication array, Your Highness the Crown Prince, please cover your ears and run away. I'm going to change back. Xiaolian said, Lord Windmaster, can you do it? Xianxia said, I can't fight it, but I can still escape. Thus, Xiaolian kicked the white-spoken true immortal several feet away. He turned around and ran for his life, saying, Wait, you don't have to run. Wait, I'll set up a protective array for you here. Lord Windmaster, do you have any protective magic tools on you? If you don't have magic tools, precious treasures will do. When Xianxia heard this, he hurriedly said, Treasure? I do. Touch my neck, there's a longevity lock. Is that okay? Xiaolian touched it, and sure enough, Xianxia was wearing a heavy longevity golden lock. The golden light was dazzling, rich and exquisite. He happily said, Yes. This is a rare treasure. This is great. Xianxia said, Is that so? Also, I have a jade belt on my waist, an agate ring on my hand, a few beads inlaid on the upper of my boots, and the sandalwood handle of my horsetail whisk is even bigger than yours. Oh, right, it said that the horsetail whisk's hair is also very rare. I don't know what kind of spiritual beast it came from. He said 7 or 8 things in one breath and said, In short, Your Highness the Crown Prince, can you see if everything I have on me can be used? Can be used? All of them were rare treasures. Xiaolian was shocked in his heart. As expected of the god of fortune, as expected of the younger brother of the navy. He said, Can be used. I'll find a house here for you to set up an array. After you change back, cover your ears and don't look out. Stay in the house and don't go out. Wait for us. Xianxia was about to cry bitterly, Your Highness the Crown Prince, you're really too reliable. Thank you. From today onwards, you're my second best friend. In the future, if there are any good things, this Windmaster will definitely not forget you. Xiaolian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He politely comforted him, thank you. As he spoke, he left that true immortal far behind. Xiaolian aimed at a pavilion and rushed inside. With a wave of his hand, all the doors and windows automatically closed tightly. He first latched the golden lock on the door, bit his finger, and drew a talisman. Then, he placed those treasures one by one and used his blood to set up an array. This series of actions was compressed and completed in the shortest amount of time. Finally, he sat down in the center of the room, closed his eyes, and said, 1, 2, 3. Soul-shifting technique, return. It was as if he was suddenly thrown high and then fell to the ground again. After the world spun and the sky spun, Xiaolian once again felt his feet touch the ground. His body was slightly unstable, as if he was about to fall to the side. When he was about to fall, he was firmly supported by a pair of hands. As soon as he opened his eyes, he heard Hua Cheng's heavy voice from above, "Brother, I think you better explain." Xiaolian grabbed his arm and stood up straight. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly discovered that someone was missing. He said, "Where's the Earth Master?" Hua Cheng said, "I don't know." Xiaolian was stunned. "You don't know?" He looked to the side and saw a human-shaped pit on the ground. Mingyi was slowly climbing out of that pit. He had nothing to say. After a moment of silence, the voice of Master Xianxia, who was inside the spirit communication array, rang out, "Huh?" Xiaolian's heart tightened as he said, "Is it here?" With so many treasures on Shi Qingxuan's body, he had made the defense of the house impregnable. That true immortal shouldn't be able to invade. Even if its cultivation was higher, it would still take a lot of time. However, Shi Qingxian said, "No, no, no. Your Highness the Crown Prince, your array is really amazing. It's as stable as Mount Tai, giving people a sense of security. I don't think anything can break in without 3 days and 3 nights. It's just that, it's actually here." Xiaolian asked curiously, "Where? Do you know this place?" Shi Qingxian said, "Of course I do. This is the wine overturning platform. The place where I ascended." Xiaolian was startled. In his heart, he said, "Wine overturning platform?" Shi Qingxian seemed to have walked around the house again before he said with certainty, "That's right, I come back to this place every 10 years or so to take a look. There's no mistake." No wonder that true immortal could tell that the one inside the shell wasn't the real Shi Qingxian. If it was the original, with one look, he would know that this was the wine overturning platform. There was no need to look around to confirm. After Mingyi crawled out of the pit, he squatted down and drew an array on the ground. After he finished drawing a few strokes, he suddenly blasted out with his palm and destroyed the array on the ground. Hua Cheng's gaze turned cold. Xiaolian was also stunned as he said, "Lord Geomaster, what are you doing?" Mingyi stood up and said, "I can't use the 1,000-mile shrinking anymore. I have to walk over." Xiaolian asked, "What do you mean you can't use it anymore?" Mingyi said, "Just now, someone destroyed the entire area near the wine overturning platform." "No, it's the entire area where the 1,000-mile shrinking was connected. Not long ago, Shi Qingxian had clearly been brought to the wine overturning platform by the 1,000-mile shrinking. It seemed that after Shi Qingxian hid in the house, that true immortal quickly reacted and made a move, intending to hinder their footsteps. This was equivalent to passing through a huge mountain, but the mountain path was destroyed by a landslide. This time, no one could use the 1,000-mile shrinking to get near the wine overturning platform." Xiaolian said, "If we set off now, how long will it take to get there?" Mingyi had already turned around and set off. He said, 1 hour. Xiaolian said from within the spiritual communication array, "Lord Wind Master, we're heading towards your direction now. We'll arrive within 1 hour. You just wait there for us to come find you. If something knocks on the door, you absolutely must not open the door." Shi Qingxian said, "Okay, okay, okay. Of course, I know that even without you telling me. I'm not a 3-year-old child, I won't randomly open the door." Then, "Lords, you guys must hurry up." Fortunately, Bo Gu Town and the wine overturning platform weren't very far apart. The distance was still within an acceptable range. If they rushed over now, they would definitely make it in time. The 3 of them immediately set off. On the way, Xiaolian casually circulated his spiritual power and discovered that the great soul-shifting technique really burned up his spiritual power fiercely. Just now, Huaqing had poured such a powerful wave of spiritual power into him, and now, more than half of it had been used up. Huaqing noticed his movements and said, "Brother, do you still want it?" Xiaolian hurriedly shook his head and said, "No. Just now, I really have to thank Sanlang for your generosity." Huaqing said, "You're welcome. I already said, I'll give you as much as you want." After pausing for a moment, he half-jokingly said, "However, when brother still has your spiritual power, can I collect some interest?" Xiaolian coughed lightly. In his heart, he thought that whether or not he could afford it was still a problem. Of course, he still braced himself and said, "Okay." They were scheduled to arrive in 1 hour, but the three of them weren't ordinary people. In addition, it was an extremely urgent situation, so naturally, they arrived even faster. When they arrived at the wine-overturning platform, Xiaolian took a look. Sure enough, it was the place from before. All around him were trees and weeds that had been blown down by him randomly using the Windmaster's fan. He couldn't help but blush with shame. Mingyi said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, which house did you place the protective array in? Do you still remember?" Of course, Xiaolian remembered. He was also carefully searching for it. After a while, his eyes lit up. Raising his finger, he said, "It's that small building." The three of them walked towards that small building. The closer they got, the more relieved they felt. It was as if they were about to see the dawn of hope. However, when they turned around to look, Xiaolian's pupils suddenly contracted. Xiaolian asked, "Where is he?" The three of them entered the small building. There was no one in the room. All kinds of magic treasures were still arranged in their original appearance, but once the door was opened, they were all useless. Xiaolian shouted in the psychic array, "Master Feng? Where are you?" On the way here, because they were in a hurry and Xianxia was too excited, Xiaolian took the initiative to suggest that he meditate and calm down first. Don't think and talk nonsense, he was scaring himself. Xianxia felt that it was very reasonable. The conversation gradually decreased. It was not that there was suddenly no response, so Xiaolian did not notice anything unusual. However, no matter how he shouted, no one responded. An ominous premonition arose in his heart. Because there were only two possibilities in this situation, Xianxia deliberately ignored him, or he had already lost consciousness. Fengshe had more than 10 magic treasures on him, each of them rare. All of them were used by Xiaolian to hold the line. Nothing could be easily broken through from the outside. Even if it could be broken through, just as Xianxia said, it would take at least 3 days and 3 nights. Moreover, it was impossible for there to be no traces of violence. However, now the doors and windows of this small building were intact, and there was no underground staircase or anything. Xiaolian retreated to the door and picked up the golden lock on the ground. He picked it up and looked at it carefully, saying, he really opened the door himself. It was obvious that the reinforcements would arrive in a moment. Why did he have to seek his own death at this last moment? Xiaolian was puzzled and said, "He said that he would not open the door for anyone other than us. Why did he do this?" Mingyi said in a low voice, "Maybe he thought that the people who came were us." Hearing this, a dim image suddenly appeared in Xiaolian's mind. 3 people came outside the small building. They looked like him, Huaqing, and Mingyi. They stood outside the door and knocked on the door. Xianxia, who was in the pavilion, was ecstatic. He rushed out and opened the door, but the 3 people outside the door surrounded him and slowly showed him a strange smile. The golden lock in Xianxia's hand fell to his feet and he did not pick it up again. He quickly shook his head and said, "No. I've never heard of the true immortal Bai Yan having the ability to disguise himself." Mingyi said, "Maybe he found other helpers." Xiaolian thought for a moment and rejected the idea. The series of events that we encountered today were all sudden. Before this, we didn't expect to set up such a formation to protect Master Windmaster. It shouldn't have been able to find a helper so quickly. Furthermore, didn't we tell the Windmaster that we would inform him through the spirit communication array when we arrived? Whether the person outside the door is real or fake, we can easily find out by asking. How could we be fooled so easily? At this point, Xiaolian suddenly froze and muttered, unless it was someone he knew who asked him to open the door. Mingyi said, someone familiar? How do you know? At this time, Huaqing said, he's blocking his ears. He can't hear anything. Xiaolian grabbed him and said, well said, San Lang. Because of this, he said that it must be someone he was familiar with. Because the Wind Master had blocked his ears, he could not hear anything from the outside world. Unless he took them off, but would he? He was so scared that he didn't know how to do it. Therefore, there is only one way to trick him into opening the door. The spirit communication technique. Xiaolian walked a few steps faster and said, that is to say, during the time we were here, there was a person who secretly communicated with Master Wind Master and said some words to him, making him open the door on his own accord. If it wasn't someone familiar, they wouldn't know the Wind Master's spirit communication password. Because the heavenly official spirit communication password is strictly confidential, it wouldn't be easily known by outsiders, let alone by demons and ghosts like the true immortal Bai Yan. Moreover, this person should be very trustworthy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have opened the door and left without thinking. Huaqing said, or, he wasn't familiar with this person, but this person was very familiar with him and said a reason why he had no choice but to open the door. Xiaolian seriously considered this possibility and said, in theory, as long as you know the spirit communication password, you can send a message to the Wind Master. However, if a strange voice suddenly spoke to him, wouldn't the Wind Master feel strange? Once he heard it, he would probably tell us through the spirit communication array on the spot. Unless, the first sentence of the mysterious person who was psychic to him was enough to shock him. But what kind of words would that be? Mingyi said, a threat? Xiaolian said, how could it be a threat? You won't come out? Then I'll tell your brother that I've come back to bother you? He immediately rejected it. Doesn't seem like it. That true immortal Bai Yan might not have understood Shi Qingxuan's concerns. Moreover, it wasn't a heavenly official. What method could it immediately make the Navy Darren discover its existence? The reinforcements would arrive in half an hour, so Shi Qingxian wouldn't be so impatient to wait even half an hour. Finally, whether that thing could win against the Navy was still a question. Don't forget, it had never bothered Shi Wudu and only targeted Shi Qingxian. It specifically picked soft persimmons to pinch. Perhaps it was also very afraid of the Navy and might not dare to take the initiative to provoke them. Mingyi said, finally, search for another half an hour. Xiaolian understood his meaning and nodded. Alright, if we still can't find him after half an hour, no matter how much the Wind Master opposes it, we must inform the Navy Darren. Let's split up. We'll go this way. We'll have to trouble the Earth Master over there. Mingyi turned around and left. As Xiaolian ran around looking for Shi Qingxian, he didn't give up calling for Shi Qingxian in the spirit communication array. However, the other side remained deathly silent. Huaqing asked, how is it? Xiaolian shook his head and said, there's no response. The ominous shadow in his heart grew thicker and thicker. He went through every single room in every pavilion. He had almost gone through all the rooms in the vicinity. However, there was no trace at all. Not long after, the two of them found the tallest pavilion in the area. This pavilion was obviously the main character of the area. The central building had been renovated countless times and was gorgeous and majestic. Many of the walls were inscribed with poems. Xiaolian looked up at the plaque that read, wine-pouring platform. He couldn't help but ask, is this Xiaojuan's wine-pouring platform? Huaqing said, that's right. This is the original location of Xiaojuan's wine-pouring platform. Xiaolian looked at him and said, so it's really related? Huaqing said, yes. He then told him in a few simple words. It turned out that when Shi Qingxian was still a human, he would often drink here after cultivating. He would lie drunk on the platform and be very happy and carefree. One day, below the pavilion, there was a bully who often bullied the good people in the village. Shi Qingxian saw it from upstairs and casually poured the wine in the cup down. He cast a little spell and the wine poured right on the bully's head, knocking him out. After that, Shi Qingxian was appointed as a general by Shi Wudu. He still liked the human world very much and maintained his original appearance, drinking and hanging around here. On the day of his ascension, he was also drinking here. Ascension while drinking sounded a little ridiculous, but in fact, it was not a big deal. Sometimes, fated chances came at such inexplicable times. Xiaolian even ascended while he was sleeping in his dream. Perhaps in the future, there would be a heavenly official who ascended while going to the toilet. It would definitely be a miracle. In short, scholars and poets had always liked places like this where legends and stories were told. They could often express their desire to write poems here and express their yearning for the elegance of celestials. Xiaolian understood that this was a scenic spot. There were no tourists at night. When tomorrow came, many tourists would be shocked to find that many houses and trees had been blown away. The Grand Master of the Wind had appeared. However, this young master pouring wine scene was different from what Xiaolian had originally imagined. At this time, he heard Huaqing say in a low voice, "Brother, I'm going to take care of a small matter first. You must be careful here. I'll be back soon." Xiaolian thought, what matter? Thinking back to Huaqing's angry voice when he was communicating with the spirit, in addition to his current unkind expression, he guessed, "Are you going to find that true immortal Baiyan?" Huaqing paused and said, "No." Since that was not the case, it was inconvenient to ask. Xiaolian nodded and said, "You originally came here to play. Now that you have a matter, just go. You should be careful." Huaqing said, "N." He paused and said, "When I come back, I will tell you something." Xiaolian was stunned and blurted out, "What?" However, Huaqing's figure had already disappeared. After an hour, Xiaolian, who still had not found anything, said from the communication array, "Sergio Master. How are things on your side? I haven't found anything here, so I'm rushing back." Mingyi also said, "Nothing." Xiaolian said, "No, I can't take it anymore. Let's meet at the center of the pouring wine stage. I'll go tell Sir Nabi right now." After speaking, he immediately recited Lingwen's psychic password and said, "Is Lingwen here? Can you find Sir Nabi? Please tell him it's extremely urgent. Please come to the pouring wine stage to see him." A clear and bright male voice sounded beside his ear. It seemed that the current Lingwen had a male appearance. He said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince? Sir Nabi is here with me. He has always been a person who doesn't like to go out. It's probably because he can't come down. Do you need something from him? I can pass on the message." At this time, Xiaolian had almost returned to the main building of the pouring wine stage. From afar, he saw something hanging outside the pouring wine stage. It seemed to be a piece of white cloth that fluttered in the night wind. Xiaolian was stunned and thought, was there this thing there before? After walking closer, he finally saw it clearly. Wasn't that the outer robe that Xianxia wore? At this time, Mingyi shouted from the communication array, "Your Highness the Crown Prince. Immediately come to the tallest building of the pouring wine stage, quickly." Xiaolian quivered. Lingwen said from the other side, "Your Highness the Crown Prince? Are you still there?" Xiaolian said, "Let him come down quickly. Something has happened to Sir Wind Master." After shouting this sentence, he rushed up the stairs. However, there was no sound from the other side. Most likely, Lingwen was also frightened by his words and hurriedly went to tell Sherwudu. At the top of the tall building, there was a person lying on the ground. It was Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes were tightly shut. There were no external injuries on his body, nor were there any traces of blood. Another person helped him up. It was Mingyi. Xianxia sat up without feeling anything. Something fell from his arms. Xiaolian fixed his eyes on it and his heart tightened. It was actually the Windmaster's fan that had been split in half. This kind of top-grade magic weapon could only be encountered but not sought. It might not be refined even after hundreds of years. Moreover, it was the Windmaster's #1 magic weapon, yet it was actually destroyed just like that. Xiaolian said, "We came here just now. There was clearly no one here." As soon as he finished speaking, he discovered something else that was not right. Previously, when he came here with Huaqing, there were many poems inscribed on the wall. Some were graceful, some were frivolous, and some were firm. Now, however, all of them had disappeared, as if someone had erased them with a finger. All that was left was a line of blood-red characters that originally didn't exist. It was a line of words dripping with blood, not a good beginning. Not a good ending. It was the sentence that the true immortal Bai Yan had given him on the day Xianxia was born. At this time, Mingyi suddenly asked, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, where is the one who was with you?" Xiaolian was startled and thought, oh no. San Lang actually left at this time. The moment he wasn't by his side, something happened to Shi Qingxian. This was really something that couldn't be explained clearly. However, Xiaolian's expression didn't change. He solemnly said, "I asked him to help me search for the whereabouts of that true immortal Bai Yan." Mingyi asked, "When did he go?" Xiaolian's expression didn't change as he said, "Just now. He left not more than half a stick of incense." In reality, the time was much longer than that. However, Xiaolian didn't doubt Hua City in the slightest. Of course, he couldn't let others have the opportunity to doubt him and cause more trouble. At this time, the faint sound of thunder could be heard from the sky. Unexpectedly, there was an 8-rider golden chariot in the night sky. It pierced through the layers of clouds and aggressively drove towards them. Since he couldn't use the 1,000 li distance shrinking technique to get to Qingjiu Tai, Shi Wudu directly drove the golden chariot over. It should be known that once this golden chariot drove over, it would cause a great fanfare. If by any chance it was seen by a mortal who couldn't think straight and looked up at the starry sky in the middle of the night, it would cause an uproar in the mortal world. This water across the heavens really wasn't afraid of trouble. Xiaolian saw that the golden chariot was coming towards them menacingly and immediately said, "Sir Geo Master, if a heavenly official interrogates you later, please don't mention Hua City Lord, okay? There are many heavenly officials in the heavenly court who like to add oil and vinegar to the fire and fabricate nonsense when they hear about him. This matter has nothing to do with him, so don't make this complicated matter simple." Mingyi glanced at him and said, "Okay." She actually straightforwardly agreed and lowered her head to continue inspecting Shi Qingxuan's condition. Xiaolian let out a sigh of relief. However, when he saw the motionless Fengshi, his heart sank again. That golden chariot rumbled. Not long after, it dragged a trail of auspicious clouds and landed on the ground. A group of little heavenly officials waited outside the chariot. 3 great heavenly officials alighted from the chariot. They were actually Shi Wudu, Pei Ming, and Ling Wen. 3 of the top 10 of the Mid-Autumn Banquet had come at once. Of course, Xiaolian had long forgotten that he was the top of the top 10. Shi Wudu's eyebrows were tightly knitted. He lifted the hem of his robe and calmly got off the chariot. Holding the sailor fan, he went upstairs. Pei Ming and Ling Wen followed behind him. When Shi Wudu saw his younger brother lying on the ground like a corpse, his expression suddenly changed. He rushed forward and said, "Qing Xian? Qing Xian? What's going on?" Xiaolian concisely said, "Sir Fengshi has met immortal Bai Yan." Shi Wudu said in disbelief, "What did you say? Immortal Bai Yan?" When they heard these 4 words, not only Shi Wudu, but also Pei Ming and Ling Wen's expressions changed. It seemed that they had long heard of Shi Wudu, this big trouble. Observing these 3 people's expressions, Xiaolian couldn't see who was faking it, and who was secretly delighted. They all looked very natural. Especially Shi Wudu, it was impossible for him to fake it. Ling Wen took out a pile of bottles and jars from her sleeve and said, "Feed them one by one." Beside him, Pei Ming said, "Your Highness, it's you again." Xiaolian said, "There's no other way. There are only a few people who come and go in the heavenly court." Pei Ming said, "It seems that every time I see you, it involves another person. Don't tell me it's the same this time." Xiaolian indifferently said, "No, no. Of course not." He was lying with his eyes wide open. Mingyi kept his promise and didn't say anything. Pei Ming didn't say anything else. He waved his hand and led his heavenly official to investigate the surroundings. As such, it was a good thing that Huaqing left first. At least they weren't present. Shi Wudu couldn't wake Shi Qingxian up, but he inadvertently swept his gaze over the 8 blood-red words on the snow-white wall. His face immediately twisted. His face became paler than the wall, and he seemed to be so angry that his whole body was trembling. He shouted, "Who wrote this? Who wrote this?" Although he was shouting, his voice was faintly trembling. At this moment, Lingwen said, Master Feng is awake. Xiaolian immediately crouched down and said, Master Feng? As expected, Xianxia slowly opened his eyes. Wudu pushed the others away and said, Xianxia? How are you? Was there anything amiss? Who harmed you? Xianxia was stunned for a while before gradually regaining his senses. Once he regained his senses, the first thing he saw was Wudu's face. The next moment, something that no one expected happened. End of chapter 110. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.